Welcome back, everybody. It's Nahyma here, back with Toady for the NBA Swarm roster reviews for Season 7. We took a little break between All-Star Hustle and now. We have 2 divisions left to go. We've got Swarm today and Truant at some point, probably over the weekend, I'm guessing. We'll get there.
That's the goal.
Yep. Before we get into our midway point, at least, I think we planned on taking a look at the standings around the end of week 4, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
so that'll be after the midpoint. That'll be a good spot to
Yep.
check. I think we might have originally said after week 2, but because of the way these roster reviews are turning out, I think it's fine. We'll just we'll talk about the actual standings once enough data has actually been presented to make some
And if you got a
conclusions.
problem, you can put a complaint in the complaint box and take it up with HR.
Yep, that's highlight suggestions, that channel. You can just drop it right in there.
that's where you put your complaints.
Yeah, that's just the general stream inbox.
Yeah,
you
cool.
can post replays to review, or you can post complaints. They're not anonymous though, so you better be prepared to stand by whatever you said.
Yeah, unless you just get Azzy to post them for you,
Yeah.
That'd be a pretty good idea, actually.
We already
I will be asking who he's posting on behalf of.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got, like I said, the Swarm division. We have 16 responses for people who've done Swarm. I'm not sure why there's 2 or so, 3. Oh, no, sorry, I'm looking at Hustle. Yeah, Swarm only has 15 responses. Huh. Who did Hustle and not Swarm? Come on. But it's
probably a Hustle player.
Probably. And I mean, I guess we can just take it up from the top. I mean, there's definitely some strong teams. I think Swarm started out really well. Just going chronologically, I think the first bunch of Swarm teams are pretty decent. So we can take a look at those. First up, starting out with C2.
C208.
C208.
Sponsored.
I'm not too sure. Is that a chemistry thing?
I have no clue.
Not really sure.
Like
I don't remember
I thought it was like Star Wars or something.
First year uni chemistry, honestly. That's definitely more of a lazy question.
But it's O as in the number 0.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be
208
carbon 2, oxygen 8. Yeah, it would have to be 208
carbon. That's a lot of carbon. I don't know if that would be stable.
Oh, this post is sponsored by Carbon.
Yep, Carbon drink.
Oh, that's actually cut off on the stream. His showdown name is Sponsored Post. That's why I was making that joke.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I understand the joke you're making now.
Yeah, it's off to the left of the stock.
Okay, let me pop out chat. I don't even know who's around. We've got Pabby's around.
Yeah, Pabby's
the only one.
Which is true.
Toady.
I haven't seen
I know Alice said in Discord that real NBA Patriots are watching right now.
Well, there's 2 viewers. Alice might be there's 3 viewers. So
one might be
one
me,
of them
because I have the chat open.
Just opened it.
All good.
I don't think I count because I have it from the actual stream.
Probably not. Oh well. Okay, so let's take a look at the community rating here, and the community says it has an average of 7.6 on the dot.
Just to refresh, so I remember All-Star we had probably the average was a high 6, low 7, not too many that were high 7s. And then, oh god, I was doing the hands for what? There was a word in between, so it doesn't count. And then for Hustle, we had a lot of high 7s. I remember there were a lot of high 7s. There were some they were low.
Yeah, there were some good teams.
There's a pretty big gap. You were either a high 7 or, yeah.
for me at least.
Well,
One
I mean,
was the 10
like the
team.
average was a high 7, which was surprising
Mhm.
because that was like the peak of All
Yeah,
Star.
started encroaching onto like 7.5 ish.
Yeah,
This one's still coming in at 7.6, sets the tone nicely for Swarm. I think it's a good, a strong start.
yeah. I'd be
And I
curious to
mean, we
see if
see,
Swarm average is higher or lower because I feel like
yeah,
with All Star people are more critical, so it's like you might have a
yes,
pretty good team, but like people are gonna be you know expecting more like, or expecting a pretty good team, so like it's only
yeah,
really gonna get good like high rated if it's like extremely smart and unique in a way that like people were like, oh wow, that actually seems really good, or it's just like a well-known combination that works really well. Whereas Hustle is like you have the benefit of them being good enough players to be in Hustle, but it's still the second division, so people might be more lenient with rating it. Swarm, we're getting into the range where it's like people are going to be lenient, and you might have some standout team builders for sure. But I'm wondering how many of them are going to be like missing some things that we talk about in higher ranks that aren't really thought about as much in some of the lower ranks. And
yeah.
see like kind of how the people are responding to that, like how they noticed like what's missing from a team and whether or not it even matters in Swarm.
Yeah, true. I mean, often I would argue that it probably doesn't. I think you can win with anything, but I actually think the argument holds true for every division. I mean, at least for All Stars, I think in All Stars we see the most anti-meta teams.
Yeah,
Um, People picking specific things that line up with their playstyles because they've already been able to differentiate themselves from the pack. Whereas
right.
Hustle, I think we see a lot more, like, I don't want to call them meta slaves, but like people draft more solidly, right?
Yeah,
They try to fill out the boxes. They know what should be on a team, and they pick things accordingly and responsibly, more responsibly, I'd say, than All Star.
yeah,
But then Swarm, I think you have often it's a combination of people who know what to do and have yet to prove themselves through results to get into a higher division. People who are moving up from Truant, who might have been misplaced, might have like been on the attempt on the road to distinguishing themselves, but maybe don't have all of the like meta knowledge yet, or people who've kind of just stagnated, take it kind of casually and draft what they want, right? So I actually really
hmm
think Swarm is a good grab bag full of random, like it's just a melting pot of a lot of different skill levels or knowledge levels, I think.
yeah. When it's actually it's very true. You make a good point about like a lot of Swarm players being more casual. Like it's just kind of where a lot of the like good players that you know are good, but like maybe aren't taking it as seriously, or maybe just don't want to be super sweaty. Maybe not as much now that we have 4 divisions, but like that at least when I was playing and we had the 3 divisions, it felt like that's what a lot of the division was. It was like the people I was playing
Hmm.
against was like, wow, these people could be in the top division if they wanted to be, but also like it's pretty clear that they're bringing the same team every week, like that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah.
And myself included in the sense where it's like if I based on my results, like my first couple of seasons, I think in the current landscape, I could be, I could well with practice, I could be at least in the hustle range. Like a lot of people that I was playing against were there, but at the same time, it's like if I were playing today, I would probably do another meme team, and it's like,
Yeah, true.
but
That's the thing. You
then
were
that's
always
still
like a
something you
good
get in
Swarm player,
Swarm.
right? You were always a
Yeah,
good
well,
Swarm
I was
player,
always
but
playoffs at least.
yeah, for sure.
Well,
And I think especially
not
after
winning
we
the seasons.
split, we split like Hustle and Swarm into a couple divisions when we added All Star. Like
Yeah,
we basically made Hustle All Star and then
I don't
split
think I've
Swarm
played
into Hustle.
since All Star has
Yeah, I
been a
don't think
thing.
you have.
So
Um, but if we were to split and I had to choose to either move you up or keep you in Swarm, it probably would have been a move up.
yeah,
And
it
if
would
you
just depend
bottomed
though.
out after a meme team, then moved you back down.
Yeah. Well, my last 2 seasons in Swarm, not my last two. My last season in Swarm, I think I was like 2 in however many games we played, because that
Mm.
was the monkey team. but
Yeah, that was a monkey team.
so like if you're going strictly by recent results, but that's the thing that was like there's still 2 people that lost to that, where it's like is it because the team was good or was it because I play it out of my mind because I'm a godly player. Like you never know. But
That
you
is
do end up with
to
some
be
of that in
seen.
Swarm, where there's
Yeah.
people who really are just like doing it for fun, and some weeks they just have like it's a matchup they've played, or it's like it's a set that they've really been wanting to run, and this is the week that they can run it, and they've spent months labbing it out. It's just like, here we go. Like
Yeah. True.
you see a lot of that in Swarm, and actually to that point, you see a lot of experimentation in general because there's not a lot of pressure in the same way that there is in like the higher ranks, where it's like not that there's like a lack of respect for your opponent, because there still is, but it's not like this isn't gonna work against Overmat, or this isn't gonna work against so and so. Like sometimes you'd be like, hey, this might work. Like why we're
Yeah.
like doing
I
the
think you
really
got to
obvious thing.
blindside. If you're
Yeah,
punching up and you're trying to beat people better than you, I think you have to try and blindside them with something.
yeah.
Anyways,
So
yeah,
it's interesting
let's
though.
dive back into this roster that I mentioned before. I like this team personally, and
Speaking
the
of like
community
kind
seems to
of
like
meta
it
slave
too.
teams.
Yeah, well, actually kind of the thing is it's
Yeah.
the thing is I wouldn't call this a meta slave team at
No, not
all.
exactly.
What I would say is it has a very solid foundation, which I'm a big foundational player myself, and I when I rate teams, I make sure that they have the fundamentals down before I look at a lot of the bells and whistles. And this team screams to me fundamentals. I do think often for my own personal ratings, um, if a team looks too plain Jane and like it's missing a little bit of sauce or it's too fair, is kind of the way I put it before. Like you don't really have a way to like cheat out wins
Yeah.
in tough spots that can have points against them. I don't think this is necessarily that. I think it has a great fundamental with, I mean, we've seen like a Garchomp Scizor core before where you try and pair it with a Mon or two that resists both fire and ice. Especially if you can get two Pokemon in that slot that like resist both fire and ice, for example, a bulky water and a bulky fire. Um, it takes pressure off of each of them and you can like throw in more mix up and stuff. And we see that here, right? We have
Hmm.
the Slowbro and the Arcanine, both of which can resist both types that Scizor and Garchomp don't want to take on. Which I think is a huge plus. And honestly, I really think that Mega Tyranitar is a solid middle ground switch for a lot of like mix-up plays. It wants to be scrappy. Switching in on things is pretty nice. Getting chip with sand is really nice for like the Iron Valiant cleanup at the end, which I haven't spoken about Valiant, but if this was last season before Valiant was freed with booster energy. It's now free with booster energy, but last season it
Hmm.
was banned. Last season, I probably would have said that this team was lacking a little bit of the sauce and was a little fair, like too
A little
fair
bit
for
too one
myself.
dimensional.
Yeah, exactly. But with Booster Val, I actually think that it adds enough of a mix-up game and enough of cleaning potential and just a higher like threat profile or a more wide threat profile. Um, I think it takes it over the edge for me. Um, I was gonna rate this. I think last season I would have personally rated this around a 7, but just because it's like a very fundamental like plain Jane team. But this season I definitely think it's more of an 8. Could probably maybe be a little higher. I know that C2 is a pretty decent player. It's
Yeah.
unfortunate that he has 2 losses right now, but yeah, I think this is definitely an 8 point something team that I mean I would be perfectly happy piloting myself.
Yeah, I'm curious what you think of the Mega T-Tar specifically. Um, Instead of like, I guess regular T-Tar also just brings sand. Like the sand is like the chip helps Tyranitar, and obviously Scizor and Garchomp ignore it. But I'm
Mhm.
wondering like if it's kind of a liability for like Slowbro or Arcanine coming in on hazards or anything.
I think it can be
Like
a liability for Morning Sun Arcanine,
yeah.
and Synthesis
Well, that's its
Delmise.
and
The
that's Arcanine's only recovery.
It's the only recovery, yeah, and Delmise is only recovery as well.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think Delmise needs to run recovery. I think
No,
Arcanine
I don't
really
think it's
likes
as
to
big of a deal
have
for Delmos.
Arcanine really likes to have that option. No, Delmise can run like Assault Vest pretty often, and it's not worried, and it can just be like Rapid Spin, Dual Stab, whatever else you need. Um, but yeah, I think it will hinder Arcanine. Now, this isn't a Sand team, so there's no need. Even if let's say it was base Tyranitar, there's no need for like a Smooth Stone. There's no
Right.
need to bring T-Tar in to set Sand for anything, which I think is completely fine. And if anything, I think I prefer Mega here over base because I think it's a much more dangerous breaker and Dragon Dance sweeper. And that's something that I think helps push it over that plain Jane, like non-threatening, very vanilla barrier as well for me is like DD Tyranitar and Booster Val and like SD Scizor. Between those, you have a lot of like convincing ways of winning and pulling out a W, right?
Yeah, and I think that I like it as the swap for Scizor as well for fire types. I mean, for
Mhm.
one of the swaps rather. Um, just because you have Arcanine already as like a burn immune resist for fire. So it's like you can't just fully commit to like wisping on a swap or um it just kind of mitigates the risk of that sort of thing. Whereas like
Mhm.
Tyranitar actually comes in more safely because of that, because he's not always going to be the swap. And then like you have like three really good fire resists too, and then Slowbro doesn't really care about burns either.
Yeah,
Whereas
it doesn't really care about
if
sand
T-Tar was
either.
like the only risk or like the only answer for a strong fire type, I think you get burned a lot. whereas I don't think people are just going to be throwing out wisps against this team as often when you have um, so many good fire answers that just don't really care.
Yeah.
My concern, and I agree with you that I think Mega T-Tar is better than base T-Tar here, especially because it's not a sand team and you don't run that like Charizard Y risk of like you have a sand or you have a very like greedy, selfish weather setter and no
Mhm.
way to extend it. I'm glad that the rest of the team doesn't rely on it. My concern is that who's your swap for a fighting type? It's Slowbro or Intimidate Arcanine, right?
Yeah, Slowbro or
And those
bust kind of. You do have
and those are
Delmise,
two.
and like I think
Yeah, I guess that's true. When it can come.
Arbok can actually come in matchups with Intimidate. I don't think it's that bad. But funny enough, I think Arbok is good into like the Iron Valiant matchup. Right?
Which you have.
You're the
But
Valiant player.
yeah.
But
Um
yeah, I think Delmise is a very real fighting switch. Like
I guess it is, yeah.
if there's a strong enough fighting that you don't want to risk like switching in Kilowattrel against, for example, then yeah, like for example, Iron Hands, I think would do this team a lot of problems. I guess Kilowattrel would Volt Absorb it, but like being able to beat Slowbro, for example, as a fighting type would be pretty problematic for this team.
Yeah.
And that's something else I wanted to touch on. I think before we move on is the Terra captains. I'm not super sold on,
It's
and
13 points of
I
terror.
honestly really like the team, and something that I think holds the team at an 8 point something instead of a 9 for me is yeah, I don't think the Terra is very fully realized here. And we're going for, I mean, this could be Terra Scizor here over Kilowattrel. And if you wanted to stick with the Greedent, sure. I mean, Greedent is kind of filler here. It doesn't really matter what that is, but you're using 13 out of 20 points.
Yeah.
I feel like there's got to be something better.
I think it's kind of the tax of Kilowattrel right now, because it's like clearly there was an idea here for a Terra Kilowattrel. You have the sand briefly for like weather ball shenanigans, but then you also have just like your bolt beam if you want to. I think that it was just that 11 point. I want this mon to be my Terra Captain, but I wish it wasn't my higher level or my higher cost Terra Captain.
Yeah.
When the cap is 20, that you just kind of end up with this. Uh, but I agree. It's like I think maybe this is like a little bit too focused on the idea of the Terra Kilowattrel when you might just be better off cutting your losses and not going with that idea just for the sake of like being able to get something that's more than 2 points without having to change the rest of your team as your second. Just even Terra Arcanine would be really good. I feel like. Just like
Yeah,
a
Terra Arcanine's
versatile
decent.
defensive mon. Like maybe there's a plan here with the Terra Greedent. But like I would think that even like Terra Arbok would be a decent cat. It's like I don't even think you're like too limited with your 2 2-pointers as as your lower Terra captain. It's just that you would like to see something a little bit better as the higher one when you're using a 2-pointer one down here.
Yeah.
And yeah, if Scizor is legal, I think Scizor would be great. Arcanine would be great. I think that both of these two would be better.
Yeah.
And it's like maybe the concern is the lack of like special attacking options besides Valiant and Kilowattrel, and Kilowattrel being a Terra captain gives you technically any special coverage that you could need, but that seems like kind of a trap though.
Yeah.
I guess
I
Slowbro
feel like
has
this
decent
team is
special
very
attack,
pressured to bring Kilowattrel though, because not only is it like pretty much the only Terra captain, it's also, other than Iron Valiant, the only real like speedy mon. And Valiant doesn't want to have to be in that role because it wants to, in a lot of cases, be able to run booster speed for an end game clean, right? And if it has
yeah,
to
it doesn't
come
want to
in
come in
and
earlier.
proc
Yeah.
its booster because you don't have another fast mon, it's probably just better Scarf. And then it's like, what's the difference between Season 7 Valiant and Season 6 Valiant? So because of that, I think Kilowattrel will be coming pretty often, and it's on a team that honestly it's already hard to not bring your top 6
Yeah, I was
just
gonna
because
say that's the
they flesh
seventh
out a lot of
mon.
roles. Maybe
And you're
over
talking about
Mega
Delmise
T-Tar.
too, which
Yeah.
isn't even in the top 6, like being a mon that you
Yeah,
need to
maybe
bring
over
a lot.
T-Tar or Arcanine in a lot of cases. I think those two are the most replaceable.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
I
you
think just
can
not ideal.
I think you can tailor like I mean Slowbro probably comes every game. I think you could well actually apparently not. But I think you can tailor like Scissor's matchup with these three pretty well, and like one of them doesn't necessarily have to come. Um or like two of them can come and the other doesn't, whatever. Uh but yeah, you're right. It's like you're already kind of required to bring this. Maybe the fact that it's a Terra captain is a good thing then because
Yeah,
it's
it
like
makes
you
it
buffed
better.
it. Like yeah, it makes
Yeah,
it
it
actually like
makes it
worth
better. Like
bringing
you
every
feel
game.
worse. Yeah, you feel worse
Yeah,
about bringing it Valiant to the same game. I
yeah.
agree.
But again, it just kind of ends up feeling bad that it's like even if this were a
Yeah, well
10 pointer, it
now you're a little
changes
shoehorned
everything.
in.
Yeah, like
Yeah, now the opportunity cost for not bringing it is really high
yeah.
if you don't.
Um, it is
Anyway,
weird,
I
like because
think
I don't know if I'd make major changes to like the roster, but it's such an
yeah, I don't think
awkward
it needs changes.
point price like a point a price point for the Terra captains that you just like you are kind of just stuck with this unless you want to drop the Terra Kilowattrel and put it into
Yeah.
this and then whatever. Because I don't think you want to
Mm,
get rid of Delmise to get a different like 10-point captain or something like that, or a 9-point. I mean, maybe you can rework some point. No, I don't know where you'd get 9 points from these unless you like put these
yeah.
two into 4 and then I don't
I'm
know
not sure
like
if it's open, but maybe there's a way to trade like Arcanine and T-Tar for Hisui and Arcanine if you wanted like the rock type
yeah,
attacker.
kind of coverage
Make that a
both.
Terra, drop Terra Kilo, keep it on the team, but yeah, I don't know. There's definitely room to play
Either
there.
way.
Maybe C2 if he keeps losing one more. If he loses one more game in a row, I'd say it's time to change something up because it's not working. But anyways,
Yeah.
I think we've been talking about this team for a really long time. I think it's good. I agree with the community that it's a pretty good team. I'm surprised that C2 is not able to pull out games, but I mean, it's a tight division, so we'll see how he goes.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's
Okay.
a reminder that the 7.6 was the community average for that.
Yes. Okay, we can move on to Golden Mazda.
This is a really high average.
Yeah, this is one of the highest we've seen, and I will say that I don't think I agree with the rating
Oh,
because okay, let's just start from the beginning. The community rating for the team is 8.67, which let me see here. What is the highest we've seen? I know Camels was very high. Camels was 8.61. And that was by
Was that
far
All-Star?
the highest rated team. That was in All-Star. And this is now 0.06 higher than Camel's team.
Huh.
What do you think
Because
about the comparison?
I'm looking at Camel's, and Camel's lowest was a 7.
Yeah.
Whereas, where's this one? Mazda has a 5. And I guess it's just less total votes.
Yeah, there are fewer
So
total votes,
proportionally,
but
there's more 9s and 10s than 7s and 8s, whereas Camel, I guess, had like more 7s and 8s.
yeah, 4 7s,
So,
4 8s, and then like 10 that were higher than that.
yeah,
It definitely just the distribution here.
yeah.
But what do you think about this now taking the crown as the highest community rated team?
I mean, I'll say I'm not surprised that people like it. You do have a really good combination here with like the Scizor and Gouging Fire, and even Meowscarada kind of along with that. Ting Lu, I don't really love like the bug weakness or the U-turn weakness. I mean, I guess you don't you resist it with these two, but like, do they really want to be coming in on pivots all the time? I don't think so, especially not if they have a fire type for Scizor. It's very physical. Like like everything in the top 4 is strictly physical. Keldeo can be both, but probably wants to be. Or no, it can't be both. Never mind. What am I thinking? That's definitely special. I was thinking of
Well, Keldeo
the
has the
the
like secret
attack
sword,
that
right? Like
hits. Yeah, like
it can hit physically
right.
like physically with its special attack stat. Yeah.
That is what I was thinking. And I was like, looked at the attack stats, like that's not what I meant to say. Like,
Yeah. No,
but
I
yeah,
agree with that though. It's a very physically demanding team. Now, I will say that with a team that's very physical heavy, and then with a Terra Keldeo that can punch holes in even specially defensive teams, I do think there's value there. But I think it turns out that like in practice, that as long as your special defense mon resists water and your physical defense mon resists fighting, it's not that bad, right?
yeah,
Because usually like
they,
Keldeo isn't gonna run Aura Sphere unless it like really has to, and if it does, like sure it can, but it feels kind of bad, I think, or like
yeah,
Focus Blast feels pretty bad. So it's still like the fact that it still relies on physical, like hitting things physically. Um, I do think is a point against it. And really, other than Keldeo, there is Plot Petrant, Plot Rotom, CM Screamtail. Like there are ways of making up for
it's just
that.
too much setup though.
Yeah, it's very setup based. Like you don't really have a strong breaker outside of Keldeo, right? So,
Yeah.
but on the special side, which is fine. I mean, we really are nitpicking. And I will
And you
say that,
have the Petron on your team, the 160 defense mon. So
yeah, I will say that I do like this team. And in order to find criticisms, we do have to get into kind of brass tacks and look at like how greedy they are and like the flexibility of the team and things that like that's definitely a problem that you want to have is that your team is like good enough that you have to kind of nitpick it. And like I said, even though I disagree that the community rating is 8.67, I have it at a 9 out of 10, which means I like the team.
yeah,
But I think I rated it higher than I expected the community to rate it. And I guess
you actually
everybody
rated it
disagrees that
above
it's
the
like
average.
9 or higher. Yeah, I did rate it above average. I think I've rated everything above the average. So like if something is a like a 6.8 and I gave it an 8, that's kind of me
Yeah, that's
agreeing.
true.
um this team is there was a lot of discourse after the draft happened surrounding, oh my god, how did we let Mazda get away with all this? Like this team is broken, you literally can't prep against it. And I'll agree, it's hard to prep against the like 7 real mons that are on this team. Terra
It's also
Rotom,
hard to bring 6 mons.
yeah, Terra Rotom is not really coming. Like this is a problem with Keldeo. is it's a very big Terra Hog. And you don't have to run it, but like if you're running Terra Keldeo, similar to the Kilowattrel, I think the opportunity cost for not clicking Terra button on your Keldeo is really like Terra Keldeo gets so many options to set up combines with a type swap and can just hit 50% 50% harder with like a spec stab hydro pump, right? Or something like that. Whereas Rotom, I do like it as a Terra Captain in general, but I think it would prefer something that doesn't like require it as much as a partner. Um,
I
otherwise,
mean, you are using all 20 points though, which I like.
yeah, and that's good, and it's better than some of his Swarm colleagues, I guess, if we want to call it that.
So
Um,
far, the one other one that we've checked that uses 13 points.
yeah. Um, but I mean, we're looking at what the team might struggle with, but I do think there's a lot that the team has success with, right? Where, you've got Ting Lu and a ghost type to stop spin. Um, you have a Fastmon and Meow and kind of middle ground Fastmon with Keldeo. You have really good setup sweepers here with Gouging Fire, Mega Scizor, and even Keldeo in some cases. Also, kind of Screamtail. If it's like a booster speed CM, I'll give it credit. It can do that fairly well.
Yeah, it's matchup dependent.
Yeah, I do think a lot of this team's power goes away if people just taunt it.
I was thinking the same thing, especially like when you look at the Hazard game, it's like mostly just Tinglu, but
Yeah,
Tinglu's
and
a
the
great
removal is Mega Scizor. And if
yeah,
you're bringing Rotom,
and
but
Rotom,
how
yeah,
how often are you bringing Rotom over one of your top 7, right? This is
that's
kind
true.
of a 7.5 mon like overmat style draft, which
Yeah,
I think typically are rated the highest, right? You look at the quality of the Pokemon across the board and you say, "Wow, how'd they get all this? That's crazy." And then you realize that they're bringing the same 6 Pokemon almost to every single game. And without high set and prep accuracy, I think the team could struggle to like in the later half of the season where you have more show teams that are available for people to scout. And I don't think it translates well into playoffs either.
yeah.
Because your opponents are on average going to be taking it more seriously. Even if
And
you're like number one
might be a little
seed.
bit too like matchup fishy.
Yeah, yeah, well, maybe not even matchup fishy, but I think you start to become readable. So unless Mazda really throws people for a loop and runs like banded gouge and like I mean CM Screamtail plot Petulant
A real
not
wild
every week,
card.
but like
CM
they throw it in every now and then to like keep people on their heels. I think you're gonna have to do that so that you don't so you're not on your heels when
super obvious.
playoffs
Yeah.
come.
Well, I mean, starting 2-0 is a good. I mean, not like literally minimal diff, pretty much, aside from like the tie, I guess.
Yeah.
But like, you do want to have some padding going into like getting close to playoff cutoff, because then you can start kind of running some of that stuff that like might not be the most optimal, but like just to kind of like remind people that it's possible.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna point out that the points here, like, it's it's the minimum number of mons, right? Is 9,
Yep.
and then one of those is a 1 pointer. You're like fully maximizing the Terra captains, and then like really outside of a Terra captain, and a 1 pointer, your lowest is a 12. So it's
Yeah, you've got
like
94 points locked up in 7 mons, which is
yeah,
like I said, it's completely fine. And often the highest rated teams are like that. But you do obviously give up a lot of flexibility for just
yeah.
high Pokemon quality.
Well, and people look at. I feel like this is something that I do as well, where it's like when you're looking at a roster at a glance, and especially if you're just going through the poll like that and just being like, all right, how does this roster look? Oh, that it's got some really strong mons. You don't always think about that, like you can only bring 6 mons issue, which we talk about, which is probably why that makes the team sound worse than it looks in
Yeah.
a lot of cases. But it is something you have to think about, where it's like this is a great team if you could bring 7 mons.
Exactly. If you
But then
have
what happens when
11
it's like,
Pokemon like Eager, right, that cover every single checkbox and more, can you check all those boxes in every game?
yeah, or there's like,
I think
wow,
this
I
one
would love to
usually
bring
can.
these 6, but then you really need the Screamtail for this one specific mon, or else you lose. You know, it just kind of depends how it builds up. But I
Yeah.
mean, like this one, I think though, like we talked before, like Swarm is a different division than the ones that we've seen before. Like you can just bring a handful of overpowered mons and win a game. You
Yeah,
know,
that's true.
like it's just you don't
Yeah.
always have to be
So
perfect with that.
yeah, so I do think that Mazda set himself up well for success. It's hard for me to call this the best rated team in the league. I had others in Hustle that I thought looked better,
Yeah.
personally, but I mean the community has spoken, and so far 8.67. It's almost a 9 if you think about it.
Yeah.
Is the
And to
highest
be
we've seen this season.
fair, there were a lot of Hustle ones. I think was it Hustle or was it All Star? There that just had a lot of like troll votes, like just kind of like
Yeah,
dragging down the average. Like it
yeah,
seems like we got some buddies in those divisions, giving each other ones.
yeah. Like Zap and
Or
Vile's
people,
probably like wanting each other's.
yeah, or even just like the self-aware people, not self, maybe not self-aware, but like you know
The Doom posters.
yeah, the people who like are way less confident in their own team than like other people are, like Afonso, who like I think was the person who gave himself a 1. Otherwise,
Yeah,
his team probably would have been the highest rate or close to it, right? Because that was like everything was 9s and 10s except for his own 1. Or I'm assuming is his own 1.
yeah. I mean,
Or I guess it wasn't that. Okay, it was a lot of 7s and 8s. Either way, I wanted to acknowledge what C2 was saying in the chat as well, because I noticed that he was there. Just real quick about what he says. He said for his losses here, it's like the first one was his fault, which that was a close game, it looks like, and then last one was just a brutal matchup, which I can see because it's a sand team. You don't really want to bring your Mega T-Tar into that necessarily. And then and he was saying that his initial plan was Mega Scizor and base T-Tar, which honestly I don't even know if that would have been better with the way that it
yeah. I'm not
played
really
out.
sure. I think maybe Terra Scizor and Mega T-Tar
Yeah,
is probably better because if I mean
because you don't have
maybe
anything else
Mega
that needs
Scizor is
sand.
fine. If Mega Scizor might be fine if you get T-Tar and Drill, but it looks like T-Tar and Drill specifically were taken. Or I get
Well, they
maybe you
were
can
on the
take like
team.
Dracozolt.
They were on the second team.
Yeah, maybe you can take Dracozolt as your sand user, but either way, it's all good.
Maybe, yeah.
Funny enough, though, next up we have that very same sand team with Dave Grigger. If you want to move on there,
Oh yeah, that is Davey.
yeah,
Let me
he's your
check
boy.
the roster over.
And we have the community rating this team actually the exact same as C2's with a slightly different distribution. But it's also rated at exactly 7.6.
Okay.
And I
Just
see
gonna...
a lot of things that I really like. I'm a known sand enjoyer.
Yeah, I mean you have a
Um,
built-in synergy right here, and then the Magic Guard Clef, if like to just ignore it. Reuniclus also Magic Guard.
so the team that people voted on is actually very different from the current version of the team.
Oh really?
So sorry, let me take a look here. So the current team has Terra Reuniclus, Mian Shao, and Weezing. The old team used to have Terra Alakazam, Terra Snorlax, and
That's
Toxapex.
right. He was talking to me about the Terra Alakazam. I forgot that because he
Yeah,
doesn't have Terra Blast, and I remember he said that he was kind of disappointed when he found out that he didn't
yeah.
have Terra Blast.
Doesn't have Terra Blast? That's crazy.
No, because it wasn't in Gen 9. It
Mm,
was in ZA, but it wasn't in Gen
true.
9.
Um, I think that the top five of this team were a really good take on Sand. With it was Torn T, Clef,
Like
Sand
regen Magic
Core,
Guard with Sand.
yeah, with Water Pond, and just those top five I think are really nice. You have great ground checks, right, with Torn and Pond. You have great fighting checks with Torn and Clef. You have great Scald and like just water switches in general with Pond and Clef as well. Clef isn't gonna like beat a Specs Keldeo, for example, but like spamming Scald into sand teams is usually a pretty good idea, and it doesn't phase this team at all.
Yeah, you avoided
Very
a Magic
durable,
Guard.
which Sand likes to be able to fish for opportunities to get their core going, and being able to pivot around with Torn Cleft Pawn, I think is really nice. From
Yeah,
there, it fell
Mianxiao, the
apart for me.
regen.
Mianxiao wasn't on the team yet.
Oh, you're still
Um,
okay. Yeah, yeah. You're
yeah,
talking about
so the
what you
team
voted.
that was voted on was the Alakazam, Toxapex, Snorlax, Mega Camerupt, Ampharos.
Oh, there's a Snorlax too.
Yeah, Terra Snorlax and Terra Alakazam. I think Terra Lax is fine, and I think Terra Zam is mostly a waste.
Yeah.
I think often, like, to me, the Terra Zam felt like Dave was kind of falling into the trap of, oh, I have Sand Chip going on my team. I need to draft things that don't care about Sand Chip.
Yeah.
I think you've already got that, man. You know,
Well,
like
he
you've
he kind
got
of even did it with the trades where it's like he has 2 regen mons and 2 Magic Guard mons.
no Reuniclus. I agree that Reuniclus might kind of fit that same bill. I think Reuniclus is different, and I'll get to that. So
It is. I'm
Zam,
just
I
saying it's
don't
funny they
think
still ended up
really.
with another Magic Guard mon.
I don't think Zam really added that much though. You know, like
No, it
it's
didn't.
it's
It
an
didn't.
it's a frail attacker that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just kind of an Alakazam hater, if I'm being honest. It's almost like
Yeah.
Azelf, but like if Azelf was bad, and Azelf is really not
January
even that great.
January 21st. That was like still mid draft, right?
Mm, I don't think
Or was
so.
it? Or maybe it was like right at the end because
That might
he
have been
messaged.
like Grace or Week 1 or something.
Yeah, he messaged me and asked if Hidden Power was banned, and I said yes. Like, which it is. It's like he didn't realize Sam didn't get Terra Blast. Gonna make some trades.
Hmm.
So that was January 21st. So he also was not a huge fan of Terra Zam when he found out that it can't use anything that actually benefits from Terra. So
Hmm. I will say, Dave, if you're watching this, there is a rules page on the dock that
yeah, he
you
saw
can
it on the
control
dock
F hidden
answer.
power.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, and yeah, so Zam felt kind of superfluous, not really necessary, and Toxapex kind of the same. I mean, having a grounded poison, I think, is important. But Pex is not like it's gonna lose a lot of momentum on
Yeah.
a team that is
It's
like
just
playing kind
so
of like scrappy.
slow and
It
passive.
is a fairly solid and like um there's a lot of survivability on this sand team. I think Pex is falling into that trap a little too much because it's kind of similar to
It's
Zam.
another
It's like,
regen mon.
oh look, I can make my Pokemon not die, but I mean it just doesn't really work like
But
that on
also,
paper
it doesn't
or
work in
in practice.
draft. Like
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
it's just one of those mons that's like you see how unkillable it is on ladder, and then you bring it in a draft and you realize that people can like literally spec perfectly to 2-hit KO it, or
Yeah,
like bring coverage that you never see on ladder, like
yeah,
just specifically to kill it, or bring taunt that you wouldn't normally bring. Like there's so many ways to screw it over.
yeah.
And Davey likes his stall mons. Like he's a big Aloe fan and Terra Dirge, and he's
Aloe's
got
not
the
even stall though, to be honest. It's more like I mean, I don't have to go into
no. We'll
the
put it this way: the
nitty
mons
gritty
that
of
are
it.
like famously absurdly hard to kill unless you like specifically outplay it. You know, like
Hmm.
the mons that it's like if you didn't prep for it correctly, you just lose to it. Those kinds of mons.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Which Plex falls into that category. Like if you didn't prep for it, you'll lose to it. But if you do prep for it, it doesn't do anything. Like not doesn't do anything. It's still useful.
Yeah, and you can force your opponents in kind of catch-22 scenarios
Yeah.
with Pex, but I think the trajectory of the team didn't really make Pex
Right.
look like a
Yeah.
viable
Especially as
scenario.
as a defensive mon with no pivot either. When you have like other defensive mons that do pivot on this team, like Clef. Um,
Yeah, it's
which I
just a
mean, it's,
sync.
it's not the end of the world, but it's like it does just kind of put a complete stop to whatever like
Yeah, yeah,
swapping around or setting up you were doing.
yeah. So looking after the trades though, or actually, I'll just say I agree with the rating being like a mid 7. Um, I gave it an 8 personally, because the
Six
bottom
other
half
people.
the bottom half of the team really didn't do it for me.
Mm-hmm.
Post trades, I think the team got much better, and I probably would have rated this one of my favorite,
Yeah.
at least of the division. I don't know if I'm willing to say one of my favorite of the league, but at least one of my favorite of the division. Partly just because I'm totally sand-brained. Um, but yeah, I think there were a lot of good additions. I like the Mian Chao ad is nice, and the Reuniclus. I do think that it's like you were saying, it's kind of like, oh, Regenerator. I picked the Regenerator mon because I have Regenerator mons. I think it's still okay here. It's
Yeah.
way better than like Toxapex here, and kind of same with Reuniclus. Like, oh, I picked the Magic Guard mon on Sand, and I picked the Regenerator mon because I have other Regenerators. I don't think it's good because of that. I think just a bulky Psychic type on Sand as like another blanket check to fighting types that typically beat T-Tar Drill can make it so that you don't have to run, let's say, Clef, for example, and you can still have two good checks to fighting types with Torn and Reuniclus, right? Even if it Terra, like you could run Terra Fairy Reuniclus, for example, and not have to worry about not having Clef because you can just be Clef on your Reuniclus.
Yeah, though I'm wondering
Nian
if
Chao
you
adds
think there'd
nice
be
speed.
too much overlap though, just between those two in
Yeah, not
general.
really. I mean, it does let you run unaware Clef because you'll still have like Clef at home on the bench. it might be a little
And it frees Clef up
more
to do
than was
more utility
necessary.
stuff, but it's on a
But
team
yeah,
that doesn't
exactly.
need rocks. Like you have T-Tar and Excadrill. Like yeah, I would almost like rather see that combination on a team that like needs Clef to run utility more. But like this
Yeah,
isn't
I mean,
really even a team like that.
I wouldn't hold it against a team when it has a lot of redundancy because it is just an extra option that you don't have to.
Yeah, especially when they're both extremely versatile mons.
Yeah, exactly. Um, the Terra Wheezing that was picked up over Snorlax and Toxapex does keep a potentially grounded poison. I actually think Terra Wheezing is a little slept on.
Yeah, I mean
It's pretty decent
neutralizing
as just an
gas with
all-around
whatever
check.
type you want
Yeah,
to just kind
yeah,
of like shut down like
yeah.
huge
Just a
power
blanket
mons
Fizdef
or
answer. I
yeah.
do think the team was a little bit lacking in physical defense. I mean, Clef can be Fizdef, Reuniclus can be Fizdef. Those aren't like the things that they excel at.
Yeah,
I think Clef's, or sorry, I think Reuniclus's defense is like 75 or it's 70 something.
it's low.
It's
Yeah,
really
it's
not that
75.
physically
Not
bulky.
low, but yeah,
I
pretty.
think it's
It's only
overrated
10
defensively.
less. It's only 10 less than Spidef though. It just has 110 HP.
Yeah. It's just I think often we see Reuniclus like always be Fizdef CM, for
Yeah.
example. And
But
so
Clef is
my
also usually Fizdef, and it's just because of CM. Like,
I think Spadef Clef is usually better, but like it's neither here nor there. I think both are
it's
fine.
just that it's Spidef is higher by default. So
Yeah,
like if you're running just a
yeah, it's just better to
general
invest
blanket
in.
Clef, you usually just do defense because then it can kind of tank both. And then if it's running CM, you're already buffing your Spidef more. It depends on the matchup. I feel like
Yeah,
Clef is
it's very matchup
usually
dependent.
usually for like dragons and stuff that are often physical. They're not so much anymore, I guess. If you're prepping for like Dragonite or something.
Yeah, if you're prepping for specifically like Latios, it's tough because you kind of have to be
Yeah, I
Fizdef
think
for
those are
Psyshock.
the times that you have to kind of calc it out and do a split or something. Um,
Yeah,
it would
but like
be
a
actually
Dragonite, you would want to be
nice.
unaware Fizdef kind of deal. It's tough.
Yeah, I that could actually be probably why I tend to run Fizdef more is because I like the unaware, which usually it's for like Dragon Dancers or Swords Dancers more so
Yeah.
than Calm. I mean, sometimes Calm Minders, but then you can just Calm Mind in return, and you don't really need it on unaware Cliff. But the other thing I was gonna say is, Weezing doesn't have recovery outside of Pain Split, so maybe there's an angle with like Wish Clef, even though Clef's
Yep.
HP isn't super high, neither is Weezing's. So it should be a good way to like support that, even if like T-Tar starts to get low as well. Even the T-Tar is kind of a mon where it's like you're either taking 5% or you're getting one shot by close combat. So maybe not many opportunities for that, but I think that's a nice option, and again, maybe that's something where like having Reuniclus be able to pick up some weight. I don't know how many games you'll be running Clef, Reuniclus, and Weezing in the same game,
Yeah,
but either way. And the Mega Camerupt, we didn't really talk about
that
this
or the Ampharos, which
or the
did
Ampharos.
come to a game.
Yeah, the most recent game.
The game was a loss, kind of
Yep.
non-surprisingly.
That looks like the first game post trades, or no, Weezing was on it here. I wonder if there's a trick room angle with Clef, like setting trick room for the Mega Camerupt and Ampharos at some point. But then again, it's like what do you really need Ampharos for that Mega Camerupt doesn't do in trick room at that point?
Yeah,
Or
and if
it's
you're,
just a
it's kind of like
special cannon.
there was a hustle team I think that had like Trick Room Diancie, like Terra Diancie for some other, I don't remember what the Pokemon was. Oh, it was Alolan Marowak. And they traded
Yeah, we
away the
talked about
Alolan
that.
Marowak after our
Oh,
discussion
they
because they're
did.
like,
Okay.
yeah, what am I doing trying to set this? I would rather do something else,
There
anything
was
else.
some other like just physical bomb on the team that was like, in what universe is it better to like waste time setting up for a
Yeah.
little Marowak when you can
Or
just
even
click
just for
Mega?
itself, right? Like TR
Yeah.
Diancie is good. And kind of the same deal here. Like, are we really trick rooming on like Reuniclus to make Camerupt better? No.
To make
I
the
think
to
Camerupt
make the
is fine.
switch.
It's just another ground type for drill though.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Anyways, I think this team is cool. I do think we can move on
Yeah.
to
I just
Pabby
want to
next, but
see because
this is
Davey
from team.
said Davey was talking the other day about the Ampharos, in our group chat. I think he just wants to run. Like, I don't think this is like a strategic choice. I think he just wanted to run it. So
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
fair.
know if it's a
I
one
mean,
pointer. I don't
hey, you
think
got to
he'll
keep them
trade
on
it.
their toes, you know?
Yeah.
We were just talking about how Mazda had to throw in cool tech, so
True.
yeah. Okay, we can move on to Pabby. Put the Coco and the Ironmons in the bag.
I wonder if Pabby
The
passed
community
out
really
yet.
liked this team, giving it an 8.13. So it's another above 8 team here.
Hold on, we gotta wake Pabby up.
Pabby, wake up!
That should be
We
good
need
enough.
the
All
metal
right.
pipe drop.
Oh yeah. Hold on, my Discord sound is on. It should.
Oh no.
There you go. Wake up,
Good
Pabby.
morning, Pabby. I know it's like 1 a.m. for you, but it's your team. All right. Yeah, I mean, so there's no
Oh,
trades.
Coco,
Oh, there is.
Treads, Moth. It's a Coco future paradox
Yeah.
on team.
There was a trade where it looks like now Pabby has Houndstone and Rotom, and the team that was
Dito's.
voted on had Decidueye and Roserade over those two.
So double grass into Rotom and basically split the
Yeah.
grass ghost into Rotom and Houndstone and drop the
Yeah.
poison, but you already have the Moth as
Yeah.
well.
I
Or
think
the
it's
poison.
fine.
Yeah, I think that's
I
fine.
don't think there's any overlap really. I mean, the poison type overlap, weakness overlap between Coco and Rotom is a little tough, but not being weak to ground kind of makes it so that it's not that big of a deal to have Coco
Well, and you
um
also have a Treads that
Rotom.
can come to every game. And Moth resists poison. I
Yeah,
don't think
yeah.
it's terribly weak to poison or anything.
No, no, it's just that it's technically a Coco overlap, other than just being an electric type. But I think
Oh
being an
yeah, you're
electric
talking about
that
the
beats
electric type.
grounds is
Yeah,
important for it.
yeah. Because what else on
Um,
this team beats grounds? Like,
Previously, the ground beater was Decidueye, and I think that was the problem.
yeah,
Salamence can do it okay sometimes, depending on the ground type. I wouldn't bet that it always can. Maybe a bulky
I
Salamence.
it I think Salamence beats ground types in the sense that he can kind of make them swap out. But I don't know if
In the sense that he
he doesn't.
can make them bring Stone Edge.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him an answer in the same way as like a good grass type though.
Yeah, yeah. Or like Rotom Wash, for example,
Yeah,
over Mo, I think would be
especially when your
a little
water
bit more of
type
a
is
an answer than like Rotom Mo.
Samurott, who doesn't,
Yeah,
who's not going to be
so
like coming in on ground types. Like,
yeah, now I will say that having a special attacking grass that also beats grounds. Like Rotom beats grounds, we'll say, right? It
Yeah.
usually beats grounds, even though it's a Volt Switcher. And it also
Even
beats a
though it
lot of
has a
waters. I
10%
think
chance
it's
to not beat grounds.
true. I think it's better than the Roserade Decidueye. Having two
Yeah, for
grass
sure. I
types
think
makes
it's a
it
flat
kind
upgrade.
of hard to run both. And Decidueye often wants to be physical too, so it's even hard to bring in on Scalds. And Roserade doesn't resist ground, doesn't really beat ground types that much. So I think this is an upgrade from the one that was voted on. Um, I agree with the rating being around an 8. I gave it an 8 myself. I think there's a lot
I'm
going here.
surprised how
It's
many sevens there were, but I guess with the old team, maybe people didn't like the bottom
yeah,
half.
it's a little hard to rate a Coco team highly. Like I feel a little
Highly
badly for
or
it because
low?
it's like, yeah, it's hard to rate it too high, unless it's like a crazy good Coco team. For me, I think I'm just bored of Coco hit like Coco Iron teams. I don't
I
know
mean,
what it
that's literally
is.
like what NatDex is now. Though it's
Yeah,
like
but that's what I
it's
mean. Like,
if you're not running Paldea decks, you're running like you're benefiting from the fact that the Tapus exist and
yeah,
you can
it's
have the
just such
synergy
free
that
real
Game
estate.
Freak didn't want you to have.
Yeah, the team probably deserves higher than an 8. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little biased. Sue me.
Yeah.
Um, I just think it's a little boring. Probably 9 worthy. It has a lot going for it. I didn't like the bottom end of it when it was Decidueye down to Decidueye Roserade down to Sudowoodo. I think Rotom adds a lot more. Um, what's it called? Stability to the two grass types that were there
What,
and
you
makes it
don't think
easier.
the sturdy Sudowoodo adds enough stability to the team?
No.
Fair.
Houndstone, I don't care about Houndstone. I'm not particularly sure why it's here. Maybe just as a spin blocker for the Samurai.
Yeah, I will say that for a 6 pointer, I think that's a good it's a good team builder uh threat where there are so many times where I've had to like completely change a move or a set just because it's like, well, if he is running Fluffy Fizdef Houndstone, I just kind of lose because I didn't bring a special fire
Yeah,
type attack or something.
true.
Like
That's fair.
because it doesn't die
It
to knock, it doesn't die to like when it's fluffy, like when it's a Fizdef set, like your regular like dark move like isn't gonna kill it. Um, if your fire type is physical, it's probably not even gonna OHKO. I think it's less threatening without sand,
mhm.
where you kind of have to be ready for like both things that it could do. But I think for 6 points, it's a decent. Will you shut up? It's a decent
Okay.
just like deterrent for certain things, and at the very least,
Yeah.
it's a moveset tax that you have to kind of
Yeah, I
be
agree.
ready
I
for.
actually think I think it's kind of a sleeper Pokemon where people will look at it and disregard it and not prep for it. And you're right, you
Right.
could just completely lose to it, right?
Yeah.
Kind of, I think it actually deserves around the same level of prep as something like Sableye, Grafaiai, kind of low tier
Yeah.
Prankstermons that are like very viable to come, but a little bit slept on. And if anything, I think Houndstone is actually slept on a little bit more.
I agree. I'm actually surprised that's only 6 points because I think if it were only that, if it were just that set, it like 6 points is fine. The fact that this mod is also like decent on sand teams, I would think that it would have like a tax of like at least a couple more points, just for what like it
Yeah,
seems
usually I
kind of like a
do
9 or
tax
10 pointer on
Weathermons.
a
I
yeah.
don't know. I think he's just a little guy.
Yeah, but he's pretty solid. I mean, 100 base attack isn't crazy. He's not very fast. And it's like yeah, he gets chipped down. I'm not trying to argue that this is an incredible mod or anything. I do
Yeah.
think it's like there are matchups where it's like you do really have to like you force people to do things, and it's just really nice if you barely invested anything in it and you just don't bring it, and it's like okay, well,
Mhm.
doesn't matter. They still have to prep for it, but
Okay, I think something I noticed I wanted to talk about was the Terra Buzzwole, and actually we talked about it before. We've seen this exact Terra combo in I believe it was Hustle.
wait, did
I think
we?
Dorky has the Buzzwole Clawitzer Terra combo.
I remember all the Terra Buzzwoles. I did not remember that there was a Buzzwole.
Yeah, I think we briefly mentioned it. Like, oh, there's another. Somebody might have mentioned it in chat actually. Like, oh,
Oh, and so there's a future
another
team
Buzzwole
that has this
classer.
combo. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I was like, no, there isn't, and then you're like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's in a
What
future.
do you mean?
It's in a future division.
Yeah. But so okay, I actually think Buzzwole fits fairly nicely into the type profile of a lot of the Coco Iron teams being like so ground weak. I think Buzzwole is a really nice check to just ground types in general.
Yeah.
And
Comes in and resists, and then tears
yeah,
into whatever you want.
a lot of Pokemon on electric terrain teams will just resist Buzzwole's flying weakness too, right?
Yeah.
My problem arises when I look at the Spadef stat on the team, thinking, oh, the Spadef Pokemon is Chex Note's Iron Moth.
Hey,
It has a
Rotomo's
Spadef
only 3
stat.
behind.
Yeah, it has a Spadef stat. I don't think it's what you want to be relying on as your
No.
Spadefmon. It kind of just,
No,
the real answer is Rotom, AV Samurott, AV Treads.
I will say
There
Iron
are ways
Moth,
to patch the hole.
when you have the Coco team and you're not needing to bring Booster Moth every game, AV Moth is pretty real. It can get boosts without without using a status move, so it's like it's not like as hindering on that. If you're not bringing like P-Spikes,
Yeah, I think it's fine. I
what else
would probably rather run Boots most of the time.
That's true. Boots is something you.
But like AV seems.
But you have treads too, like very solid hazard remove. Actually, this team in general has pretty good hazard remove. You have defog, spinner, like you have multiple defoggers and a really good spinner. I think that AV Moth actually could be this team's Spadef stat.
Sure.
Now, if it becomes too obvious,
could even just AV the Buzzwole too.
Yeah, that's true. If it becomes too obvious, then you kind of just lose to knock spam and earth power. But that's your only thing. But
I will say, unfortunately, the main water switch is going to be Rotom, so you don't get Scald Burned on a physical attacker. Mence will
special Mence.
Honestly, and Rotom both don't like water types that have ice coverage.
Yeah.
And Samurot's Spadef stat for a lot of the special attacking waters is not really high enough.
And he doesn't
might have to be AV into those and hope you don't get Scald Burned, or even just run a Covert Cloak in some matchups. There's like, that's the thing, is there's opportunities for this team to play around with its weaknesses. It's never gonna, I think, have a terrible matchup. But I do think you have to warp and come up with kind of suboptimal sets in order to make up for those weaknesses.
Yeah. Which some of these mons, even with suboptimal sets, are still really strong.
Yeah, for sure. Like, nobody's gonna complain about a Samurott that doesn't have an item slot because that has to run Covert Cloak, or like an AV Samurott, right? Its item slot kind of doesn't really matter, right?
Yeah.
And I'd say mostly the same with Rotom, mostly the same with like, unless you're running Scarf Buzzwole, like Buzzwole's item doesn't really matter too much. Treads' item slot is nice, actually.
Treads is actually another AV option.
Yeah.
Even though its Spadef set isn't great, just the typing is so solid for AV.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, so I like this team. I have it at an 8. Community tends to agree with me.
8.13.
Yeah.
Hey, I thought you said you normally vote higher than.
I do, actually. That's true. So I do think that the community is actually overrating it a little bit. I'm not going to lie. My 8 is kind of like a 7.5 for the community usually, or lower.
If you had to like measure how much you think they overrated it by, what would you say?
I think if I were to guess where this team would be rated by the community, it would actually be similar to, maybe slightly lower than Dave Grigger's, at like a 7.5 to 7.6.
Right? Yeah, it is.
That's what I think it like kind of deserves, which is why I think it might be a little overrated. But like I agree
was hoping
in the
you'd
fact
say
that I think it's a good team.
0.13 overrated because you voted an 8. But good answer. That's more insightful. I didn't really think about the comparison to the other teams and like how it lists, because this is probably like a top 5 or 6
in the
overall.
league, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There were a lot of 8s in Hustle, though, so maybe not. It's top 10 at least, but
Yeah.
because this is like the lowest you're going to see for 8s, basically.
Okay, I think it's time for us to move on
fairs.
to fairs. Fairs 75.
Fairs has been around quite a while.
Yeah, and this is
Maybe a
an
season 1 or
interesting
season
team
2.
to rate.
Season 1 or season 2 vet.
Yeah, he's been around the block. Been floating. I think he's been in Swarm now for a few seasons in a row.
Yeah.
I think he's definitely firmly cemented himself as like a player that has a lot of potential and can improve, but maybe doesn't really have the resources and the time to put into like playing in a whole bunch of other leagues. I don't think Fairs even plays in other leagues in general. So yeah, nothing against sticking around in Swarm. I mean, I think that you're around good competition and it's a really solid spot to be. It means you know what you're doing. I think this team isn't doing him justice though. Personally. I think the Slowking, Galar, and the Mega Venusaur, the double poison, realistically, I know they don't share a weakness per se. Yeah, they don't really share a weakness, but it feels like the team wishes that Venusaur was like mono grass. You know, it's like you want the ground resist for your Slowking, for your Chi-Yu. Your flying type is Thundy. You have an immunity with Mismagius. But that's kind of it. And Mismagius is not known for being like something to switch into ground moves all the time.
9 points though. I'm surprised actually. I saw it down there. I thought it was gonna be like a 4-pointer.
Yeah, so the team actually is fairly well spread out. It's basically a 9 Pokemon roster. Like Terra Spidops is, you could be Terra Bug Stakeout, I guess, and like catch people with Choice Band first impressions.
Just
often I don't think Spidops is really that real. Yeah. Terra Mamoswine is interesting, but it feels to me like Mamoswine is just the best option on the team because everything is banned. Everything else is banned.
Yeah, that's true. Everything above it is banned.
You know, like Thundurus is Terra banned, Mega Venusaur is a Mega, Urshi banned, Slowking. Slowking is actually legal.
But like, why would you?
Yeah, but Chi-Yu is definitely
like have an 18-point Terra Captain and it's Glowking. It's like that 18 points, and not a single point of that is factored into the fact that it's Terra legal. But,
so to me, it feels like the team was built.
I don't know if it's
without Terra in mind.
I don't know though. I feel like Terra Mamoswine's a mon that like. Now I didn't talk to Fairs about this, but I feel like this is a mon that you almost want to build around. Like you say, like you have this idea of like, oh, Terra Mamo sounds so good. Now it doesn't always work out. I've many times I've heard people like, okay, Mamo sucks more than I thought, but it's definitely one of those ones where it's like it looks super good on paper. I would not be surprised if this was part of a plan. I mean, it was what 1, 2,
Mamo
3, 4, 5. This is his 5th pick.
Yeah,
is
Mamo
before
is
the
good,
Thunder.
and being a Terra Captain with Thick Fat is actually, I think, underrated.
Yeah. Well, and I think like the Terra Grass Trailblaze set is pretty good.
Yep, I agree.
Like there's definitely things you could do. I think it's similar to Kilowattrel, where it's like it's theoretically cool Terramon. Sucks that it has to be your higher Terra, and now you end up with 15 points because you have 3 9-pointers and none of them can be a Terra with a 13-point. Actually, ironically, if this were Kilowattrel, any of these 3 could have been Terra, but in this case they can't. So you still end up with a 2-point Terra Captain.
It's also
maybe one of these can become a 7-pointer that you could Terra with it, but
is also the team's ground type, though, and I think losing
Yeah.
your electric immunity can be pretty tough. You do have a good resist in Mega
Mega Venusaur doesn't
Venusaur.
really care. Yeah.
Even Cyclizar is a good resist, and honestly, Slowking basically resists a lot of
Yeah.
electric mons, so you're not really that worried about getting Volt Switched around on. It's just whether you put in a blender. Are you running Defog Thunderous, or
Yeah.
are
You have nothing
you
to
getting spin
stop
blocked
the
with
Volt
Cyclizar,
switches.
you know?
Yeah.
I think Cyclizar is a decent spinner, but it's tough for it to like not get spin blocked. It can run knockoff for ghosts, but overall I don't think it's really that offensively threatening.
Yeah.
Mostly I think it'll be like water, fire resist, pivot around with
Yeah. I
Slowking
was gonna
and try
say
and get chipped.
what it could be good at is just you turning on something like a spin blocker and just being like, ah, haha, here's to you. Good luck.
Yeah,
Here's Specs, Dark Pulse,
the team's
whatever.
hazards aren't even good because the only I mean, I'm not counting Spidops, but the only other setters are Registeel and Mamoswine. And with
Yeah.
Terra Mamo, I feel like you don't want to set rocks. Are
Not
you bringing
usually.
Registeel every game? Who are you dropping? Venusaur? Thundy? Thundy's pretty much your only speed. Are you running Cyclizar and Registeel if you're not running Thundy? What else are you dropping? You know, are you just permanently Scarf Urshi, Scarf Chiyu? Are you not bringing
Yeah.
Venusaur?
I
You know,
think having a
I feel like it's the side grades aren't side grades. You have to downgrade the team and take Pokemon off the main roster to fill roles, and I don't like that.
but that's what I think you could do with like these two. Again, like turn them into a 7 pointer and even another 11 pointer at that point. And then you have a 7 point Terra Captain to put with Mamo. And then Mamo doesn't have to Terra all the time. It's still a good Terra Captain when it needs to be, but your team doesn't look at it and be like, well, just gotta bait the Terra from Mamo and then I can Volt Switch all game. Like which you can do right now. And also because like I just don't, it's not that these mons aren't bringable, but it's a common issue with these teams that are like so spread with points, especially when a lot of the points are in defensive mons,
Mm-hmm.
and you have like two, like these guys will come pretty much every game, I would assume. Like not when do you really want to bring Registeel over one of these two defensively? Like I would even think like you would think like fairies would be Steel's good against. Like you already demolished fairies
Well,
with
when
your
there's
two
a psychic
defensive
type,
poison types.
yeah. When there's like a strong psychic type or even a strong ground
Yeah,
type that, you know, oh, I have to run Mismagius or like Terra
yeah.
flying
But that's why I'm
Mamo.
thinking like you could turn it into like turn this into like a better steel type and then turn Miss Magius into a better Terra Captain or a Terra Captain that you
Yeah.
can actually run.
It's tough. I don't think it's
It's
really that simple. I think it starts from the
it's
beginning.
not.
I think some of the like I don't think you're necessarily overpaying for anything. Most
No.
okay, that's not really fair because it's my tier list. So I don't think
Eh.
anything is
I
necessarily
think it's
like
all perfectly
overcosted
fair,
except for
legal.
some specific Pokemon.
Yeah.
That may or may not be
Yeah.
intentional.
Well, I wasn't really even saying that. Like, I think he's overpaying for anything. I think it's just the issue with these teams that are so spread out is that, like, it's not completely true because these two are mons that you can bring to every game that will like always be able to do like a physical attacker and a special attacker. But what we see a lot is that it's like you have a hard time bringing these. It was like the Eager team where it was like you just don't have enough room to do all this, especially if Cyclizar has to come to every game as a spinner and also as your other speed option. It's like it makes mons like Mamoswine worse, like the Terra Mamoswine worse, because like then are you also bringing this with the Cyclizar? But then which of these guys are you dropping? Okay, well, why do you even have two defensive poison types at that point? So you're right. It is at the top. Like maybe the Mega Venusaur just needs to become something else.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe this becomes a lower tier grass type
Yeah.
that's
Or you
monograss
look
or grass and something
to
else that's not weak to ground.
yeah, or you look to outsource some of your offense from like the fairly linear Chiyu Urshi into like maybe you drop maybe I mean, maybe this could have been where the Reunic or no, the Mian Chao went that Dave Grigger picked up.
Instead of like Urshifu, you mean?
Yeah, instead of Urshi, just save you some
Yeah.
points, give you a better speed tier because the speed isn't really that great. I mean, Thundy
No.
is
I
good,
think
but I
it's
do think the
only great
Cyclozar
if
is
you
kind of
can
fake
bring
speed.
Cyclozar every time, and Thundy, and
Yeah.
Chiyu, and
There
like
is
I
Miss
say,
Magic, so I guess it doesn't really change the speed, but
yeah, it's just but yeah, then I actually, now I think about it, as much as I love Mega Venusaur, I actually do think that this might need to be where your like point bank
yeah.
comes from. This and like one of
Yeah,
these
get a
two, maybe.
different like mid-tier fighting attacker and get a real water type if you want to run the more balanced team. And if you want to run a more offense team, then I think Venusaur can still go, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't really hate the Chi or Urshi combo here
No,
because
same.
it's
No, it's fine. It's just a direction that the team doesn't support down the line.
yeah. Yeah. But either way, still a team that could blow somebody up, like
For
especially in
sure.
Swarm, if you're not prepared for it. Like Mega Venusaur is a mon that just like will not die if you didn't prepare for it, or if you prepared the wrong thing for it, or if your answer for it goes away early. But how about Hazard Game? We talked about like rocks on Mammo is kind of like the only
Yeah,
thing, and
I've said
Registeel
the
and
only
Spidops.
setters are
We
your
did talk
Terra
about this.
Captain and
Terra
Registeel, and
Captains,
then
both of them.
yeah, but I don't really count Spidops.
Yeah. Hey. Whoa.
There is T-Spike Gloking, to be fair. I think that's always a
That's
good
true.
addition. And I guess if you
It's
hoard all the
true.
poison types yourself,
You can eat all of the delicious poison spikes.
yes,
Or
you
spikes.
stop your opponents from eating your T-Spikes.
And then you feed them
That's
to your
some
poison
Giga
types
Brain.
at the end of the game
Yes.
as a reward, as a little treat.
Yeah, like Payday.
Yeah.
Instead of going to pick up the coins, you pick up the T-Spikes and feed it to your Slowking. That's how it regenerates.
Oh, that's why my T-spikes always go away after I swap out.
Yeah, I mean, what else would you do with it? Litter? You're not going to be a litterer.
It's funny you mentioned that. There's literally there's a Slowking, not Gloking, a Slowking card in TCG Pocket that its attack is called Litter.
No. They wouldn't dare.
Because it does 50 damage for each like tool you discard. The only reason I know about it is because it is a cheese niche deck with Ambipom, because Ambipom has an ability where you draw a random tool from your deck. So you just load it up with like 10 tools and then like Apom, Ambipom, Slowpoke, Slowking, and then you just for one energy spam 100 damage until you run out of tools, and you either win or you lose on the first couple turns.
Sounds great.
But
you know
they
what
do litter.
I find
So
funny and disturbing at the same time is a defining feature of being a human being is that you use tools. So Ambipom is actually categorically a human.
well, no, it's the fact that monkeys are like some of the only animals that use tools because they're related to us.
Nope. Ambipom is a human.
And Ambipom has a hand, like multiple hands that are very
human being.
I guess they're not very human-like hands though. Ambipom has less human hands than Bichoke.
See, but the shape of our hands don't define our race. Wow. So
that might be
prophetic,
like the least racist thing I've ever heard. You're like super not racist. That's super
anti-racist. Yeah. I'm also anti-handist.
Oh my god.
Anti-shapist.
So you're saying that you wouldn't discriminate against Ambipom for its fingers looking like nipples?
I'm gonna let you sit in that.
I used to discriminate. I used to not like Ambipom's design, partly because Apom was my favorite, and I was like, why did they give it like finger udders and also a bowl cut? But but then it grew on me.
I mean, Ambipom's tail is really just like a milcery. Milcery?
I think it's Milcery.
Milcery. If you think about it, it's kind of just that on a stick. Ambipom isn't even on the screen right now. Yeah. Why are we
I
talking about
told you
Ambipom's nipples?
because Glow King's cousin Slow King litters, and you said that that he wouldn't litter.
Yeah. Anyways, that
And
is
the
our cue
reason
to
it's
move on.
relevant is because there is a
It's not relevant.
specific synergy with Ambipom in TCG Pocket
Slow King isn't even on the
that
screen right now.
involves an attack called Litter.
Slingshot Happy is up.
So that's
Oh,
why
did we
it's
say the
there.
rating? The community rated fairs as 6.67,
I
by
guess
the
we
way.
didn't say because I don't remember saying that.
Yeah.
It
I
was a
gave it a
lot of
6 as well.
sevens. It was 9 sevens. But then,
Yes.
like, nothing higher than an 8, which is why it averages lower
Yes.
still.
Okay. Actually, on a slingshot,
Very
it's only
similar rating,
slightly higher.
yeah.
Yeah, with a
Which
6.8.
is really surprising, actually, because there are 7 6s and only 4 7s. And
But it does have a 10.
it
And
does have a few more.
I'm
that
curious
are,
who gave it
yeah.
a 10 because I don't think
It's probably
this team is
Slingshot.
very 10 worthy. I think it's more 6 worthy, and I think it's actually right
Whoa.
around the same level as Fairs' team for me, actually. We were
What did you say
well,
Fairs
I
was?
was mentioning earlier, I was talking a little bit about Azalf. When we were comparing
Oh
it to
yeah, about
Alakazam.
Zam. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that Azalf is the fastest Pokemon on the team because it
Nope.
makes it feel necessary to bring. And I don't think Azalf is consistent enough to be that like permanent team player. So more often than not, you're going into the battle with a speed disadvantage. There is booster speed shocks, Scarf Zapdos Galar as like default options. And you can paralyze things around with like Klefki. But on average, I don't think that makes for a consistent speed tier. And even then, Azalf is very like one and done for most part. It'll either plot and claim one and get revenge, or like rock boom, or sometimes it can pivot around and be like knock U turn psychic flamethrower kind of deal. But most of the time, I think it's pretty fine to lose, right? Which I don't think you want your fastest Pokemon to be something that expendable.
Yeah. You know what I don't like about this?
What's
I don't
that?
like the type chart. I think it's really, I mean, it's a little bit deceptive because Tropicos like doesn't, it type doesn't matter. Like it's strong regardless.
Yeah.
It's your Dirge, like your higher Terra Captain isn't one that you do for like offensive type flexibility. It's pretty much always going to be Terra Fairy, if not something else. Telegraph defensive, not telegraph, like something like predictably defensive. And then it's like this cluster down here. Like you have a couple of monotype mons, which aren't bad on their own, right? But it's like they're only checking one box. But then you just have this blob down here of like, oops, need a fairy and a steel. Here's the ultimate fairy steel trap mon that it doesn't count because it doesn't have like recovery or anything.
Yeah.
And then you have a poison grass type that isn't a ground answer. Not that he's bad, like these aren't bad mons, but it's like it's just kind of like the issue of just like
No, but you're right. Look,
for this whole spread down here, just like. Go ahead.
the ground check on the team is like Electros.
Yeah, and Gyaptos is
I don't like Azalf and Zapdos as the ground check.
Yeah.
Does it even beat like Fizdef
No,
ground type? Like
it doesn't beat.
often
No, it
when
can't
I
kill
think
them.
about ground types, often when I think about ground types, I think of like Hippowdon.
Yeah.
Is
It
this
definitely
like
doesn't kill
a
Hippowdon.
Pokemon that you bring in on Hippowdon?
No, and it's not
Is
really
this
like
the
one.
Pokemon you bring in on a Nidoking?
The thing with
Probably not.
Gyaptos specifically that I learned from the last time I drafted, I actually used Gyaptos, and I really liked him because of the fact that this stab combo is, you don't really think of it like the types that it is, because it's specifically just like, I don't really know how to describe it. It's like, but like, just because it beats everything pretty much. Like there are very few things like
Mhm.
like the only ways that you're beating it are if you beat it with stats. Like
Yes.
which is why a ground type, if you're just a physically defensive ground type, like you beat it. You don't. It doesn't matter what the types of the attacks that it's hitting you are with, and the way that it kind of chips itself down with Brave Bird and whatnot. Like it's not a mon that you can necessarily just keep clicking like type matchup moves, because like you're usually not clicking close combat out the gates unless they really have no answer for it. Like then maybe you will. Usually you're starting with U-turns, or you're starting with, like calling out a swap, like maybe hitting something neutral if you think that the ghost type's coming in. You're not really like covering types with it though. You're not saying like, oh well, here's my fighting type, he's going to come in to resist the knock. Like you don't want to get your choice band knocked, you don't want to get whatever you have knocked. Or your flying type is like, again, yeah, he's not coming in on ground types, like unless you're specifically calling something out for momentum reasons, to be like, hey, your whole team's chipped down, now I'll bring the Gyapdos in on the Quake call up, because you're already low enough that you won't survive a Brave Bird. You have to make a choice here. It's not an early game answer to any of those things, and you're just not really treating it like a fighting type or a flying type. You're treating it as like you are, like your opponent is defensively, but you're not really thinking of it like that. And it's kind of the same thing as Terapagos, where it's like it's a normal type, but it's like it's Terapagos. That's what it does. It doesn't be a normal type. Dirge is
Totally agree.
like it's just all of these things are like, you don't even start looking at like your actual real type matchups until you get to Sandy Shocks and Blastoise, and then it's like half of these are monotype, half of these are clustered types that like don't necessarily always benefit each other, or like kind of do the opposite of what they're supposed to do in some cases. And I think you're gonna end up with a lot of cases where it's just like you can't bring everything, and you're not always gonna have everything checked because half of your team is taken up by things that aren't really their real type, that aren't really like what you're thinking about.
And it's kind of ride or die on Terapagos too, I think. Like there's not too much
which
of
so
a
far
win con
very
here.
ride.
It's
very
Dirge
ride
and
on the
true.
Terapagos.
Yeah. I think yeah, for sure. Gyapdos is more of a Pokemon to use to like keep up momentum. And I think that like Shocks, Blastoise, Azelf can do that okay. They're not the Pokemon that you want for that, right? Like I feel like you would want like defensive pivots. Maybe you would want like
they supplement
like a Slowbro Aloe
a
kind of
type
deal.
chart. Like
yeah, you would want something durable to let Zapdos do that multiple times.
yeah.
Mega Blastoise isn't that, right? It's an offensive piece, usually an offensive utility piece that can do that, but I don't think it's like if you look at Mega Blastoise on the tier list, you don't think, let me get Mega Blastoise to facilitate my Gyapdos.
Right.
You know, you would usually go for like a Swampert even over that, or Empoleon if you want a bulky utility water. Yeah, I think the team will often just be winning or losing based on how effective Dirge and Ghosts are, and based on the opponent's prep. It's kind of not in your hands. I do think something that's interesting is the Terapagos and Zapdos Galar actually force things to be in a weird sense. For example, I think steel types need to choose between being like Spadef to take on Terapagos or like Chople for Gyapdos.
Yeah.
And ghost
or even
types
just
need
enough
to...
defense to not get OHKO'd by Gyapdos.
For sure. And is a ghost type running Spadef to take Shadow Balls or Earth Powers from Terapagos, or is it Fizdef to take Brave Birds from Gyapdos, right?
No, it's true. And it's a good combo for that reason. It's just that's why it's just so weird to look at, like as like on the type chart, because again, like I'm just not really thinking of these as their types, even though it's very relevant, and at least in Gyapdos's case, like you said, for the steel types and for the ghost types. But it's just, again, it's like they're just, it's just their offense thing. It's like that is going to be very strong, but that's just part of the game. Like, that's
exactly.
If you are completely in control, then it's very strong.
Yeah,
but
I think the team started out pretty well here with I mean, Amoonguss is kind of Sling's like Pokemon.
Yeah. It's not
It
even
looks
bad.
like
Like, especially
he
for a
didn't
10-pointer, I
actually.
think it's really solid.
No, it's completely
But
fine. But it looks like he didn't even start drafting like the top three. Like he overall
oh wait,
or
yeah,
on his draft he first picked Terapagos and then second pick
obviously,
Amoonguss. Whatever, that's his
yeah,
signature Pokemon. Skeledirge, sure, I'm completely fine with that. I don't think I care too much about the next few picks. And then Gyapdos was kind of an afterthought.
yeah,
If it was like the top three points wise on the team were picked chronologically, and then he was left with scraps to deal with, I think I would understand. But the fact that it wasn't even like the main focus meant that you still had your pick of the litter for a lot of these Pokemon, and I think just kind of had some inaccurate picks.
you know
So
what
I gave the team a 6, kind of similar to what the community gave it, a 6.8. I think that might be a little high. I think it's right around the same level as Fairs' team that we just saw, which yeah,
it
I don't
is
think is
around the
closer to a
average.
7 than a 6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm looking at the order, the draft order now. You know what I notice? We have
Um
a grass type. Like, the second pick is a grass type that's neutral to ground. The Terra
yeah.
Captain technically is also weak to ground before it Terras. Sandy Shock's weak to ground. Klefki weak to ground. Let's draft a flying type and 2 levitate mons in a row.
Yeah.
And then
Panic pick.
on the other side of that, you have Terapagos weak to fighting. Klefki, your fairy type, neutral to fighting. Everything. I mean, Amoonguss, I guess, is good into fighting, and Dirge as a ghost and probably a fairy is good. But then you also get like the flying type for that. It's like, I think that it is weird. That's like now that I know that the Gyapdos was picked that late, like it almost seems like a type chart checkbox where it's like, I need a flying type, I need a
Yeah,
ground
but it doesn't
immune,
really do
but
that
it's
very
not
well.
doing that. Yeah, it's like it's not really its role.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised that it was still up, but because usually it's an early pick for a team because you already know that you want it, and it's the reason why I never used it until the last draft that I did. I was always interested in it, but I usually just already had a flying type or a fighting type, and it was just like overlapped in weird ways, or like it wasn't worth the points. It's like, usually if you're drafting Gyapdos, it's like you have a plan for it. Like you know, like you've committed. Like, all right, I'm gonna do the Gyapdos this time. What do I need to do to make up for the fact that like he's not really gonna be the ideal flying type? And then you kind of build around that.
Yeah.
He's not
A strength of
patchwork thing for
Gyapdos
that.
though, I do think a strength of Gyapdos is like pairing it with like good hazard setters and a good spinner and a ghost. No, there's no ghost. Or sorry, there is a ghost actually with Dirge to spin
Yeah,
block.
pre-terror.
Um but being on like a hazard focused team makes a lot of sense. So even just seeing the
For the
top
Defiant boosts.
4, right, with like spinner, ghost, setter, defiant mon makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, like we said, the team kind of falls apart. It feels like a few emergency picks down the line. Mostly just not a fan of those. But I still think it has potential, and I gave it a 6.
Oh, it definitely does, and especially in Swarm, like they're gonna be like, as we kind of already saw, like these first 2 games. It's a 6-0 and a 5-0. Like, I don't know if those are prep issues or if it's just people kind of forgetting how broken Terapagos is
Yeah,
for the
I mean
first couple
something is
games.
going right for Sling
So,
here.
but like, for how long is kind of my question. Where it's like it's
Yeah,
kind of one of those teams where it's like it's blowing people up, but once it's done that 3 times, are people prepping for it better? Okay, well then what's the rest of your answer? Like, what, like, if somebody shuts down your Terapagos offense, are you banking on Dirge live lording and then Shocks and Gyapdos just kind of like hoping they can punch enough holes in the team that you win
yeah,
off of defense? Like, that's why I think that like this team will start to fall off against slower teams, weirdly enough,
mm,
because it, even though it's so like such big attacks, like which you normally like wouldn't really be able to wall it, it's like I think that it will end up in a point where it's just like you kind of get put in the blender yourself, even though you have decent hazard control. Like, I mean, Terapagos spinning maybe doesn't want to bring it. But Blastoise spin. But it's just like yeah, your Gyapdos wants to be in control, or else it just kills itself because you're never really getting the Brave Bird that you want. And I don't think there's enough other playmakers on the team to really facilitate that if the team prepares for Terapagos properly.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely, like we said kind of near the beginning, it's kind of based on Terapagos and whether people are like prepped for Skeleturge, honestly.
Yeah.
Funny enough, actually, Sling's first week win is against the next team that we'll be looking at, which I think is one of the few teams that are actually slightly weaker than Slings, and it's against Good Guy Greg. It looks like maybe this is just a good segue. We can just
let's just
so this is Good Guy Greg. The community actually did rate it lower than both Slingshot Happy and Fairs, with a 6.47.
These are a couple 6s in a row.
I definitely agree that this team is weaker than the other two. And honestly, I gave it a 6. I think I would probably, looking at it again, give it a 5. 6 is fine. There are a few good things going for it.
I was going to say, I would say it's hard to give it less than a 6 just because of some of the mons on the team. But I already, before you even say anything, agree with what you're thinking. Like, I know what you're going to say for at least half of the problems. And one of them involves this mon right here.
Yeah. So
it's a Sun team
I've mentioned
with
before,
Megazord Y.
Yeah, I've mentioned before, I mean, call me a broken record. Zard Y on a Sun team is not ideal.
Especially this kind of Sun team. Like a Venusaur Sun team. Venusaur needs as much time in the sun as it can get. It needs a growth turn, and then it needs to sweep.
Yeah,
you're not getting that with Zard Y.
The game plan right now to switch into, by the way, your best of the two Terra Captains and like your most expensive Terra Captain, the game plan is switch in Charizard on from a U-turn from Jirachi or Ogerpon. That's kind of the only way to bring it in safely.
Yeah.
And then either hit something and die to bring in Venusaur safely with max turns, or just hard switch into your Venusaur.
You can't even like eject pack or anything. You can't do like overheat eject or anything like that.
And then you've only got like 3 turns of sun. If you want a growth, forget it. Like you're only getting maybe two attacking turns, if that. Can it do damage in those 2 turns? 3 turns if you want to be generous? Yes, it can.
Definitely.
Is it something that you want to base your team around and your best of your 2 Terra Captains? Probably not.
Nope.
Something else I'll say is your fire resist is also the Pokemon that makes fire types stronger, and Mantine. I'm not a fan of that. Now, there is
your
a massive...
dragon, your rock are both neutral.
Yeah.
Your
I will say
is also,
Great Tusk.
One of your waters is also neutral.
Great Tusk can take on a lot of physical fires, and Hisui and Gudra can take on a lot of special fires. You're right. Neither really wants to get burned. But like AV Hudra, for example, will eat up fire moves pretty nicely. In the sun, though, it starts to get pretty worrying, you know?
Yeah.
Especially since effectively the only removal is Tusk. You can remove with Zard, I guess, and Mantine if you bring it. But like you might be forced to bring Mantine because it's also the only it's the only fire resist other than your Zard. It's kind of the best water. I mean, you can bring Venusaur and Gudra in. Actually, never mind about water.
Well, what if Venusaur Terra
your ground check? Yeah, I mean it's your ground check because
besides Zard,
Zard doesn't want to get like
stiff rock.
Stone Edge. Yeah, a rock slide against Zard.
Or rock throne. Let's be real.
True, rock tomb.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of problems. So if I were to look at the top I'll even give it the top 5. I actually don't mind Ogerpon here. If I were to look
Yeah,
at the
it's fine.
top, you know what? I'll go top 4. I like the top 4. See, you know what? I struggle to even say that too. Because I feel like
You know what I
Zard
like about the
Jirachi really
Ogerpon?
crunches the speed tier. Um, if it was Tusk, Darkrai, Zard, Gudra, I think I don't mind that.
Yeah.
The Jirachi's speed tier feels crunched with Zard.
Everything else. It's the 110, the
Pawn Pawn
100, the
is
one.
good, but Pawn doesn't have an ability if you're not removing. And Tusk being effectively the only
True,
like
actually, yeah.
real
Can't
Pokemon
run
that's
boots either.
removing. Yeah, it can't run boots, it can't scarf. It's now having a 110 tiered or layered with a 125, I think is great. Being
Yeah.
itemless makes it a little bit less, but it's still completely fine,
Yeah.
especially with 200s down there too. Um it
And a
it just feels like
Chlorophyll as
this
well.
team is asking to have holes punched in it by the things that it's trying to do not well, and if anything, giving the opponent a layup into, oh, here's my Zard. Oh, you killed. Now I just die to your fire type. You know. Now we've mentioned before here that Zard Tusk is a match made in heaven, and if
It's a good
anything,
combo, yeah.
I think my 10 from Hustle was a Zard Tusk team,
Hmm.
right?
It's like the perfect amount of like, you do benefit from sun, but you do not require it. It's just a
Yes,
nice
doesn't
bonus
require sun.
if it lines up.
Yep, it eats all the rock types for dinner that are aimed
Yeah.
at Zard. And honestly, Darkrai is not a bad like speedster to have. It's like you could
No.
run a Darkrai here, a Weavile here, a maybe a pivot, like not a Gren because you don't want your cleaner to be water
I
type
don't
in
know
the
if I'd
sun
do
for a
a
couple turns.
Weavile just for the extra rock
Yeah, like a
weakness if you have to run boots
Meowscarada
every
would be
week.
good here.
Yeah, Meow would actually be really nice.
Yeah, but like Darkrai fills that spot decently. It would be nice if
Yeah.
it could pivot, but like you have Ogre, Jirachi later down the line is fine. Um, I think this team kind of screams to me like Siderius. Do you remember Sid? Who
Yeah.
I feel like he would draft teams like this. And
I
I
don't
think
know. I feel
you know
like
what?
he
Maybe I'm thinking
wouldn't.
of that because he was on my PGA team and we had him with Ogre Gudra. I think it
I
was
think
him. I mean, I don't
usually
remember.
whenever he has like a bad team on paper though, like he has a plan. And it looks more like a crazy idea than like this might not have been drafted the best at the bottom half. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
the bottom definitely feels inaccurate.
yeah,
Um,
I'm just looking at like I'm trying to get into Greg's head here when you are one, two, three, four, five, six, seventh pick. You get
Getting
Tusk,
Tusk 7th overall is great. Sure, go for
yeah,
it.
and I'm thinking that like I don't know if he planned on getting Tusk or if it even like thought it would even get to him, but like you see the start of the idea here where it's like I'm gonna get Tusk, I'm gonna get Zard Y. I guess he grabs the Darkrai before the Zard Y because Zard Y is less likely to get taken. Um, and you're probably
And
planning
Meow
down
was
the line to get
taken already.
the Venusaur, yeah. But it's like it's almost like checking these boxes too soon. It's like, well, I got this synergy here. I have the Sun for the Venusaur. I have the Tusk for the Zard Y. I have the hazard control, and then just kind of like being satisfied with that and not being like, well, okay,
Yeah,
do we have to like make sure that like everything else lines up? Because it's like again, like
yeah,
your Sunsetter isn't really a Sunsetter for Venusaur, but like I guess you like the idea of Sun here, but it's like not really Sun, and it's like cool, yeah, Tusk can bring spin every game, and he can be your spinner.
yep, that's fine.
What if he dies or is too low to come in and spin for whatever reason? Do
Hope you
you
have
have
Mantine.
no hazard control for Zard or for like anything else to come in on that? Like, it just or are you just gonna get chipped all game?
Yeah.
Um, and even like the
The thing is, man,
Ogerpon,
Tusk is also the only rock. Oh no, I'm sorry. There's Jirachi. Jirachi's the rock.
Jurassic and Rock, yeah.
I forgot.
Um, the thing with Ogerpon, I think is a little Well, I like that it beats flying types for Tusk. I like
Yeah.
that it's a grass type that beats flying types. Um, and it does kind of free up a move slot for Venusaur, but like Venusaur doesn't really need a free move slot when it can't use growth half the time anyway. Because usually that's why you would need to drop one of your stabs, but it's so that you could fit growth and then like a coverage move.
Yeah.
But I
I
it's
almost think it has the
it feels
opposite problem as slingshots, where like the team kind of dedicated itself to the top core, which I think is fine, and then said this is the direction that I'm going, and like tried to force the direction that didn't
yeah,
really turn out that well, as
yeah,
opposed to Sling that's like, here's the Pokemon that I want, emergency pick some way to support it.
yeah. I think it's true. I mean, they're both kind of like top heavy, top reliant, but similar. Yeah, like if you just like looking at the
Like
pick
his was
order.
like, I might as well pick Gapdos here.
Yeah, yeah. I'm actually surprised that Venusaur was picked round 5. Were there other Sun teams that was gonna take Venusaur?
Hmm.
Because Venusaur was
I don't
picked
think so.
before Ogerpon and before Hoodra.
Yeah. So I think that might just be a little bit of, I don't want to call it naivety. I think it might just be inexperience with Zardwise Sun.
Yeah,
Um, I think getting a photosynthesis mon is fine, and having like a low tier chlorophyll is completely fine. I don't think dedicating Terra Venusaur,
yeah,
especially as your fifth pick, did you many favors, because you're really dedicating to it, and that pick could have made the rest of your team a lot better. Like
right.
if you have a real, let's even just say like a bulky offensive pivot as your like 10 to 15 point captain, and then you just get Golisopod down the line anyways, you probably don't need Mantine anymore because real water type. Um,
Yeah,
I don't know. It's kind of hard to theorize because there's a lot of different possibilities, but
yeah. That actually
yeah,
reminded
just
me of something I was gonna say about Venusaur on short Sun specifically, like even compared to other Sun benefactors. Um, the 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 issue with Venusaur, and this is an issue even on teams with like Torkoal or like other like long sunsetters, is because it's not that fast without it. It's like fast enough for like beating like defensive mons, but there are so many cases where it's almost like a booster energy mon, where it's like
mm,
it comes in and it kind of only has one chance to do what it wants because it's
like
chipping
unburden,
itself
right? Yeah,
down with life orb. It's probably not OHKOing everything, so it might have to like tank a hit here or there, which is fine. It can tank a hit. It can't keep doing it, and especially if you have to take the turn to boost too to like make sure you're in the range to kill things. It's like your team can just press protect, and then as soon as the sun is gone, you lose to anything faster than you. Like it'll
yeah,
just kill you because you like there's a pretty much a 0% chance that you are a fully healthy Venusaur after a couple turns in sun, especially if you had to take a turn to growth, especially if you had to drop Giga Drain for coverage and you're like not even healing at all, especially if you have to come in on hazards because you had to check so many boxes first, and then there wasn't time for Tusk to come in and spin because you only had one chance for Zard to set Sun because rocks are already. There's
yeah,
so many
and
ways where this Venusaur is like gonna get maybe 2 turns at best, and one of those turns might be like the worst matchup for it. But then you're not gonna get another chance because it
yeah, you
took
can't
too
really
much setup.
determine when Venusaur comes in. It has to be like whenever Zard dies,
Yeah,
pretty much, and
yeah,
then you're just using whatever leftover
and
turns you
you need
have.
a lot more like support for it in that sense, and also just a lot
Yeah,
more confidence that it'll be able to like fully benefit from a whole like period of sun. It's just never gonna get that with Sword,
yeah,
even when it dies. Even if it comes in and dies, you get max amount of turns of sun. one Mon with Protect that doesn't get O-code, it's over. The sun's done.
Yeah.
Like,
Now,
you
I don't
wasted
think
them.
it's that big a deal if Greg has another Terra Captain around that tier. Because
Yeah.
you don't need to bring Venusaur, but he's brought Venusaur all 3 games, and he's lost all 3.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're completely talking at our ass here. I don't know. It's just, I think not a good look. And it might, just be inexperience with weather in general.
Yeah. And Venusaur's price point
Anyways,
is kind of weird in that sense too, where
it's
it's like,
definitely priced to be a Sunsetter.
yeah,
I had one
very so.
analogy, actually, I think, before we move on, that was, imagine you're running like a Sneasler Lele team, right? But the Unburden shut off when the Psychic Terrain went down.
Yeah.
And it was also like 40 base points slower. Like, how good would Sneasler be at that point? I mean, being a 120 speed attacker with U-turn is like never bad, especially with high base power stabs. So you could just be an attacker, but Venusaur is not that. Without Sun, Venusaur is not good.
Yeah. And Terra helps
Well,
patch up a
it's
little
fine,
bit, but it's like
not great.
it's similar to Magnezone, I think, in the sense that Terra was not a replacement for Hidden Power for Venusaur, because it kind of like, and really maybe this is just a Terra Firemon thing, like an offensive Terra Firemon thing, that having to use your Terra to use that type. Like, I guess you have Weather Ball normally with some, but like
You have Weather Ball,
you
so you
can't
don't
run
need
Weather Ball with
Terrafire.
Megazord. Why? Because then you just have a pointless normal type move for the other 80% of the game. But like you're suddenly just like weak to things that you weren't weak to. Like, it's just not the profile Mon that you drafted originally, and it's like you would rather be able to just kind of use the move and like not have to commit Terra to it. Oh, that's the other thing, is that it's like it's your only Terramon, which maybe less of a problem in drafts where you only have 2 Terra Captains anyway. But like I know that was an issue for me, because I like using Magnezone, and I was like excited when it's like, oh, Hidden Power's like kind of coming back with Terra, and it's just not, because then you can't Terra anything else, and now your Steel type is Fire type, all just to trap one thing and kill it with Fire. It's a lot to commit for kind of like one gimmick, and it's similar in that sense. I think this Venusaur on this team, where it's like, yeah, it's your Terra Captain, yeah, it's going to benefit from Terra, but it's the one thing that it does, and now you've committed your Terra, you've changed its type to something that might not be ideal defensively because you needed it offensively, and it's just not a good use of points when it's not fully supported.
Yeah, well, we've been taking a dump on Venusaur for long enough, I think.
Hey, I like Venusaur. I'm not taking a dump on Venusaur. I'm taking a dump on Venusaur in this team.
No, it is stinky now. It's definitely time to move on. We're a couple hours in, and we're just reaching almost halfway point, so I think we should start picking it up. We have
8 out of 16, but not started yet, so.
Yes, we do have Lethal at number 8, and the community rated him as
hell.
Yeah, well, they rated him a 7.47, and that's with one team rating it a 2. I'm not too sure who did that. That's definitely the outlier here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think I mostly agree. I rated a 7, and I think it could kind of go either way.
I guess I haven't really been checking.
No, this team is exactly the same.
But now that we're like 2 weeks in.
Yeah, basically 3 weeks now.
Yeah, true.
We see Mew, Lando T, Annihilate, Mega Mawile, Cinderace, Aloe, Terra Hydrapple, Skuntank, and Terra Rufflet. Could Skuntank have Terra'd? Sure. I don't think Skuntank is ever even really like deserving of clicking Terra over Skuntank or over Hydrapple. Rufflet is like honestly just a mouse at this point. I think he's actually brought Rufflet to a game before. Because it has Hustle, and it has an okay speed tier, in a past game. Yeah, in like a past season.
Actually,
it has Hustle and
attack.
Yeah, decent attack. I think it's like an okay speed. You can just run like Choice Band, Choice Scarf. Brave Bird, Double Edge, Close Combat, I think it has now. It like sometimes can kill something that doesn't want to take flying moves. Whatever, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and Lando doesn't have any. Except fly.
True. I mean, again, even if you have a 6-point Terra, I think mostly Hydrapple is just clicking Terra there anyways. 60 is not okay. I mean, it's like scarfable. I think 60 outspeeds 110s with a scarf.
Isn't Clefable 60?
Yeah, but you like.
Did you run Scarf Clefable?
Well, no, obviously not. But it doesn't have Hustle Brave Bird.
It has Magic Guard.
I guess I'm not advocating for Terra Rufflet. Okay, it's just like
we get it. You love Terra Rufflet.
All right. I think
I don't like that this is the. Oh, that's not okay. Lando's a ground answer.
Yeah,
but like a ground type with ice.
I think Lando with Annihilate is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Because often you can catch people with like a niche ice, like a weak kind of coverage ice move.
Oh, true.
That's aimed at Lando and switch in Annihilate for their Rage Fist.
Yeah.
I think a lot of Pokemon try to like slow pivot on Cinderace, for example, so you can fast pivot Cinderace as they like slow U-turn on Annihilate. Like, there's good ways of supporting Annihilate here. There's even a Wish Passer, Aloe, Healing Wish as well if you need it.
Yeah, I actually I do really like the top part of this team. Actually,
now I am a known Mega Mawile hater, and I find it hard to rate Mega Mawile teams just in general better than a 7 or so. I'm mostly just because I'm a whatever. I do think with Terra Hydrapple, it's not as bad because honestly, often Hydrapple will just be like Steel Fairy or Water when you don't bring Aloe a lot of the time anyways. Aloe isn't necessary because you can do that and have like a very similar regen Watermon that it doesn't pivot, albeit, but it is like still I think comparable to Aloe, the defenses that it brings. Yeah. It just fills that like bulky water role.
Yeah. I actually really like the flexibility of the team. Like I feel like a lot of teams like this, we have that like 6-mon issue. This team doesn't really feel like it has that though. Like there are a few mons that you want to bring most of the time, but like there's some matchups that are just really bad for Lando. That Lando just doesn't want to come, and that's fine. And usually you can like patch that up a little bit. But there are also gonna be games where the Mega Mawile just isn't necessary. Like you just don't need it to like break things, but people still have to prep for it.
Yeah.
And Mew is like so like it can just be anything, or it can literally be nothing. It can just not come, and I think that's fine too. Like it's
Wish passing to Mawile is pretty decent too.
Yeah. What I like is there are a lot of pivots to get Mawile in. And like you mentioned with the slow pivots on Cinderace and Annihilate, kind of like discouraging that, unless it's like teleport. I like that you're not gonna be getting as many people pivoting like on you. Like if you do pivot into the Mawile, where it's like they might still have a turn in front of the Mawile that they have to, figure out what to do. Like if they're gonna stay in.
Yeah, because they don't want to like U-turn and proc the Annihilate, for example, or something, right? Yeah.
So you get a safer Mawile coming in.
Yep. I do think the team's defense is a little bit lacking.
I mean, you have Intimidate.
Not necessarily just defense,
you
but like
double Intimidate, technically.
Yeah. It's more SPDF, right? Like its defense stat is okay.
Yeah, Mew is the highest.
If you're running defensive Aloe, Intimidate Lando,
everything
AV Hydrapple feels kind of almost necessary sometimes.
Everything under
or
Mew
AV Aloe defensive Hydrapple.
Everything under Mew is less than 100 SPDF.
Yeah, so is Mew just always the SPDF Pokemon here? Like, if there's, for example, a Bolt Beam, like Terra Captain, even the Kilowattrel, for example, that we saw earlier, if there's like a Terra Ice Kilowattrel, do you have to be Spidef Mew? Do you have to be AV Hydropple here and Terra away from Ice?
Yeah.
It gets pretty tough
And not
because
AB
Mawil's
Annihilate
not going to run
isn't
that.
bad, but you can't do that every time because then you completely lose
Yeah,
like
or
the
even
bulk
just
upsets.
Spidef Annihilate with like leftovers bulk
Well,
up is
that's pretty
completely fine.
standard. Is
Yeah,
just like max
that is
HP, max
standard.
Spidef careful, but
Yeah,
it's not going to help against like a flying type Terra with ice. That's just gonna that's gonna deal with
true.
rando
Yeah, the
and
flying resist being
nail you with
Mawile
hurricane.
too is pretty tough. There's
Um,
also, I mean, Skuntank is a ghost resist more or less. I think it'll be tough to bring Skuntank. Has he brought Skuntank yet? He has not.
no,
Okay, so I feel justified in saying that it's hard to bring Skuntank. Especially
yeah,
because
there's not
people will be
really
bringing Ghost against Mew and Annihilate, right? Like,
yeah.
even I'd say like a Scarf Gengar, Scarf Blacephalon, Scarf like Ghost type that's over 100 speed feels pretty good for like checking Dragon Dance
Miss
Mew, Scarf
Magus, now's your
Annihilate.
time.
Yeah, and just the fact that the team's special defense stat on average is pretty low, I feel like Scarf special attack Ghosts are gonna go really hard into this team.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Because yeah, you don't really like Terra into anything that handles Ghost. Like you don't
Horse
Terra
says
normal on a
game
grapple.
happening, and funny enough, Lethal Blue is actually playing his game right now.
Should we turn on and start coaching?
No, and wow, funny enough, it's actually against it's
Is it the
against
next
Terra
person?
Flying. It's Terra Flying Kilowattrel. It's against the exact team that we were
Wait,
talking about.
Terra. Well, you said Terra Ice Kilowattrel. So
Yeah, I mean you said
actually,
Terra
it's
Flying.
not exactly the same. If I did, I didn't mean it because I meant to also say Terra Ice on a flying type. Oh wait, match results. Oh no, here they come. Is Skuntank here? You might still sound like a fool.
Skuntank is not here.
Oh. Double Hydrapple, is that legal?
Oh my god, get fickled.
Double Annihilate, is that legal? Okay, there we go.
What are you talking about?
Are you looking at the doc? That they were updating.
Oh,
They're updating it
oh,
live,
somebody must be
and
marking it live.
yeah, and then there was Hydrapple in the first and last slot, and then it changed to Annihilate in the last slot
That's
as well.
funny. Yeah, it's getting marked live.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, we shouldn't talk too much about that on stream, but I'm excited to check out
The
that game
results.
after.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we should move on before we see the results. I think it's a good
Yes.
team. I think you
Yeah,
got like
I
multiple
think it has
rockers,
potential.
3 rockers, Cinderate Core Change, Cinderate. If you really want T spikes, and Mew spikes, T spikes, rocks, like everything. I think it's just all around pretty solid. I'm kind of surprised it's one of the. I guess the two's bringing it down. I'm kind of surprised that
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like one of the.
I mean, it's
It's
near
not really that low.
7.5,
Yeah, it's
which
actually
is
not that low.
actually, I'd say the average is like between 7.2 and 7.4.
Yeah, you're right. This is above average
Yeah.
on the rating. It's just, we've just had so much whiplash between like 8s and then 6s.
I know, yeah. Yeah.
So this felt like
Okay,
a
we can
little
now
off.
move on to the second half. If you don't mind though, I think
No
I
worries.
want to just grab some water because my
That's fine. I gotta
throat
take a
is
second to
so
fix
dry.
the
Cool.
thing here.
So we'll just take a quick tech pause for 2 minutes and we'll be right back.
We're back.
Hello. We're
Choose the
back.
Name. I think everything else is set.
Yep. So we'll be moving on to the latter half of the Swarm Division now. And we're met here with How Falcons, who's 1-2. And
this is a full team.
He's actually got one of the lower ratings I think we've seen for a little while.
Oh, right, let me bring that up.
And I think I mostly agree. Actually, you know what's funny? I rated it pretty much the same. The rating here is 5.73. Yes, it's very crazy. So it goes from 1 to 9. There's a bunch of 6s, a bunch of 8s, but there's also a bunch of 3s, a few 3s, and so definitely brings it down. I think I agree with the people who rate it lower, though. I actually think a 6 is a little generous.
Wow.
I gave it a 5. I don't really see much cohesion on the team at all.
Yeah, I actually agree. Now that I'm looking at
5 might even be generous. The problem is that there are a bunch of good threats here, right? Like Roaring Moon with booster energy, especially, it's kind of been on the fringe of being legal and being banned in the NBA. It's legal now, and I think it's definitely just a strong Pokemon for that. You've got Iron Bundle potentially in the rain with Pelipper. You've got Aegislash, which appreciates the rain, lowering fire.
Really,
it just kind of gives it a choice specs on its water. Yeah, it's if you hit your Hydras, it's pretty decent.
It already is broken if it hits its Hydras. Like I don't think it really helps it.
Yeah,
much at all. It's technically a buff, but you don't really. I don't think it changes the outcome of many games. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I mean, so obviously the synergy with Pelipper is the Swift Swim Terra Poliwrath.
There is a Swift Swim, which is fine,
but that's like the only synergy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Vileplume likes water moves or fire moves being weakened. Salazzle doesn't.
It can't Moonlight or Synthesis.
True, it doesn't like. I mean, it's gonna Strength Set.
That's true. Yeah, it doesn't heal through those.
Yeah. I don't think Garganacl likes other waters being strong. I mean, it'll Terra most of the time anyways, but I don't think it appreciates having to take more Spadef problems.
Yeah.
Terra Garg is a win con in its own right, and honestly, so is Aegislash, so is Roaring Moon, so is Mega Altaria. So is Bundle. Salazzle feels it's fine. The speed tier isn't necessary because you have Moon.
I actually never noticed that this mom was
it's fast. Such a weird speed tier, right?
Yeah. Is that less than Weavile? Is Weavile 120?
Yeah, Weavile's 125.
125.
Mm-hmm. It's more than Ambipom.
Well, I know Ambipom's 115. That's what I'm trying to think of, like what things are slightly faster than Ambipom. I feel like it's usually I think of it as like the jump up to like the Weaviles and them is like usually the next thing up from the
there's a couple mons around like 119 to
I think like Cinderace and Greninja and Meow are like 1, 2, 3 around that range.
Yeah, Cinderace and Moon are 119, and then there's a bunch of 120s, and then there's like Torn at 121. Gren, I think, is 122, and Meow is 123, and then so it kind of staircases up, and then like Boulder is 124, I think, and then 120, a lot more populated.
Who had Meow? Meow is Meow is 123. And then we just saw Cinderace, right? That was lethal, yeah. Cinderace is 119, yeah. And I think Greninja is 121. Or 122, maybe it is 122. Yeah, but it is a weird speed tier, because it's like...
Mm-hmm.
It feels like it's specifically only beating the 115s.
Yeah, and like Iron Valiant. I can't think of anything at 118, but I'm sure there's something. Let me check.
Yeah. Wait, what's Valiant?
Valiant's 116.
Is it? Oh, it is. I thought it was faster than that.
Nope. Checking NatDex. Speed.
Because like
118.
being like 111 is rare, but like good because it's like there's so many 110s that it's like that it can make the difference against.
Okay, there are 3
Wait.
Pokemon at 116 actually. There's Iron Valiant and Zebstrika, which I often forget about, and the last mon is Whimsicott, which like never really
Prankster
uses
kind of,
that
yeah.
speed tier. Yeah.
It's like the scarf U-turn
Salazzle
might matter. But
Salazzle is the only 117 in the game, and the only 118 in the game. Can you guess? It's another Pokemon that you don't usually see running full speed
because of ability or because of other stats?
because of ability.
118?
Yep.
Huh.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's Hawlucha.
Hawlucha. Oh, yeah, okay. Unburden is an ability.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said Mimikyu. I was like, that's just not anything to do with speed. I'm trying to think of like weird bonds that are like semi-usable but not super common. Yeah, but it's also like it's kind of weird. It's like how many 115s are like super necessary that you outspeed like it is for because there's a lot of 115s, but it's like it seems like most of the time it's just kind of like a mon
But you
that.
have 2 things that already do that.
Well, no, I'm just saying Salazzle's design in general. Like
Oh.
what's like
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
it's kind of cases where it's like you would probably just want to speed like you would just have to win a speed tie anyway. It's like doesn't really change the outcome, but it's technically better though. Oh, Moon's 119. There's one that's not quite fast enough.
Yeah.
The speed is like because you have the one like bundle doesn't it counts as like outspeeding everything, but it doesn't count as like you don't want it to be your fastest, right? So but then you have 2 that like fill the gap, but they're both also really fast. So like anything 115 to 95, technically down to 80, but like in terms of common speed tiers, like those are just they're like what's 115 without any speed investment?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know.
Because I feel like if anything, it's like you would actually almost rather this be 115 so that people try to speed tie you. Right?
Yeah.
Where it's like at this point, it's like who's gonna even care? Like you either outspeed or you don't. If this is literally the only mon in the game that's 117, most of the mons are going to be under the don't category or the wildly does, yes. Aside from your roaring moon at 119. That's just a massive jump from 117 to 80.
I didn't even notice that actually. Wow.
So like anything in that's why I'm wondering like what 115 without investment, like you could run a full HP, full attack 115 mon and probably still outspeed the Mega Altaria, right?
Yeah, true. Maybe you might need a little.
I don't
bit
know.
of
I don't know
speed
how
for full
the math
investment.
works
Yeah.
on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of like crazy that there's just nothing even in the 90s. So I don't like the speed tiers, aside from the fact that you just outspeed a lot of things. But then, and actually, the Swift Swim Polyrath only adds to that issue of being like, great. Now you have another mon that's like faster than anything by default already that the team is already kind of preparing for with a bundle. You know, like it's just kind of assuming that you're going to get outsped and you want to like make ways to make sure that you don't just get finished off with a sweep. Like you're already kind of preparing for that, right? And
I
like
think
so
at the end of the day, it's kind of a hodgepodge of a bunch of mons. I don't
some of
think
them
it's
very
too
broken,
worth talking that much about. Yeah, a bunch of them are
yeah.
really strong mons. the cohesion here doesn't make a lot of sense. Actually, what's funny is the only thing that pivots on this entire team are the top three. With Moon Bundle Pelipper. Maybe I'm not counting Vullaby. Maybe Poliwrath has flip turn. I don't remember if Poliwrath has flip turn.
I don't know if it's been in a game since flip turns existed.
I would think.
Oh, I guess it was in.
Doesn't, right? Politoed doesn't have it, does it? That would be crazy.
No, but they don't have the same moves.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't think we have
you're
to
telling me
dissect it
Poliwrath
too much
couldn't
more.
hit a mean backstroke during his swim?
Oh, backstroke.
Like swimming.
It probably could. You know the thing Olympic swimmers do when they like hit the wall?
Yeah. That's a flip turn.
Wait, is it actually?
I don't know if that's what it's called, but that's like what they're doing when they flip turn.
Yeah.
Like, but then you go into a backstroke because you go into a backstroke.
Yeah.
He has to be able to do that. Look at those arms, dude.
Okay, I think we can move on.
It's save some time on this one.
I don't think it's a great team. It's a melting pot of Pokemon that are all right.
And there's not even
a few that are pretty good. We can move on to Hippie Mochi.
Hippie Hoppy.
I think this team is actually decent. Pretty decent. It's very, I would almost argue, around the similar level of like approaching vanilla as the first team or one of the other teams we mentioned doing that. Which team was that?
I think it was one of the first ones where you're saying like with the
it was C2's actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was C2's.
Scizor, Garchomp.
Yeah, it kind of approaches vanilla. I think this one is more vanilla than anything. Yeah, I think this one is more vanilla. I think it
actually is.
The only thing that stands out to me here is that Ceruledge can do some good mix-ups with its ability, with its Terra type. I think Ceruledge in general is just maybe the defining Pokemon of the team here.
Yeah, this is kind of weird with the points. We had 2 17s and then jumped down to a 14. And those are your top.
Yeah, it's a 14.
A 14.
It's a 14.
It's very good.
It's probably the best one.
And it's like one of the best Terra captains. And it's a Flash Firemon for Ferrothorn. Like, I'm not saying that it's bad. That's why it's kind of surprising that your top 3 is a 17, a 17, and a 14. I think it's rare that a team looks this strong with that as your top 3. I think it seems very like it's not too restrictive in like the team slots either. Like you
could very reasonably bring anything here.
It's just very like you just tailor it to whatever the matchup is. Like you're never feeling bad about not bringing Sylveon if it doesn't look good into the matchup. Same with Tentacruel, same with Crook. Like they're all like these mons can go to every match pretty much unless Ferrothorn's like really bad into one. And then you just kind of fill the last slot with one of these guys, and then maybe sometimes if Ferrothorn is really bad, you bring 2 of them. Like, and it's I don't think it ever feels terrible to drop one of these because you have a very solid win condition. I think, regardless of kind of what the other mons are after these 3. Assuming you will have the defensive needs met for the team.
Yeah. And I think it's a safe assumption to make too, right? Like with Pharaoh, Rotom, Sylveon, that's a very sound core, right? Like it's kind of a textbook core, honestly. With now ideally, what we were saying before, there's no what?
There's no steel type.
There's a Ferrothorn.
No, Ferrothorn. You're right. I don't know why.
There's a steel, a fairy, a dragon, a water, fire, a grass. Like it checks all of the standard like type core checks.
Yeah.
You've got your speed tier with Lop and Latios. You've got a Scarfer potential with like Latios, Rotom, Crook. You've got a special breaker with Latios, Rotom, Sylveon, physical breaker, Lop, Ceruledge, Crook. Like you've got your grounded poison. You've got your ground type, you've got your stealth rockers, you've got your removers. Um, it really checks every box. My reason for
Maybe
giving it. Go ahead.
the fact that your only spinner is Tentacruel, which isn't a bad spinner, but like Ferrothorn might rather have a spinner than a defogger.
Yeah, like there's
Most of the
3
time,
removal
but
options, and I don't like
yeah,
maybe it's tough to bring Tentacruel and Rotom, but they don't share any weaknesses,
no.
so it's definitely fine to bring them both. Um, yeah, I mean, it's the reason that I have it at an 8 though instead of a bit higher because like I said, it checks literally every single box that you could
Yeah.
want, right? And it doesn't even
Good speed
mind the
layering
slower
too.
speed tiers too because yeah, it's all layered from Sylveon to Ceruledge and Rotom, even like a defensive Tentacruel is like kind of stopping things from being too slow to I don't know, it's like layered perfectly well. It almost feels like a little bit too pristine though. Like any sort of sauce would really disrupt this team. I could see
I
even
don't
like
know though.
but okay, I think a lot of this teams, for example, its Fizdef is reliant on Sylveon, not a great Fizdef mod, it's fine. Tentacruel, not a great Fizdef mod, but it's fine. Intimidate Crook, Rotom Wash, not a great Fizdef mod, but like it's fine. You know, it just gets away with beating ground types specifically. Um,
Ferrothorn is like one of the
I
best
feel like
physical
I
mon
yeah,
Fizdef mon
Pharaoh
in the
is the
game.
best, but I feel like a strong like choice band breaks through this team and opens it up completely wide. One Pokemon dropping in the defensive core means I think it's gonna start dominant.
Yeah, but
So if
like
somebody can
I think
find
that
a
you
weakness to
win before
exploit,
the dominoes start falling. Though. Like I think you have much more control.
I don't think it's that explosive
And
though. The only explosive thing I think is Ceruledge.
Lop can be explosive.
I don't think so.
Specs Latios can be explosive.
Oh, that's what I'm saying is if you just run like a choice item and you break something so that you can win the game through chip, I think is how you'll beat this team. But there's no like Dragon Dance, there's no Shell Smash, there's no like setup that will just take over the
That's
game.
well,
It's
Ceruledge
just
can.
Ceruledge. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. It's just
yeah.
Ceruledge. Everything else is very
And
has a
Moxie.
defined defensive role,
Rapid
and it
spin
needs to play that role.
speed setup.
Yeah.
Yes, sure. I
So
will say that I'm I'm not super concerned about uh physical choice bans because Ferrothorn kind of handles everything but things that Ceruledge immunes. I don't
yeah,
think
that's
people
true.
will want to choice into a fire move or a fighting move when Ceruledge is the win condition because as soon as it's obvious, because he's not going to get OHKO'd unless even fire moves unless it's like Pyro Ball, like it's like probably or like a stab flare blitz are going to be like the only things that like might have a chance at killing it depending on the mon, but most of the time you'll be able to get a calc out of that and say like, oh, this person's choiced into fire, and my flash fire Ceruledge can just come in for free and win the game because you killed my Ferrothorn with a choiced fire move, like or a choiced fighting move, and he hasn't terrored yet. Like I think it's it's very well tailored specifically against that kind, like against choice users because of Ceruledge. Because as soon as you know that Ceruledge doesn't die or doesn't get 2-hit KO'd by whatever it is, and you still have Terra on your side to like kind of choose, you know, you either haven't used it yet, or maybe you have a type that's like ready for like this specific scenario, like, oh, they choiced into Dark, I'm Terra fighting or something. Then as the opponent, I think you have to be very careful about that. And I don't think they'd want to be showing the like the choice items too soon. And how soon is too soon then? Right? Like if you need to be punching holes in this team, but you can't really do it without oops, I accidentally just got the sweep started because I killed the wrong thing at the wrong time. You know what I mean? I think that's why Ceruledge is the only setup mon you really need here. Because it's
Yeah, for
Terra
sure. And
Ceruledge.
well,
But
that's That's kind of what I mean in a sense that like obviously it's very good, right? And I think the team uses Cereledge and Cereledge uses the team very well. Um, Now, what's Cereledge's record right now? It's 1-2, so it's
-1.
actually not even doing the winning.
It
It's
didn't even come
Lop
to
and
game 2.
Latios. Yeah, it's just Lop and Latios that are doing the killing. It didn't come to game
Yeah.
2 against an Infernape too, which is crazy. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, it's like I said, the team is just obviously very good. I think for my taste, it's a little bit too vanilla, but I think it will be more than serviceable. And
Oh
if
wait, you
anything,
know
I
why it
think
didn't
it's
come against Infernape?
probably
It's also
I
Greninja.
think it's
Greninja
Oh,
body
I think
so.
it's probably just the best for me, the best team in Swarm. I th- uh, Maybe it's not as good as Mazda's. No, I think it's actually more structurally sound
I think it's the best one that I've
than
seen so
Mazda's.
far.
I didn't rate it as highly as Mazda's. I gave Mazda's, but I think I wouldn't want to necessarily pilot this team because I think it would just be boring.
Yeah,
And
I can agree with
if
that.
that's an unfair way to rate it, sure. But I think it's lacking some sauce.
In terms of strength, though, I I
Mhm.
would I would say that this is, I think, the best team, and also not even just strengths, but also like lack of weaknesses. Like if the biggest weakness that you can point out is that it's like kind of boring and might overly depend on something really broken, um, I think that's a pretty good weakness to have compared to like, oops, you didn't bring any rocks, or you didn't bring a ground immune, or you didn't bring, or you have a rain team with 9 fire types, like like, but I like it. I think it's really strong.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
it's pretty good, and it
I don't remember
unfortunately
if I mentioned.
at a record of 3-0 plus 11, it is in dead last in the league
Yeah, we haven't fixed
at
that
rank
yet.
16.
I've not fixed that yet.
Too bad, because it's not that good.
Did we mention what the community rated it?
Maybe 7.53.
Yeah. Um, I think it's maybe a little low.
Oh, I don't think we
But
did, because I
I
would have
think
said
it's
something
fine.
about this 3. Somebody gave it
Yeah,
3.
yeah. I don't see how this team gets a
And
3
there's also
ever.
2 6s. Like a 3, anything below a 4 could just be a troll pick. You never know. Maybe that
Yeah,
person's
who knows?
genuine. If you're giving it a 6, I think that's almost always genuine, and 2 people gave it a 6. I don't know how
Yeah,
this is a 6.
yeah.
I don't know how this is a 6. 7, maybe I could see. Most people gave it
One of the
8,
two. Am
couple
I right?
9s, a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyways, we have a
but in the
team.
opposite order, 7 6.
We have a
That's the only
team
way I can
coming
see it.
up that I think
Oh,
you in particular would
I
be
like this team.
interested
I
in
changed my
looking at.
mind. There is a new best
A new
team.
best team. It's the team with 2 eggs on it.
Yep, as established. Togekiss
Yep.
and Mega Aggron.
Mega Egg Run. Yep. It's also the double monkey team with Terrorilla Boom. This is the Toady
And a
team.
Greninja.
And Greninja, the double frog team with Greninja Bellybolt.
I haven't used
This is
Bellybolt
just
before. Did you know
screaming
that
Toady.
Electromorphous is actually,
Oh my.
in some realities,
In terms
boosts
of
Spidef?
so this team is Drix's team, and the community rated it not too low, not too much lower than Hippies actually at 7.27. I think it's
Wait, what
kind
was
of
Hippies?
hitting around the average, maybe slightly below average.
I would say that is probably straight average.
Yeah, I think it checks a lot of the
7.3.
default boxes you would want it to check. I mostly agree. I think it can land anywhere between a 7 and an 8.
It's a 10. Somebody gave it a 2.
Yeah, 2 people actually agree that it's a 10. A lot of 8s, a couple 7s, and it's definitely
2
dragged down by the 2.
and a 4.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whose that is, but I mean, I think personally it checks a lot of boxes. You have a couple
Yeah.
good Spidef options with Slowking Togekiss. They are both weak to electric, which makes it tough. Um, 2 good Fizdef options with Ursa and Aggron, and since you have Rillaboom, you can run like a grass on something. Like even on Ursa, on Rillaboom, on Slowking if you really wanted, on if you're like Nasty Plot. Honestly, even on Bellybolt.
I feel like I've asked this
Um,
before. Flying types, I guess they have to. Hawlucha does. Yeah. I was going to say, do flying types even get the seed on terrain? They do.
they do get the
Because
seed, they don't get the healing.
They just don't get the healing, yeah. I mean, it's a starter Fire Water Grass Core, which is like usually a very specific thing where it's like
Oh yeah,
just like kind of like flexible offense. You have 2 mixed attackers, and then Rillaboom is just a physical attacker, but very good at what he does.
yeah, like the Grand and the Infernape can be mixed.
Yeah. And that I've obviously run this combination many times. I like that they're able to kind of carry each other there. What I like is I've never used Bursa, but it seems like the thing that this team kind of needs in terms of like, even though these two can be very strong special attackers, sometimes the power creep gets to them where it's still a 103 base special attack and 104 base special attack. Like you do start to sort of notice it with like some of the calcs, like without a boost, that you're just like just short, but you're also, since your stats are invested into an attacking stat that you're just not using, it means that your bulk isn't that good. It's like you kind of have to be able to like get the kill. So it's not like Rillaboom where it's like if you're just short, like you still have 100 HP and 90 defense at the end of the day, and grassy terrain healing you. But I like that Bursa here kind of picks up that slack where these two are going to be way more flexible in what types they're throwing out, especially. And obviously things like with setup can get a sweep going, like your Battle Bond, or just like Nasty Plot, Swords Dance, and Fernape. But they just always have this immediate power here, and I think that what would end up happening a lot is that it would be kind of like an angle where you take Bursa and just like kind of punch some holes, and then once everything's kind of beat up a little bit, then these two can get to work and just kind of start doing whatever, and you just don't really show your hand until the holes have been punched, so that people don't really know like which set you're running, because it makes a pretty big difference if you are a broadly defensive mon. If you're at 100% HP, you can scout it out, right? Like you'll just see like they're never gonna OHKO you most of the time with a neutral hit. If you're already at like 70% or 60%, and you still don't know if that's a special Greninja or a special Infernape or a physical Infernape or whatever, like that, it can be a game losing play to put them on it. And I think that's, even if it's like an AV, it's still like a 2-hit KO from that range or whatever, right? Rillaboom, I think my issue is the physical offense is going to lose to flying types. There's not like a Zapdos, I feel like destroys this team.
Yeah, you're right.
Like
I do think typically Bellybolt is decent into it, but it's like toxic Zapdos.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Bellybolt would be good into flying types in general, but
yeah, but it'd be
I'm
like
thinking even just
Zapdos
like the
like
steel flyings, where it's like Infernape will do a lot of, like, you would probably run special Infernape into like a Corviknight or something, but even then it's like not always an OHKO if you haven't set up yet, and you're at risk of, if it doesn't OHKO, like you just get Brave Birded.
Yeah.
And Rillaboom is like as great as he is now. This is Terra Rillaboom, which I actually kind of forgot. That patches up a lot. Being able to
just being like Terra Fire means you don't have to run the whole Infernape or Rock Electric, something like that.
So that changes things. Because I was gonna say the issue with Rillaboom is the Gen 8 move pool, where it's just it hits you with grass and like, I guess it's NatDex, so it has superpower. But like not really having strong coverage for its biggest walls is kind of a frequent issue for it. And so as your only physical attacker, it might kind of become situations where it's like, oh, the grass poison type wins this game if Infernape can't OHKO it. And it's like Greninja's ice coverage is nice, but if it's not Protean, which usually it's not these days, it's it's like you might be a little bit of a slave to the calc in a lot of these matchups. I think it'll still be good though. I think it's a very versatile offense. I think the defense is very secure. You have a blanket Spadef, blanket Fizdef, and then flexibility with defensive with Togekiss, a Belly Bolt, just a 5-point Terra Captain, like a nice like sleeper defensive pick. In some matchups that people might just not be ready for. I don't think it's really missing any major types either, right? Like your grounded poisons,
like there's no dragon technically, but that's never really a necessary thing. Like you've got you've got your dark
especially
type,
when you're already
types,
covering
your normal
like
ground steel.
The dragon resists. Like you don't really need it when you have Slowking and Mega Aggron.
Yeah, you're right. Like Slowking, Togekiss, I think are very flexible. Ursa, Magron are definitely more Fizdef reliant. So Slowking will probably often be Spadef or like at least Calm with some defense. Yeah, I think the team it has a lot of potential for good. I mean, like an SD Terra Rillaboom can win games. A CM or like Specs Ursa can break through teams. Gren can win games through its offensive portfolio being really wide. I do think the hazard setters are like, I know you can count Gren and Infernape as hazard setters. I struggle to do that unless you're running like Sash like Sash Blaze Infernape, I think is fine.
I think it was better in past gens when he wasn't as power crept, where it's like now you kind of need the extra move slot for coverage. That he's just not going to be able to kill things.
And it can't really be EQ in the grassy terrain team.
No, but he has Scorching Sands now, which is really nice for special sets.
That's kind of cute.
So he doesn't get hard walled by Chandelure.
Yeah, true. It has knockoff too now.
Yeah, that's true. I guess it got that in. It got it in the DLC. I think.
If you take a look at the order that the Pokemon were drafted in, it's kind of funny actually. It was just starter. And Drix messaged me about the team. I think it was after he picked Mega Aggron. So it was after his 4th pick, saying, "Here's the idea. Like, I want to run Zoroark."
That didn't work.
And I messaged him and I said, "Why do you want to run Zoroark with Greninja? I feel like they're competing for the exact same slot, and Gren is just gonna always win that competition. Like, Gren is just almost always better than Zoroark." If you discount illusion shenanigans, right? It felt like it didn't really make a lot of sense, and I'm like, you need some sort of backbone, and so I think that's when he started, and also some special attack, right? Like you were saying, the Gren and the Infernape special attack stat is just not that good.
Yeah.
And having Rillaboom be a Pokemon that a lot of ground types don't work very well with if they're like locked into only having Earthquake as
having a special
their stab of choice
type is very good.
Yeah, I feel like Blood Moon fit a really good spot there. It did kind of double dip on the defensive, like the high defense stat like that Mega Aggron has. But I think he shorted up really well. Yeah, this wasn't really my counsel after the Ursa, but the Slowking Togekiss feels like it shored up that Spadef weakness pretty well. The Belly Bolt feels like a good captain here. I think there's a lot of good things going.
I like that Gren isn't the only water type.
Yep.
And specifically like
or dark.
Yeah, technically. Drapion's actually not.
Yeah, Drapion's a real dark.
Points. Yeah. But I also like there's very good protection against Ghost as well with the Bursa and the Greninja, making it say like, what are you hitting Slowking with? Like, you can't hit it with Electric against the Bursa and really even the Rilla to a degree. like Dark,
The dark
which
is
isn't
checked
gonna
by Togekiss,
like
Drapion,
Infernape,
Infernape.
Gren, like even like obviously not like as defensive checks, but just like as mons that can come in on the Dark type move. Like you're really limited in like what you can hit Slowking with, and I think
Yeah.
this team is gonna benefit from like just making kind of call outs with some of those kinds of plays, where it's just like, hey, I know you're gonna try and hit me with something. Maybe this is where Greninja comes in and just gets something going.
Yeah, and just the like
It can be
blanket
risky,
checks
but
that you have options for, right? With like Slowking, Aggron, Togekiss, I feel like you can
yeah,
just blanket check a lot of like bulky offense, even just like pure offensive mons.
yeah,
Just completely nullify them. I
which
could
is very nice
see
for
a
breaking things
problem
up.
arising against like spikes. I don't think the team,
The
especially like
removal isn't
Ursa,
good.
Aggron, like spikes, because they're kind of a big part of the defensive backbone would be like Slowking Aggron and
Is
being able to
Togekiss
stack
the
it. It's
only
hard to
removal?
stack spike team, to be fair. But yeah, the removal is Togekiss. The
Defog
removal is just
Togekiss.
Togekiss. So I
At least
don't
you're not like
like
a hazard
that.
stacking team, so defog
Yeah.
isn't terrible. But like also Togekiss is not a mon that you bring to every game,
Yeah, but you
especially
might
not
feel
when it's
pressured
like
too now
very
that I mean everything gets
yeah
spikes nowadays, right? Like if you're against the Garchomp team, do you assume? I mean, okay, you would bring Togekiss on matchup
yeah
anyways,
probably
but
either way.
like the Sandy Shocks, are you just hoping that it's not clicking spikes and it's only clicking
Yeah,
spikes, right? There's the Roserade, the I don't know, whatever, the Quillfish, the friggin' there's so many spike setters
yeah,
now that the Diancie. I hope you only click rocks and spikes.
yeah. I would like to see more hazard control than just the Togekiss.
Yeah, even if it's like just combining Corsola and Drapion into something, I like
Yeah.
the idea of Drapion, to be fair.
Wait, is that even? Oh
Um,
yeah, that would still be 9. Yeah.
I like the Terra Belly Bolt. I don't think it's necessary per se, but I don't think you need to change that. I think
No, I think
if
it's
you
fine.
can combine Drapion Corsola into some removal, some combination of a removal type, I don't think you need a ghost. I don't think your hazard stacking is that important.
No, you're not really
Getting a
stacking at
spike
all.
with Gren, you might get one spike with Gren over the course of the game. You might get rocks with Infernape in a game, and you might get T spikes. Like I don't think they're consistent enough. It's not like your
Yeah.
Tinglu,
And you're
Glamora.
also really good at the fighting types already with like Togekiss and Slowking.
Hmm.
Though you are kind of weak to them too with these two in the Mega Aggron. Maybe that's why they
I
get
think it
so. But I don't
balances
think
out, right? With like Aggron
yeah, I
Ursa
don't think this is
versus
really the
Togekiss
deciding
Slowking.
factor either. I don't think they're
No.
gonna be like, well, can't bring
Yeah.
my fighting type because of the Corsola.
Yeah.
But
Well, needless to say, I think the team is really interesting. I'm glad that Drix decided to drop the team that had 100 frail attackers
got a
and
couple
went for
fat
a more
attackers.
a well fleshed out like defensive backbone with a decent offensive profile. Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool team. Drix right now is 1-1. So we'll see if he can turn it around. I'm
Yeah,
sure. I mean, he's still got 6 games ahead of him, so I wouldn't
yeah,
be surprised if this team was like at least a quarterfinalist, maybe a semifinalist. I think this is a strong team.
yeah. I think with any starter core like offensive starter core team, a lot of it's gonna come down to like to the player and
Yeah,
how well you can like make call outs, just build for the right coverage, um, and make the plays in the late game where it's like again like it might be a risky play, but like just putting the Greninja in just seals the game if you're right on the prediction. Um, like if it's coming in on like the resisted ghost like the shadow ball that's coming like there's just plays like that like and I think it's definitely a team that can make the playoffs easily if the player is good. I think.
curious. This is unrelated. What do you think is the best starter trio in draft to have on the same team?
I'm
And you
gonna
can include
forget some
megas
of
if you
them.
want.
And what about Terra?
Assume no Terra.
Assume no Terra. If we're assuming no Terra, um, and
Actually,
we
you know
are
what? You
including
can assume
megas,
Terra. Assume the same Terra NBA Terra restrictions. So like 20 points.
Well, either way, I think pretty much every starter's going to be 10 or above, right?
Most of them.
Well,
I
not
think
like Meganium,
Torterra got
but
buffed up. Yeah, Meganium is
yeah.
low.
Um,
Base
but
Charizard
that
is
wasn't going
low.
to be on the list anyway. I'm just trying to think of like how many like three good starters even include like two that can Terra at the same time anyway.
Yeah, not
But
many.
I think if we're talking like draft singles, I think Greninja is obviously the water type. Well, maybe Hammerot, but like Hammerot's.
See, I don't think it's that obvious. Is it Hammerot? Is it Greninja? Is it Primarina? Is it Empoleon?
I think those two
Is it
are.
like Mega Blastoise?
Well, okay, so I guess it
See, it's
depends on,
more
are you saying like
interesting than you think.
who are the best three, or who complement the rest of the team the best,
Yeah,
which could
like
be
which
different.
draft core would you rather
Yeah,
have?
yeah, because if it is part of, if it's part of like a defensive core, like obviously you'd rather have like Prim than Gren. But I think if you were trying to build one that was like meant to kind of like carry the team in a way, and you're trying to like cover all the bases, I think it'd be like probably like Gren, Dirge, Rilla maybe. But then like it changes based on who the other two are as well. Like if you do Prim instead of Gren, then you probably have like Cinderace instead of Dirge, and then I mean there's a lot, like they've made a lot of recent starters very good,
Yeah,
and it
I think
really
there's a
depends on what
lot
the
of
rest
moving
of the team
parts to
is.
that. Yeah, I'm curious for anybody who's watching in chat right now. Um, let me know what your ideal draft core that's only made of starters would be.
My
There's
idea,
a
like
lot to consider,
personally,
right?
I would say for me, I like doing Greninja, Infernape, Mega Venusaur. Because I like when one of them is kind of bulkier. Like this is also a good one too because of the instant power
The
of
Terra.
Rillaboom with the
Yeah.
flexibility. And I guess with Terra, yeah, I would choose Rilla either way. Um,
Mm.
Without Terra, but with Megas, I think Venusaur Greninja I just really like as a combo in general. Just having the psychic immunity on Greninja,
Yeah,
really
that's
they
fair.
really complement each other pretty well there, and like pivoting into the Venusaur on like a fighting type. um I think that's a really strong combo.
Yeah, or a fairy type.
Yeah, fairies too. Infernape's one where it's like, I mean, that's just personal preference. I'm sure they're better. Like you could probably just say like Cinderace, Greninja, Mega Venusaur is probably just a better
Yeah,
version.
I
But
think if you ever think Infernape goes on a team, it should probably be Cinderace. There's
yeah,
usually not too much reason to be Infernape over Cinderace.
yeah, because you're still getting,
But
fighting
like,
stab.
what about a Zard X team? What about a Zard Y team? Are we gonna? What about Zard
Yeah,
Y
I think
Venusaur?
Megas make it a little bit more complicated.
Yeah,
Where it's just like, because
I think
there's
I
so many,
would.
like Mega
Hmm,
Pert is going to be better than any water type on a really good rain team, right? Like,
yeah, yeah. And that's something we didn't even really consider too. Is like,
yeah.
would you want like Swampert Venusaur, like Swampert Mega Venusaur, or like Swampert Zard X?
The best thing about
Rillaboom,
Swampert
Swampert, Zard
Mega
X,
Venusaur is that you don't have to
Meowscarada.
face
We
Mega
didn't even talk
Venusaur.
about Meowscarada.
Yeah, that's true. Meow could probably be in Rillaboom's slot, and most of the only problem is the overlap with like Dark type. If you were doing like Meow and Gren, you wouldn't
Mm.
really do.
Yeah, what
Um,
about like Meow, Prim, Dirge, Terra Dirge?
I don't know if you need Dirge and Prim at the same. Like if you were doing with Meow, I would almost rather do Meow, Prim, and Cinderace, or not. Maybe not Cinderace because they're both just fast pivots. I guess it depends on the rest of the team. Like, do you need more offense
Yeah,
or do you need more defense?
yeah.
um, but the water type, I think water
I
and
feel like Prim
grass
has a good
are
shot
more
at being the
likely to be
water
the,
type.
yeah.
Prim and Gran. Anyways, sorry, that was
I mean,
definitely a tangent. I was just thinking like, oh, how could the starter trio be better, and what other starter
yeah.
trios have we
I mean,
seen?
I am a
Interesting
starter
thought
fire,
experiment.
water, grass core Andy when it comes to
Yeah,
draft.
true.
I just
I
like
mean,
the
they're good
colors.
fire, water, and grass mons, so
Yeah.
I don't blame you. Anyway, let's get moving on. We have how
Lilia,
many do we have left? We've got 5 left. We're almost in
including
the home
this one,
stretch.
yes. But it's a
Okay,
Friday,
yes.
so
We're moving on to Lilia, my goat. Lilia's been an MVP for me in the NHL,
win.
and she's 3-0 here. So I mean, she's doing something right.
Yeah. And thankfully, it looks like the Sneasler didn't lose 10 base points, and I'm pretty sure the Unburden will persist if there's any
Oh,
terrain.
good. Yeah,
There's no terrain.
there is
Oh, there's
terrain. There's a
Bulu,
Bulu. Yeah.
Bulu, Bulu.
Yeah,
Man,
so
I
okay.
hope this guy gets play rough.
Yeah.
Psych.
Uh
We have
okay,
another fairy.
So this team is rated fairly highly. I'd say this is well above average. It's a
Oh yeah.
7.73.
I would say
For the
well above average. It's like it's above
uh,
average.
I'd say it's like 0.3 above average, which
Yeah.
is like maybe not well. It's like
It's
in
above
the
average. It's like solidly above average, but
60th percentile.
yeah. It's just that there are some that are just like way higher. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like as
But
much
I think
as
that skews
high
our judgment because
above
we
this.
see
Yeah.
like an 8.7 and we're like 7.7 not that high, but there is a massive gap between those two that are rated like 8 point whatever and the next best, which is like I think there's one other 8 and then like a 7.9 ish.
Yeah.
So this is still probably in the top maybe
I'd say like
30%,
top 75%. Like or not top 75. It would
like
be
25
above.
30%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we do have the grassy terrain.
Oh, this was dragged down by 2 as well. There's
Yeah,
1-2.
we have the Sneasler, we've got Zygarde, very standard, or maybe not standard, but a very like theoretical grassy terrain team.
Kind of, but
What do
your
we think
grassy terrain
about?
sitter is 12 points. I feel like when I think of a standard grassy terrain team, it's just Rillaboom and then everything
Yeah,
else.
I mean like grassy terrain plus like the usual suspects.
Yeah. Yeah, that I can see. Like
Maybe
Gambit
maybe I wouldn't say
ignoring the
honestly
quakes.
past Sneasler Zygarde, I think it's pretty non-standard.
Like
Seeing
Corviknight
Corv,
doesn't really
yeah, Corv
grass.
isn't that standard. Prim, I wouldn't say is standard. King Gambit is interesting.
I think Prim is good on grassy terrain. It likes the
Yeah,
passive recovery.
yeah,
Especially
it
if
doesn't
it's
like
like
grass things
AV.
being stronger, but it doesn't
Oh, that's
really
true,
hate
yeah.
it. Um, I will say that I feel like Gambit almost had to get picked to have like a steel type that can rock because the ground type, the main ground and the main steel
Can't rock.
don't rock. They're the hazard setters on the team are literally just
Yeah, wait.
I guess
And
okay, there's T
Mesprit.
Spike Sneasler, and then there's Rocks Gambit, Rocks Mesprit,
And Spikes,
and like
T-Spikes,
Spikes
Frogadier.
Frogadier. Okay, man, sure.
Wait, why is Frogadier 3 points? Is it just because of Protean?
Pretty much. And Frogadier is okay, man. Frogadier is fine. It's a higher tier
83
than
special
Reboot, I
attack.
think.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually not that bad. Like, okay, it's pretty bad. But what should it be? 2? It's probably not a 1 pointer.
I would think that 2. Yeah, I think 2. It's probably not a huge deal.
Yeah, you're right.
97
probably
speed
be
isn't
2.
very fast for
Yeah,
a
it
mon
could
as
probably
frail
be
as this.
2 just for
Yeah.
Frogadier enjoyers. I don't really care that much.
Yeah. What is Rabbit? If Rabbit's 2, then definitely 2.
I don't think Reboot's as good as Frogadier. Reboot doesn't get
Mhm.
like Pyro Ball or Court Change.
No, but I think it's more min-maxed in its offense, right? Like, isn't it? It's pretty high physical attack.
Mhm.
Is it higher than 83 attack?
Let
And
me
also, just
check.
like higher base power moves, like with the high jump kick and gunk shot to give stab to. Like Warrior's like hydro pumping you, maybe, but it's already water type. Like,
Raboot is 86 attack.
3 points higher. I guess the difference is that Frogger is probably just more reliable in hitting its moves, whereas Raboot does miss and lose a lot.
Reboot also doesn't have like attacks.
It has high jump kick and
Oh, it does
and
have
gunk
gunk shot and high jump kick. I actually didn't
Yeah.
see gunk shot. I was like, where did the gunk shot go? But it's still, I don't think it's as good as like the Grass Knot, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Dark Pulse, Gunk
Yeah, it's
Shot,
probably-
Sludge Wave.
Well, I don't know if Frogadier gets Dark Pulse, does it? I don't think
Does
it
it?
does.
Maybe. Oh yeah, it's not a dark yet, is it? Oh, it
No,
does.
it's
Yeah.
just it's mono water. It does
Yeah.
get it though.
I don't know. Regardless.
Yeah. Regardless.
True. Yeah, I
This
think this
is
is a I don't know. I think it's fine. I think I give the team a 7. I think it loses the plot a little. Um,
a
I
little, but I
kind of
also don't
wish.
think it really needs a plot. I think this is a team that doesn't really win on a scripted condition, which is surprising for a
Yeah,
terrain team. But it's like
yeah, I
it's
know. I
more like
mean,
I feel
there
like
is Sneasler.
Sneasler's so splashable with terrain. Like it's not
Yeah, it doesn't
reliant on
need
it.
to run
It's just so
unburdened for sure.
fast. Yeah.
And Zygarde can be like the banded set, or I mean, Zygarde just does Zygarde things better with extra
Yeah.
recovery. Like it's kind of just upside for Zygarde. I think Corv is just a good like Corv Prim. I think is just a good pivot core with especially with Mesprit. There's a lot of pivoting going on there. It might be tough to bring like Gambit Blacephalon if you ever want to bring Mesprit,
Yeah,
right?
I don't
What do you think about
know.
the Terra Blacephalon in general?
I think it's terrible because the only reason you ever draft Blacephalon is because it checks two boxes: fire type and ghost type.
I hate this.
Terra completely defeats the purpose. No,
I forgot about this too.
yeah. um, its coverage isn't that good, right? I mean, the last time it was playable was Gen. Like I said,
I
Gen
think
8.
it just has Fire, Ghost, Dark, and like Explosion.
Yeah. So like,
Maybe it has
and it
Hyper Beam. I
doesn't
don't
get
know.
Terra Blast. So
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel about it as a Terra captain, aside from it just being Terra Stab
or a Stab.
and just
Yeah,
like and I don't know though. Like it's like it still almost feels like an opportunity cost when like compared to a more versatile Terra captain. Like it's not bad, but in the context of you only have two Terra captains and this one's worth 14 points, you know, it's almost like banking everything on Alolan Marowak. Obviously the
yeah,
difference
true.
being that you have
Yeah,
immediate speed and don't need a trick room to set up. But it's the same kind of thing where it's like,
yeah,
would you rather have explosive power that you have to like commit things to, or just have pretty good explosive power without it, and then having a
yeah.
more versatile Terra thing? But then again,
Maybe.
like Gambit's Terra banned. Prim doesn't
Yep.
really want a Terra. It likes its type. It's probably not a terrible Terra captain. Um,
From what I think I've seen
Blue
of Prim, I think
Terra?
usually it just like Terra Waters, or sorry, Terra Fairies, for like a
Yeah, just to
better
get rid of the
CM
water.
Draining Kiss set.
Yeah.
Just fewer
Or to
weaknesses,
just
way
like
stronger Draining Kiss.
if it's against like electric and grass types, maybe just like you want to just focus on the fairy type
Yeah,
defensively. Is
yeah,
Terra Bulu legal? It is, right?
yeah. It is. I think Terra Bulu is strong.
Yeah,
It
like
would.
but
You're
then it's
right
like
in pointing this out. It would be nice for one of the fairies or one of the steels to be Terra. I don't
yeah,
think either of the steel, like Gambit, obviously is banned. I don't
you
think
can and
Terra
Corv
Corv
isn't, yeah.
is that great.
Weak armor Terra Corv, maybe cheese. Or no, it doesn't get weak armor, that's Skarmory.
No.
That does the Terra
Yeah.
cheese with that. Um
I think Blacephalon is honestly a fine Terra. I
it's
will
fine, yeah.
say,
I don't think
I
it's bad.
think a good Terra captain for this team would actually be Mesprit
That's what I was
because I
thinking too, but
think
it wouldn't work with the Bulu by 1 point.
no. So you
That's
would
what I
have
was
to
like.
probably drop Gambit and or Blacephalon to
Hmm.
find a different like point combo that works there. But I think it's very doable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Terra
It's one where
Mesprit
it's
would
like
be
I
really
don't think it's
strong as a CM.
I don't think it's like a major point against it. It's more like a what could have been. But like also not something you should change your entire team over unless there's something else that's not working. Right? Like if you're finding that you can't bring Gambit to as many games as you thought because there's too much overlap, which I don't even know. He doesn't really overlap with Corv. Um I mean it looks like it's working fine so far.
Yeah. And you don't need like I think the difference here between Corv and Gambit is like Corv resists fairy, Gambit resists ice. So you at least have by their
Yeah.
powers combined the resistance profile that you usually want steel types for.
And
But
you
you
don't
also
have
just have
two.
Corv's defense and utility and you have Gambit's offense. So I think
And
it's honestly fine to double.
and you have Corv neutral to fighting and immune to ground, so you're not doubling up on those weaknesses either.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have other fighting resists and immunities anyway.
Yeah, I mean
Actually, you
two
have a lot.
fairies
Wait,
and a
two pairs,
Mesprit
a
and
psychic
a
and a
ghost
ghost
type. Yeah, and Sneasler.
and Sneasler. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you're not
set
worried about
against
fighting
fighting.
really at all. Mhm.
Which is good for the game, but
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I
yeah,
definitely, I think in my rating, I got caught up a little in the what could have been because I think I hyper fixated on, like you were saying, what could have been with the Terra Mesprit.
yeah,
I think Terra Blacephalon is completely fine, and
yeah,
I agree with Lilia's thought process here. My assumption of what her thought process was in needing some special attack. Because we
yeah.
see Sneasel or Zygarde. I mean, like, Prim is pretty good. Sneasel or Zygarde, Corv, Gambit, Bulu. Like, Mesprit's not really that
You don't want Prim to
offensive.
have to be your special attacker though. If you need it to
Yeah.
be tailored to do
Like,
something else.
it will almost always have some special attack in it.
Yeah.
Just because it's by far its best stat. Um, but yeah, it's, like, nice to have something to complement there.
Yeah. You don't want it to be like, oh man, the only way I beat this team is if Prim is Specs, because that's the only like
Yeah,
special
exactly.
firepower that I have.
Like, wasn't there a
Like,
team
yeah.
that we were talking about that had really high defense but like low spit F? I think it was Lethal's team. This would be a team that
Yes,
struggles
Mew was the
into
highest at
Lethal's
100.
team. Yeah. Well, actually, what's funny is I say that this would be a team that struggles into Lethal's team,
No,
but this
Blacephalon
is
just blows
also
it
the
up.
one with the this is the Terra Ghost Mon that's over 100 speed.
Yeah. Just
I'm not too
just
sure
fuck
what's
it, we
open
Shadow Ball.
in.
Like,
I don't know what you would be able to pair with Mesprit in the 11
yeah,
10
I don't think
point
it's
range.
worth changing that much for that if the team's working
Yeah.
otherwise. Like, and it's one
I'm
of those
just
things too
thinking about
where
like. Go ahead.
I was gonna say like there are times where you don't bring your Terra Captain to a game, and it's a decision that you make and say, hey, this matchup is best without that mon here. Like, I just need everything else, and the game is winnable because you brought what you needed. Terra is legal in the league, but you might not have brought a Terra Captain to the game. If you have a team that's good enough to theoretically win without Terra every game because the mons that are on it are so good with Terra that they're banned with it, then the opportunity cost of having like a slightly suboptimal, like maybe there's a better Terra Captain that it could be, like, it's not really losing you games, it's just not pushing you over the top in other ways, which I think this team is kind of an example of that, where it's like you have other mons that could be Terra Captains, or not, well, not Gambit, but like these two mons, same exact price point, Terra legal. You're not terroring them because they're just fine without it. They don't need it. Blacephalon, fine without it. Doesn't need it. But also, would you rather enhance Primarina's like defense and like offense slightly, or Corv's defense? I mean, I don't know why you Terra Corv, or just buff the stabs on the special attack mon. It's like, it's basically you're just gonna enhance one of these mons in a minor way. And if special attack is the way that you want to do that, I think it's perfectly fine. And you have, and your team is strong enough that it's like it's not defined by Terra. It's just a bonus either way.
Yeah, that's a good point. Honestly, Terra Lurantis is kind of interesting. I think it's one of the couple Pokemon that use. Yeah, I think is one of the few. Terra Stellar pretty well.
Oh yeah, because I guess it's like an Amorous in that sense.
Yeah, it would be.
But an
yeah,
Amorous
exactly.
is Terra Band, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like the Contrary Stellar Terra Blast, increasing your attack and special attack would be really nice. And also just Stellar making your Leaf Storm and or your superpower stronger the first time is pretty nice too.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think its defenses aren't that bad. Let me double check its stats.
It's 90, 90,
it's like
and 70 HP.
Pretty passable. If you Terra a defensive type
Fine,
with
yeah.
Synthesis, it's really not that bad.
Yeah,
Probably don't need to make it a fairy, but maybe making it like a second water with like to help out Prim or even a steel type might be okay.
You already have a second water.
Oh, a Frogadier? Yeah, okay, buddy.
That's a 3-point mon, dude.
True, that's 3% of your budget. Not even. It's
three is 3% of 20, apparently. I guess your budget's what, like 110?
120.
120, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I said that percentage. Anyways,
I don't know why I said.
I think the team has got some
because you don't have
some sauce. It, yeah. The team has got some sauce. It's like a grassy terrain team, so there's only so much to be excited about. But
It's not
there's
really
like,
though. It's just it has grassy terrain, but I don't think it's a grassy terrain team. I think it's
yeah,
just
you're right. It's not necessarily. You could run terrainless on the team, and it would
yeah,
function completely fine, right? Especially if you brought like top 4 Blacephalon Mesprit or something, would be pretty
yeah,
good. Something that I was hyper fixating on during my initial ranking was how good like a Terra Grassy Seed Mesprit would be with CM. I think that would have been really nice.
yeah.
Even like a Terra Fairy Draining Kiss, CM Grassy Seed,
But I also think that Terra
over Brim,
Mesprit would
Terra Fire
almost
even.
be a opportunity cost in itself if you don't have something that like benefits from Trick Room or Healing Wish, which I mean, I guess anything can benefit from Healing Wish, but like Terra Mesprit being able to like be that win con with the Terra to like kind of checkmate. I get Trick Room and you can't do anything about it. Like this team doesn't have that, so like, you could even argue that like,
Yeah,
even if
well,
they did make the change to Terra Mesprit, it's like you're still missing out on some potential, which I think that Mesprit's price point is kind of considering the fact that it's like a budget Cresselia in that sense.
maybe. I think you can bring Terra Mesprit to a game without like having to Terra it. So like you could bring
Yeah,
it and it could do its job perfectly fine without clicking Terra if it's like a support set, right? If it's the Rocks T-Wave
yeah, right.
Healing Wish
You're saying it's like an
whatever set.
offensive set you'd want to see.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah,
unless you're running like a dedicated like CM set that needs a specific like, I don't know, I think it has Terra Blast. I don't even remember if it does,
it
but unless you
should.
need like a specific type for that CM set to
Oh,
work,
wait, it's in.
then
It wasn't in Gen 9
I don't think it
actually.
does.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
It was in BDSP
Then
and
sure, you're
EC.
locking yourself into like clicking Terra on the Mesprit. Ideally, you would have like you would also bring your 11 actually use Terra if you're just running a set, but like like a support Mesprit. But yeah, I don't think you have to ever click it.
Yeah, but then it's like, then
Well, you have a second
you're not
captain that you brought.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. But you would have to rearrange your team to get a second captain. That's where I think like it becomes
Yeah,
less
it would
worth
just
it
be
until they
like
change
you
that
could
much.
trade around something with like Gambit Blacephalon, Lurantis Frogadier,
Yeah.
and get a lot of points, right? Yeah, Gambit can stay. Just Blacephalon, Lurantis, Frogadier could go without Terra.
You hate Blacephalon, dude.
It's honestly fine, and I'm excited to see it. What's its current score?
It's
It's
3-0.
5-1. So
What? Oh, the Blacephalon. I thought you meant the team. I was like, 3 games
no,
have
no,
been
no,
played.
Blacephalon. Yeah,
Yeah, it's come to every game.
yeah. So I mean,
It's actually still
it's clearly
in
working. It's
third
doing
place for
something.
KOs technically though, behind Sneasler and Zygarde.
Oh, true. Yeah, I mean, those two are just demons. So you can tell exactly how each of the 3 games won. The
Yeah.
one that Sneasler came and Zygarde and
Blacephalon finishes, Sneasler finishes, and Zygarde. Well, actually, this one could be
yeah,
either, right?
exactly. Yeah, actually, technically.
Actually, both of these could. They both have Zygarde and
Yeah,
Blacephalon.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know which
Anyways,
one
yeah.
Sneasler won,
So
though.
really cool team. Yeah, pretty cool team. I think I might have underrated it when I gave it a 7, but it is what it is. We can move
Are
on.
you the one who gave it a 2?
No, it's probably the same person who gives everything.
I bet it's Lazy.
Yeah.
I started typing chemistry fruit and I said lazy, so I put 2 E's. Chemistry fruit.
Chemotherapy fruit.
True, except that's still with 1 E.
Cheem fruit.
Cheems fruit.
Okay, here we have
This
an
somebody's
interesting
upset that
hodgepodge and
Pelipper got
rain.
taken.
Yeah.
I guess I have Polytone.
I think looking at the order of the Pokemon on the roster versus the order of draft might be different.
Zapdos,
Yep.
Bolt, Taka, Archaludon, Overquill. This team did not have rain until 3 rounds from the end.
You could probably get away with not picking rain until, like, I don't know. The fact that Mega Pert is open, though, means that somebody could just, like, wheel rain.
Yeah.
Might have been risky to leave
In
it open that long.
Dragonite,
Like, picking Volbeat and Ferroseed over, maybe those were trades, actually.
oh, do
Let
they
me check.
populate at the bottom? Maybe the trades
No.
came from the Pelipper team, and then
Yeah.
it's like, why is this? Actually, Pelipper was taken the same round. I don't know which direction it was going though.
Oh, that might have been when they panicked and actually picked the rain. But if there's 2 open, I think it's pretty safe to assume that 1 makes it to you.
Yeah, but Falk didn't have anything rain related until Pelipper Poliwrath in pick 9 and 10.
That's funny.
But I don't know what direction it was going at that point. I guess we go.
Well, on odd
2,
numbers, it's going
3.
Towards the right.
So Pelipper got picked
Right before
Poly
Chem took Poly, yeah. Unfort.
Also,
this is an interesting
no,
team,
the
though.
drafted after. I was gonna say you already had 2 flying types, but one of them's
Yeah.
not.
So there were no trades. So that means that Volbeat and Ferroseed were taken when it says that they were taken. Yeah. Yeah.
When you're already like kind of committing to rain and Pert hasn't been picked up yet. Gotta get the Volbeat.
So I think it can be hard to rate rain teams highly, but I think usually it's hard to rate them lowly as well.
I think you can rate them lowly if they're missing certain things, but like this one has the things that I would say like make a rain team more unique than a sun team in that sense. Whereas like a sun team, it's like, I guess it's different with photosynthesis now, but like a sun team, it would usually be like, well, do you have anything besides like one chlorophyll user that's benefiting from this sun? Yes or no. But with rain teams, it's always kind of been like there are mons beyond just like fire types and one other type that benefit from it. So like Zapdos benefits from it for 2 reasons with Thunder and Hurricane. Dragonite benefits from it for Hurricane. Archaludon is like a completely different type from everything else that's benefiting from it. You have Swift Swimmers that can be usually water type. I think they're all water type. But just in general, like or actually Overquill is not water type.
Yep. And there's
but I think with the rain, it's just like there's an expectation of more variety. Also because if you don't have variety on a rain team, it means that they're all water type. And they're all going to be weak to pretty much the same thing.
But you know
Either
what?
grass or
I
electric.
disagree with you in the NBA. I think you could have a succinct rain team with a complete no rain mode.
Well, that's different though. That's just splashing it on a non-rain team.
I think you could have a full rain team though, like a full like 7 Pokemon that are like dedicated to having rain with like 4 that are functional out. Like especially
Oh
if you
yeah, no,
have
that's what I'm
Zapdos.
saying though. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think this is it. I don't think this does
really. This has the mons that I look for in that though, which is like Archaludon, Zapdos,
and that's it.
It's well, Overquill technically.
I mean, Overquill outside of rain is kind of whatever. It's fine.
It's fine. I think it's usable. And then Mega Pert.
Archaludon is definitely not as good outside of rain. I think you're bringing Terrastaka more than you're bringing Archaludon if there's no rain.
I don't know. I think you may be sleeping on Archaludon a little bit. AV Archaludon, or just like the threat of AV and you have to scout it. I'm never gonna like put any Dragon Steel type as like a bad mon in any, unless it's like under leveled or under like a pre-form.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that it's like it has the built-in counter to fairies that you just can't ignore. And this one's a special attack, which I feel like is usually harder to prep for like usually like if your fairy is your Spidefmon, it's like, well, I have nothing else that can take a Draco Meteor, but this thing also can't take a Flash Cannon. So like I think that Archaludon is fine outside of Rain.
I think it's easy to look at Archaludon in a vacuum. Like AV Archaludon is pretty okay, but like against I mean, you're thinking of fairies as being like the thing that has to take a Draco. There's like steel types that take it. There's like regenerator mons that take it very easily. Like a Slowking just eats up our child. I mean, we might be nitpicking specific things here, but
Yeah.
even like a Corviknight owns our Archaludon out of Rain. Most steel types, I would say, do, unless you like let it stack up body press 100 times.
Well, that's the thing. Body press for steel types.
You've got to let it stack it
Corviknight
up
wouldn't
though.
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't feel like it's that good. Maybe I'm underrating it. Maybe you're overrating it. Maybe
it's
the truth
also
lies somewhere in the middle.
I'm also kind of. I've mostly played against it like when it was Terra legal in some leagues where it's like now it's not. So like it's a pretty big difference. But even without Terra, like I just think the typing is really good. But I also use mons like Ambipom that are doing like a lot of like small hits or like pivoting a lot, and that's where the stamina really gets like stacked up.
Yeah, if you're
right?
running
So,
Infernape, Greninja, Ambipom, you're stacking it up a lot. I think
Yeah.
it's just good into like your
but
your
but like
play
pivots,
style.
it's good on U-turns. It's good on like any normal type, any multi.
You've already got Zapdos for that.
I mean, I wouldn't say already got, like they're just both good at it. What I don't really like about this one is I think that Raging Bolt and Zapdos are kind of like, I don't know why.
You don't like the triple, but you like the triple dragon?
I didn't even notice that. But that
The
makes it
triple
even
dragon
worse.
with ice resist Politoed? Ice resist Takataka? Oh, there is a Hariyama, I guess, for thick fat.
Thick fat. I didn't even like consider that this is triple dragon either. That just makes me want the Raging Bolt less on this team because I think that the Archaludon and the Dragonite are fine together because Archaludon is not weak to ice, and Dragonite's like, no, I guess Archaludon's not weak to ice or fairy, and there's not a lot of overlap there.
Yeah. But when the freeze dry resist
Sure.
is like one of your kind of lower tier Terra Captain, feeling kind of bad.
Yeah.
Like Saka and Harry can both take them, honestly. It just seems like
What's
a very
the thought process
weird
with the
rain
Raging
team.
Bolt?
I don't know. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like normally I think it's hard to rate rain teams poorly because I think they do everything. And I can't say that this team does everything. Now, maybe that's a high praise for Rain, and I'm looking at this through like a bias. But the community seems to agree. We haven't gotten to it, but the community gives us a 5.73.
Yeah.
I gave it a 6 as well. Because, like I said, it's hard to rate Rain low, but it's hard to rate it like.
Yeah, because anytime that you take a
know.
sliver of this team and it's just the rain team and you ignore the redundancies, if you don't bring both of them at once, it's still a rain team that can win a game.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a rain team, and rain teams can win games.
Also, like you can prep for a one-dimensional rain team.
I think the only rain team that I've seen that I like less than this one was Luke Newcomb's rain team.
I was going to say Luke's last season, yeah.
In his first ever draft, I think it was either NBA season 1 or 2. He drafted like 11 water types.
Oh wait, no. The worst one was Zeb. Zeb had a really bad rain team a couple seasons ago. Yeah.
Oh geez.
It was like abysmally bad.
Huh.
It was
I don't remember that
all
one. Maybe
water types and electric types. And none of
was it the Iron Hands team?
Maybe. I just remember it didn't have any of the mons that benefit from rain that aren't weak to all the same thing. So, like, I don't think it had pert. So, like, everything's just weak to electric. I don't even think it had Zapdos. I think it was just like one of the worst like electric. I don't even remember. I don't remember what season it was, but I do distinctly remember when that was like, this is maybe the worst like top division team that we've ever seen. I think he went like 0-8 minus 40 or something. It was like one of his seasons where he was doing probably like doing like 4 other leagues and wasn't really paying
Yeah.
attention. But I thought that Luke also had a pretty jank rain team last season, didn't he?
He definitely went out of his comfort zone last season. I don't remember. I'm gonna open it though just to check. Was he hustle last season? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you're right.
Because that's what I thought you were gonna say.
Yeah, he's got Pelipper, Dracovish, Terratorn, Torn Eye, and Golduck.
Yeah, it was like all
And
water
then with
types. And then
Kyurem, Urza. But like this is what I mean. This team seems like it has an out of rain option. With like Kyurem, Ursaluna, Dracovish, Ferrothorn, Bronzong, Rabombi for webs.
yeah, but it was just weird that it was like a rain team that just didn't have anything that benefited from thunder or hurricane.
Yeah, the Swift Swimmer is Golduck.
Yeah. And no,
Yeah, you're right. It does feel weird.
no, maybe there was a ground type on the team, but not having Pert to be like the answer for just
the ground type is
switching from the
Bursa. But yeah,
Bursa,
you're right.
Bursa.
It does feel weak outside of rain, and then when you have
Oh, you
it's
could.
funny that he ran two.
You said when you have, and then I didn't hear anything until funny when you have.
I don't remember what I said before that. I don't know what did you hear me say last?
I told you. I said funny how you have, and then
I didn't finish that sentence.
Maybe it was the thing you said before that. We'll review the VOD. What's true?
Okay. No, I was saying
highlight submissions.
No, I was saying that it's I like that you have an out of rain option, but then you don't have you don't really take advantage of the rain.
Yeah. It's still a big investment in something that you probably wouldn't even be using outside of Golduck.
I was saying something along the lines of oh yeah, it's funny how you have two rain teams, or we were talking about the same person who drafted rain, but in very different seasons.
Well, that's what I said. I thought you were gonna say last season when you said Luke, because that's what I remember.
I know that's what I was finishing my sentence.
Yeah, but the other team that I brought
it
was
wasn't
Zeb's.
season
I think Zeb's was worse when Zeb did a rain team, but that was I don't even remember what season that was because I don't know the last time that he even played.
Yeah. He played last season, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, did he? I want to say it was like season
so.
5 or season 4.
I'll check. Okay, here. This is Gen 8. This was season 1. This was Luke Nukem's very first ever draft. He has Pelipper, Megapert, Kingdra, Barraskewda, Tornti, Hydreigon, Aegislash, Heliolisk. So it really wasn't that bad. But
it wasn't that bad in the sense that the best synergies on it were good enough to carry the rain.
Yeah, it was
but
still
it's bad that it didn't have any
Pelipper, Megapert, Kingdra.
Yeah.
With a Tornti. I think our problem was that the removal was bad and there was no hazards or anything. I don't remember. We had a bunch of
and also why do you even have
Barraskewda
when you have Pert?
Yeah, exactly.
At that point,
yeah, most of the team was super frail.
Weaker.
I think this is post trades though. I think before trades it was a lot.
The one that you're looking at is post trades.
Yeah, the season 1 team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll get back on track here. Yeah, I think it's a 6 out of 10 rain team. It's fine. Can you win games? Sure. I mean, what's his record right now? He's 0-3.
0-3.
Yeah, I mean,
can you win games?
That makes sense.
Yet to be seen.
Yeah, that's true.
I
NA
think
out of 16.
Oh no, that's even worse than 16 out of 16. Did not find value, chemistry, fruit, and VLOOKUP evaluation.
Well, thanks for letting me know the error message.
Yeah, and actually on the stream it only just shows as error. Oh, it's because
it just says error. Yeah.
All right, let's go to Garrett.
Garrett is not Lukey.
Is that real?
Yes.
I see the showdown name is not Lukey. But is that a joke? Is it Lukey?
Oh my god, is it? I don't know.
I
I think it was just last season they went by that, and I don't remember. Maybe they didn't even change anything. Who knows? Okay, I think this team's fine, honestly. The community thinks it's pretty fine too. They said 7.2, so it's like
pretty
average, below, maybe a little bit below average, but like it's fairly average.
I think that would be average, if not higher than average, because there's a lot of 6s and a lot of below 6s. More so than 8s.
I think it's around there too. I think it's like a 7, could be like a 7.5. There's like things to work with here, right? There's Scarm Bliss, just to name something right off the get-go. Volcarona can always win games. There's a screen setter here with Sableye. I do think Terra Appleton is actually maybe a little slept on, but it can be hard to bring when your other captain is Iron Hands.
Yeah. It would have to be a really bad matchup for Hands.
I don't think Hands is really that much of a hog, but it uses it really well, and I think any situation that you would want to Terra Appleton, a Terra Hands is usually better. If you have like a fast or a utility mon in that last Terra spot, maybe you would have like a reason to Terra it. But I think usually you'll just do Hands. Yeah.
What's Appleton's ability? Is it regen?
It has Thick Fat.
Oh, Thick Fat. Okay.
So maybe that's I forgot about that. Yeah, Thick Fat Terra is actually not bad.
It would be more defensive than Hands then. Hands would just be offensive, or defensive for like a turn, but mostly offensive with Terra.
I will say there's only really like a couple Pokemon that deal damage on this team. I'd say the top 4 are really the main damage deal. I don't think Starmie holds up offensively as much this gen
it will
as it did up until like gen 6 or 7
when it grows legs.
True. And even then Volcarona typically isn't really dealing damage, winning the game. Nidoking has great damage. Hands has pretty good damage. Diancie has really good damage.
Well, Volcarona is also like you need to already have carved out the win condition before Volcarona starts coming in and winning.
Yeah, it's not the mon that initiates it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But sometimes getting 2 quivers is good enough to 6-0 teams, even if they're from full, right? I'd say a lot of the time, actually, that's the case.
It's risky, though, where it's like, are you putting all... Like, if that is your win condition either way, like, let's say that, like, it's just the only thing that wins the game in general. You have not scouted anything. Everything's full health. It's like, theoretically, it could win. It could, if they didn't prep for it, it could win. But also, like, if you're wrong once and the AV mon with rock coverage comes in, it's like, cool, that's your win condition that you just lost because you just predicted that they brought nothing for Volcarona. So
that is a problem I have in general with the team is it feels like it can be hard to win games. Like
in Iron Hands.
I mean, I know the team is 2-0, but it feels like the main win condition is just Quiver Dance.
+1 both games.
Yeah, both games have really gone the distance. Maybe like just Quiver Dance Volk and like SD Drain Punch Hands with Terra, and like Diancie's good, but it's not a win condition. Rock Polish is actually not bad. I did forget about Rock Polish Mega Diancie.
This might sound weird, but I feel like Crobat overlaps with Starmie and Skarmory in the fact that they're both here. Like it's a defogger when you have defog and spin. It's a stat stick for speed, which Starmie kind of is also that, even if it's not as fast. It's like Starmie's another one that you sometimes just get to patch up a speed issue. And like to the extent that's kind of fake speed. It's Gen 1/2 attacking stats for a mon that's fast, which is like kind of the same as Starmie, where it's like it's not strong enough to be a sweeper with that speed. I don't know what it really does here. Like it's also not the only poison type. It's not a grounded poison type, but like you have one. But it's like I don't know. Like I feel like
I
there
was
was a
gonna
team in
say
Hustler
I
All Star that it fit better into, even though it's like it was still kind of the same issue where it's like it's never gonna be strong enough to really be the fastest mod on this team and like actually benefit from that. But in this case specifically, it's like I don't even know what niche it has because you already have two kind of like really min-maxed into like one thing that it kind of does really well. Well, Skarmy more than Starmie. Starmie isn't super amazing at anything. It just has rapid spin. That's why it's more expensive. But I don't know. I don't know why he's here. I don't know what he's doing.
so I was going to say I think the problem isn't Crobat. The problem is Starmie and Skarm. Wow, Starmie and Skarmory. But I'm not so sure that
Starmie
that's
and
the
Skarmy.
problem. It feels like a more fundamental problem with the team.
Right. That's why I said
Than
like it's not as simple
saying
as just like
these Pokemon are weird. So
yeah.
if you look at which Pokemon came to each game, Crobat came twice.
Right.
Now look at the fastest Pokemon on his opponent's team.
Cinderace and
Cinderace at 119, Kilowattrel at 125.
Yeah, it is. Okay.
So that Crobat speed tier feels like it's been necessary to bring.
It actually
because his next fastest Pokemon is Starmie at 115. And not wanting
but also,
yeah.
What does Cinderace do to Starmie? Even though he's faster.
U-turns on it.
Oh, I guess that's true, yeah.
It like might even Oko with a U-turn. Depending on how offensive Starmie defense. Is. I'm gonna calc it.
I'm actually curious if Banded Stab U-turn.
Banded 100% killed. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not even a question.
It would be uninvested Starmie, I'm guessing. It's still only a 60 base power move, though.
U-turn is 70.
Oh, wait, Rex didn't get Technician.
Okay. Jolly, max attack, Libero U-turn with no boosting item versus fast, not bulky, not invested Starmie does 92 to 110. It's a 56% chance to Oko.
Yeah, but now give Starmie legs.
Possibly the worst move ever.
There it is. You just gotta legalize Mega Starmie.
A 6% chance to 9-hit KO after leftovers.
Nice. Yeah, I agree with you though. Like it's not just like, oh, change Crobat.
Yeah, it's like
but that's why it's like, but you see what I mean, where it's like it just looks kind of weird.
Bad. Yeah. And
like the
Starmie matchup is bad because I feel like Starmie is just bad, and this kind of comes back. I mean, okay, Starmie's not bad. Sorry for the Starmie
is like it's not good. Like...
Yeah, but it's like it's worse than Azelf usually, I would say, and I don't think Azelf is that consistent already. There are some cases that Starmie's better than Azelf.
Well, I mean, obviously, spin is the benefit, but
yeah, spin and natural cure can have relevancies over levitate and a second stab.
I feel like I would rather have levitate
whatever
99% of the time.
But like analytic is possible. Like it has things to do that Azelf can't do. But I don't think it's that consistent.
No.
And the fact that your fastest mon
is it Scald
other than Crobat isn't consistent. Does it have what?
Scald.
Yeah.
Okay.
The fact that your second fastest mon besides Crobat isn't that consistent means sometimes you got to bring Crobat and Starmie, and that's what we saw in game one. They had to bring both. And then it's like how necessary is Crobat? Well, it probably shouldn't be that necessary, but it might be necessary to shore up the matchups that you don't want to bring Starmie. And then it's like, well, if I'm bringing Crobat, how much can I bring Nidoking? And we see game yet because he's too busy bringing Crobat.
That's true. Well, okay. My next question. So you made a good point with these speed tiers, where it's like he literally does like just like barely outspeed these. What is he doing to Kilowattrel though? Like, how does Crobat beat Kilowattrel even though he's faster?
Yeah, I mean maybe just having
like was that really necessary that Crobat was there? Because even
but it's also his only thing faster than Valiant. it needs a Brave Bird Valiant.
That's true, and it does hit Valiant. Yeah.
Yeah,
That one's
you're right. Kilowatt Drill, it doesn't do much too, but yeah.
Then the other thing, like it is a very like power creep core team where it's just like, look at these sick Gen 1 and Gen 2 mons that were so good, and it's like now they're just not. But it's really funny to contrast it with like min-maxing the mon.
Like, and then Sableye right now is like arguably the best it's ever been in like competitive play.
Is it?
Maybe it was better in like Gen 5 when Burn was a lot stronger, but like
what makes it really
Willow
good
was
right
less
now?
accurate, and Prankster wasn't around, or Prankster wasn't nerfed by dark types back then.
Yeah.
So okay, maybe it's the best it's ever been since Gen 7 when that nerf came into play.
What makes it so much better now? In like recent
I think
years?
Well, I actually think that
get something recently?
Just because things have been power crept so hard, having something that like just has the good Prankster utility is actually pretty decent.
That's true, but I feel like some of the new like power creep mons. Actually, that's not true. I was gonna say like they don't have to set up as much, but they still like to set up. They still like SD or Calm Mind, a lot of like the Paradox mons. So yeah, just having like Prankster Encore, Prankster Willow, Prankster Reflect, Blade Screen. I mean, I've always been,
and also even just in Paldea decks, I think Sableye is pretty good in Paldea decks because it's a really good spin blocker in a gen like rapid spin is necessary.
Yeah, and like Tusk is everywhere.
Yeah,
well, I guess not everywhere in draft because one team has it.
Yeah, well, yeah. But yeah, you're right. It feels like there's a lot of points being thrown around on this team to Pokemon that are like old gen like previous old gen all-stars that are current day role players.
Right. It's like Blissy's still good on the right team.
Skarmory's
still good on the right team.
For sure.
But when they're all kind of like, well, surely somebody else on this team is going to have stats from a later gen, right? Like it's like they're all just looking at each other. It's like, well, hopefully these three can do stuff. Like, I think that's why it feels weird. And Crobat specifically, like, is the standout as like, because it was never really even a role player. It was just kind of like the role was speed. Whereas at least these ones have like, you can click rapid spin, you can click defog, and also you're a physical wall. You can be a special wall. Yeah, I guess you have life ward, pure force stuff.
Yeah.
But even then, it's like this mon. It's almost like Tauros. Like I feel like Tauros would fit really well on this team as another mon where it's like, wow, this mon would be really good to splash on a team that's like not ready for the sheer force coverage on like a decent speed mon. But when it's with Nidoking and Crobat and Starmie, it's not very good.
Like, true. Okay, we only have a couple more. I think.
What did this get rated? This was rated a 7.2. I'm actually surprised. Rated a 7.2, I guess it's just because Terra Hands is like a free extra 3 points on your vote.
Yeah, I gave it a 7. Also, this 7 seems a lot more generous than my past couple 7s.
Yeah.
Like I think, for example, I gave Lilia's team a 7. I think this is quite a bit worse than Lilia's team, just like I would say. At an eye check level. Probably more 6 worthy, honestly. Anyways,
I wouldn't disagree with the 7 just because of how strong some of the top mons are.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's
like
kind of like a trap to fall
potential
into sometimes as well. It goes both ways.
But is there more potential than like the Zygarde, Sneasler, Terrablacephalon, Grassy team? I don't know.
Probably it's not. Just that like the question is Terra Iron Hands more versatile than 5 good mons? Yeah. Sometimes the answer is yes. But
sometimes, yeah.
It depends on the matchup. So, hey, so far 2-0. Very narrow diff.
Keep it up.
So keep winning though.
Yeah. Okay.
Next up, Stella.
Oh, Stella, that's right. Stella stole Melmetal from Metro Shock.
I saw that, except also... Oh, Metro's last.
Yeah, Metro's dead last pick and did not receive her standard Melmetal. It's a travesty. It's good. Yeah, this is a character development.
Yeah, I think there was... Maybe there wasn't a season where she didn't draft it. There was a season where she had Meltan, but that might have been like one of the side leagues or whatever,
Yeah.
like the one of the off season things. Um, I think it's necessary that she tries something else. Because even when
Yeah.
I was like, hey, try something else this season, she's like, okay, Melmetal, but instead of Cresselia, let's do Mesprit 3 seasons in a row. And it's just the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
so we'll get to that, though. That's the next.
This kind of tripped me up here because I scrolled down to what I thought was Stella's like rating, but I scrolled to the point where the name was like just off screen, like just like underneath the bar basically. And I saw, oh, 7.20. This
It's the
is
same,
Garrett's
yeah.
team.
I noticed
Scroll
that when I
down,
was.
it's Metro. Hold on.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's rated the exact same
Stella
as
is.
Garrett's.
Yeah.
Yeah. A slightly different distribution. Garrett actually had two tens, which we didn't talk about.
Whoa, calm down.
But also
You're too
three
tense.
fives. Whereas Stella's are much more concentric around like 6 to 8
Yeah.
with a couple nines, and doesn't go any below. So yeah,
Yeah, it's
funny
more
that
switched
it
through there.
adds up to the exact same.
I saw that when I scrolled down to Gara, I was like, because I read that, I was like, oh, the next one's the same number.
Yeah.
Because that's why I said like this is pretty much exactly average. Because I was looking at it, like we're gonna say the same number next person, and I'll sound really smart. Oh wow, it is the average because there's two people with the same number. That's the
Wow.
average.
Yeah. Okay. So looking at the team,
They did a lot of red for a one and one. Just
yeah, wow.
the survivor.
I
But
think,
yes.
I think this team is pretty solid. I mean, I think Hisuian Arcanine is one of the sleeper better Terra captains.
I don't even think it's sleeper. I think it's just one of the better Terra captains.
See, I don't think people like to run it. And I think it's offensive sets with like even just Terra Stab, Head Smash, Flare Blitz, Extreme Speed, I think are really strong. But also defensive sets with like Intimidate. Or does it have? I don't think it has Intimidate.
I think it does. It's
I
just
think
why would you
it's
run it and not
Flash. I
rock
think it's
that
Flash Fire and Head thing,
head thing? Rock head.
Rock Head. Yeah.
Maybe it is. I feel like it always
Yo,
runs rock head.
Tatanga and Sweet Stars is here too. Yo. Yeah, so I think the Hisuian Arcanine is a really good captain, and I look around the team and I think this is one of the better captains, and it's maybe the fourth best Pokemon on this team, depending on who you ask.
Yeah.
I think that like
Weavile's banned, right?
maybe
Terra banned.
Weavile is I don't remember banned. It's gone between yes and no, gone between like up and down points based on yes or no,
Yeah.
whatever. But even then, I actually think Arcanine's probably the better captain here. The Electabuzz doesn't matter. I think you should probably find something better to pair with it
The problem is
than
the 6 pointers in Mega.
Arcanine. It almost feels like Arboliva was picked to be a Terra captain, and they like did the math wrong. I don't know, but I'd say like maybe
Arcanine's picked
non-Terra
after.
Quack.
Yeah.
Non-Terra Quack, I'd say, is like not as good as Terra Arcanine, but the top four I feel like are very solid mons. I mean, the Melmetal Gliscor Latias is, I feel like, a really strong core. It's like
Yeah.
Ice Weak, but you have the Arcanine, the Quack, and the Melmetal to take Ice, and like technically the Weavile if you want to. Um, it's like got all the hazards and removal you'll need. It's got so much utility with Latias being like a screener, a status spreader, a setup mon, a wish passer, even a healing wish user, which I think healing wish with Melmetal, healing wish with Hisuian Arcanine is really strong. Yeah, I feel like this kind of has it all. I do wish the like my problem just with Quack in general, I think, is it's kind of the type of Pokemon that like it's a very different Pokemon with and without Terra. I don't think it's good at being the like rapid spin flip turn Pokemon. It can do it. Um but I think you're better off leaving the removal to like Weezinglar, Latias, Gliscor and just running even like Banded, Aqua Step, SD, and just pretend that it doesn't have spin because you don't need to spin with it.
Well, it also has grassy terrain though. If Arboliva is
That's true. I mean, it also has Misty
corrupted.
terrain. Yeah, technically.
Yeah. I think I think it's fine without it because it still has roost, it still has bulk up. Like it's not like it's not that bad without Terra. Obviously, you
No,
have
it's not.
benefits from Terra.
Yeah, I think it's
But
harder for it to do its like maybe I've just had it burned into my retinas of like Quack being insane with Terra and like
well,
seeing
it's
it
because it's
sweep
a
people.
snowball mon. All snowball mons are good
Yeah, exactly.
with
And
Terra.
it's definitely harder to get the snowball, but
Yeah,
I think
but
it's
you
still
just
very
don't really
strong.
need it to be a snowball mon when it's not Terra.
Yeah, no,
Like
you're right.
and
Yeah.
I like that like you said, like Gliscor, Latios, Weezing can all handle hazards, but like you still have a spinner for the matchups where it's
Yeah.
like, I really want Gliscor to hazard stack here.
Yeah, if you want to run like
Like,
spikes and T spikes, you can.
yeah. And I think that's like a lot. Like, you know what's actually kind of crazy? We have seen more teams in Swarm than that are like have multiple hazard control options and like not even the same kind, like defog and rapid spin, than like Hustle and also like obviously the teams that we thought were good like had good hazard control, but I feel like there were a lot of teams in Hustle and also that were like, wow, this team's really good, except it has just defog and it's a 10-point mon. It's like there were a lot of those teams, whereas I feel like Swarms had like one or two. Like the rest of them were like very solid at removing
True.
hazards.
Yeah, like the Zard Y Tusk team that like technically also had Mantine, so it technically wasn't like that, but we kind of discounted Mantine. We might be eating our words on that. Like, who knows? Maybe Greg brings Mantine like the rest of the 6 times and just
Well, that was
clean
also a
it, like
Swarm
proves
team
us.
though.
Yeah, it was the Swarm team. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm saying like the Hustle teams. I feel like it came up a lot that it was that like they just like ignored hazard control.
yeah,
And maybe
true.
that's like a side effect of like overconfidence and like overcooking your team and like having like a strat
Mm,
plan, but then being like, it'll be fine. I can live with like
maybe.
this only being one defog. Whereas like in Swarm, you're maybe like checking more boxes and like making sure I need to make sure. But Greg's team, what you mentioned, is kind of an example of like where that could go wrong. Where it's like, oh,
Mm,
you just checked the boxes but didn't really look at the big picture.
yeah,
A team like this though, it's like it's not just checking the boxes because it also has like it has many options for it, and you're never shoehorned into like one game plan for it. And I think that the only team that was really like that otherwise was the Togekiss defog, and that was a really good team otherwise.
yeah,
so,
true. I forgot about that.
so but anyway, the thing that I think is really strong about about Terra Arcanine, Hisui here, is normally a mon like this. You can look at Marowak for a similar example. The the counterplay for big recoil mon is let it kill itself and then finish it off because it's not as fast as you. For a mon like Arcanine with Rockhead, where it's not going to be taking that recoil damage, okay, well, what's the weakness? Maybe it's the fact that it has 4 times weaknesses. Any ground attack or any water attack is going to obliterate this thing. And it doesn't really
Yeah,
matter
but
what
then
it
it's
says.
got
But
like
but
decently fast
Terra,
Willow, and it's got Morning Sun.
yeah, and it has extreme speed, and it has
Yeah,
like Terra makes this mon so much harder to check.
yeah.
You have to do a lot of work because it's not even like predicting it coming in with a wisp or something because it's not if it's not Terra yet, you can't even burn it. Like you have to wait until it's in control already. And
And
it's clicking
then
that
when
like
it
you can
pulls up
never
with
confidently burn it or anything.
Terra Grass Flashfire, and you're crying.
Yeah. No, if it's that, then it's taking recoil. I'm more thinking about
Yeah.
there's a lot of cases I would think, especially in less experience, like against less experienced players, where you just kind of like lock up and you're like, well, I don't know how to handle this now. Like I thought that I had an answer for this mon. Every calc I'm looking at now in the moment is saying that I can't OHKO it and it will
Hmm.
kill everything on my team, so I have to sack something, and then it just becomes the rotation game of I sack something, but hey, guess what? There's a Gliscor and a Latios and a potentially a Weezing and a Melmetal that's going to make your sack useless because they'll just come in on whatever you brought in on Revenge. And I think that is going to be very strong here, where you're not a stall team, but this team answers Revenge really well, I think. And it also causes a lot of revenge situations. Too. Yeah. And I think that's where a lot of the wins
are and just the headache of like... Yeah, and just the headache of... Sorry, I think I'm cutting out. The headache seeing...
Might just be delayed.
Like, you see a Terra type on Arcanine, but then you still don't know, like, what ability it is. And you, like, until
or when it's going to click it.
Have proof of it, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think it's very flexible here.
Yeah. There's a lot of mind games there, and they like.
Oh, I do still think the Electabuzz is like. Electabuzz is like not really a Pokemon. Yeah.
Arcanine, I think, is the rare
Mega
case
is
where
fine.
It doesn't really have a major Terra tax on it. I think this could be like if it were, let's say, in a world where it's Terra banned, which I don't think it ever would be. Still a 12 or 13 point mon. It's not getting like the 2 or 3 point Terra tax, but it's benefiting a lot from Terra. Like, and I think I think this is a case where it's fine. You're only using 16 points, whatever. This is good enough to be the same as being an 18 point. No, it's not as good as an 18 point Terra Captain, but you know what I mean. It's not that much of an opportunity cost to have to run a 2-pointer when your higher point one is this. As it is with the 11-point Kilowattrel or the 13-point Mamoswine, where it's like, yeah, they're solid, but it really sucks if your points didn't work out to get a 19 or a 9-point or an 8-point Terra Captain with that, and you have to run a 2-pointer. This doesn't feel like that. This doesn't feel like the same sacrifice.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, I like what the team has to offer. I like the kind of pivot core with Gliscor Quack. Again, maybe Quack isn't the best thing to be pivoting around with, but I mean, even like you could even find openings with Weezing if it's like clicking Memento or Explosion. If you've got screens up from Latias, I believe are screens as well. I don't remember 100.
Did you say Arcanine? It cut out.
Arboliva?
Oh, yeah, it does. It does. It gets screens. I was say Arcanine doesn't, but Arboliva does. No. Something else. We talked about the Ice matchup where it has good defensive coverage for that. This team is really good against ground too. Immune, potentially immune, resist and puts up terrain, like grassy terrain, neutral and can be bulky and not care. 4 times weak, but Terra Captain. Like, even if you're not tearing, or if you're tearing into one of your stabs, like, you cannot confidently click a ground type move into this team.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think that's really good it's good for Melm, and it's good for Arcanine. But the fact that this team answers ground type really well for Melm, answers ice type really well for Gliscor, and even fire type. Like this is a quad resist until it terras, immune to burn. Maybe you're concerned about burn on Quack or Weavile or Melm, but like Gliscor isn't going to get burned after the first turn. Does Geezing really care? You could have Misty Terrain. Potentially.
It doesn't really care.
But I think that Melm is actually like I think we're even underrating like how well Melm is protected on this team. Just by like the usually the big physical hitters. I mean the big like special hitters. For that for that kind of move, it's like you can't confidently click it, and you don't want to be in a mind game against Melmetal.
Yeah, I do think the Spadef stat in particular is a little lacking. It's pretty much just Latias.
Arboliva has
like
pretty good.
Melm can
Spadef.
It has okay Spadef. It's like not the most reliable. Latias has Spadef. Gliscor can be Spadef, but it's like not
it's not. It wouldn't want
its strength, right?
Yeah.
If anything,
like
people will run. Spadef on Gliscor just to like shore up its weakness a little.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And you can be like AV Melm to help that too. But yeah, usually the Spadef here I think could be a problem. If it's like a a strong like dark attacker, I guess you can AV Quack as well.
I was gonna
Actually,
say AV
maybe a
Quack isn't that
strong
bad.
like ice attack. Yeah,
I think
yeah.
any spinner
AVs
for
are
the most
definitely gonna help
part.
this team. Actually.
I think any spinner for the most part is going to benefit from AV. Just not necessarily because it's a spinner, but like compared to other mons that are defoggers as your hazard removal, where it's like you have to choose between defogging and using AV. Like this is probably a bad example, but when I was doing a low tier draft, I had
Yeah, but
base
like
Altaria on the team, and it was like I had to
turn
choose.
move stabs, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you're getting
Yeah.
stat boosts from like while wearing AV, and you're also still able to perform your utility. And Rapid Spin is like one of the few straight utility moves that you can always use with AV. So I like that synergy there too, where it's like you're not totally limited to that.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Um,
I think overall it's like pretty undeniably like A tier team
yeah, it's a
at
very good team.
least.
There's
Yeah,
a lot of
and I
sevens though.
mean
I'm
Stella's
surprised that
1-1 right now.
there weren't as many eights
Yeah, there's a lot of sevens. I think there's a lot of potential.
and 4 6s
I
too.
think if it was like non-Terra Arcanine, let's even just pretend the Terra captains were like, I don't know, Wheezing and Arboliva or something. Maybe you could say it drops a tier, but I think the Arcanine can like bring it up a
I
whole
think
tier on its
that would
own.
be a pretty decent Terra combo too. I don't know if you
Yeah,
wonder
not
on
bad,
the
right?
fairy type becoming a different type.
Yeah.
But yeah. And I would think that
Yeah,
Weavile is
still
almost
strong.
certainly Terra Band at 16, by the way. I did not check the list, but
I don't remember. I have a feeling it's unbanned this season. Because I think it was fewer
only
points
16
before. I don't know.
points?
Let me check. I'm just gonna check.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the tier list on this screen because it's gonna mess up the little UI.
It is Terra banned.
Yeah, okay. Weavile with Terra is actually
Okay.
kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, you
16
usually just go
points, if that's-
stabs. Usually just either stabs or fighting, I think.
No, I really like ground because it like beats up like the Heatrans and like anything that's like that's like a steel type with a dark resist built in or something where it's like I guess you could just use stab dark into Heatran, but like also just having the wing conditioner just like, hey, your only ice resist is going to be obliterated by me just going ground. Like,
Yeah, ground is good. I mean, that's what makes Mamoswine so strong is
Yeah.
the like ice ground.
right.
Maybe just depends on whether you're trying to like the ice
Oh, yeah,
versus
it definitely depends on the
the
team that
dark.
you're
Like
against.
dark fighting is definitely a really good combo versus like
Yeah.
ice ground is too, right? Kind
Yeah.
of if you capitalize on one of those two.
Yeah, I just think the difference is that Weavile just doesn't get ground moves without Terra. Whereas like you technically get
Yeah.
Brick Break, which is not good, but like
Yeah, and
it's
low
good
kick.
enough against the 4 times. Low kick against the 4 times
Low kick is
weaknesses.
good.
Yeah, I actually it's funny enough. I forgot that he had low kick, which is something that I've also done when using Weavile in draft, and I think I brought Brick Break against like a King Gambit
no.
or something, and it's like I just win the game if I use low kick instead. Or no, it was on a Sneasel
Tough.
in the little cup, or not little cup, but in the
Uh,
low tier draft I did.
Is low
And it
kick
was
even stronger against Sneasel?
no, it wasn't against Sneasel. It was on Sneasel. Like,
Oh,
I was
with
using
your Sneasel, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
there was a thing where it's like if I checked the calc, it kills with low kick and didn't kill with
Tough.
Brick Break. But
All right, well,
I
we've
just like
got
forgot
one
that
more
I had low
team.
kick. Yeah.
And
Metro
now we
Shock.
go on
We
to
kinda previewed a little bit.
Melmetal-less Metro Shock. Is this the first time Metro's gone a non-Melm team?
I think so because there's not even a Meltan, and I
Very
think there
well
was a
might be.
Meltan on a low tier draft, or in the was it the ability one, the AAA one, where it's like Melmetal was probably just banned.
Maybe.
I know there was a season where she drafted Meltan. I don't remember what it was, but it was probably a meme thing.
Well, she did draft another steel type that doesn't rock.
True.
So that's pretty good.
Oh, she got the Terra Ride.
Yeah.
I
Terra
didn't realize I
Rhyperior is
hadn't
the
seen that
only
yet.
hazard setter. Sorry, there's Spike's Pawn, but
Spike's
otherwise
Pawn,
it's
yeah.
the only hazard setter.
Are you sure Mighty Mana doesn't have ROM? It probably doesn't.
Yep. The removal here is Feeny Aleki. It feels like both of those mons
She
usually
is
have better things.
a spin Alecki stan though. She loves
Yeah.
rapid spin Alecki.
It gets pretty readable though. If every time you bring in your Aleki and the ground type is still alive, you click spin.
Well, no,
Like
then
they
she
know.
clicks screens. She runs screens, spin, like Volt Switch. I'm not even kidding.
No, that's fair. I think that's a fairly normal set, actually.
Yeah.
I'm kind of sad that Aleki is relegated to screen spin bot, honestly.
Well,
Aleki's such a cool
too
mod.
strong with Terra. You can't give it Terra.
Yeah.
So now it just gets stuck being a 9-pointer.
Yeah, it inflates the value of it like by 2x. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, so we do see, I think, a pretty solid core. Okay. I think there's value with Feeny and Dragons. I don't think the value is with Feeny and Kyurem. I think Kyurem,
Really? Because Kyurem,
even though it is a
though.
freeze dry merchant, I don't think that nerfing my Draco on Kyurem.
Yeah. But Finny's also I think of Finny kind of like a mega weather setter. In the sense that it's like you're not usually extending it. You're usually kind of like benefiting from yourself. You're kind of just a natural Curemon, except you can't be status like when you come in, or a magic card, I guess, in some ways. Like, I don't think it's super common that the terrain lasts long enough that Kyurem cares. I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
No, but like it's
I
like
don't
running...
think it's like having like a grassy terrain mon with Earthquake though.
Well, I mean that's similar. Like if you ran like Rilla Chomp, people would be like, "Why are you running Rilla Chomp?"
No, Metro's run that before too, and it's pretty bad.
Well,
no, but that's what I'm
okay.
saying. Like that's what I'm
If
saying.
you
I
run
think
like
that's worse.
Zard Y Gren, why are you running Gren with Zard Y, right? Like get a defensive water if you want. Or maybe not Gren, but like another
I don't think
offensive water, right?
But no, that's what I'm saying. Like it's, I think it's better than like grassy terrain with a Earthquake user, because usually Earthquake is like the biggest threat for that mon. And a lot of maybe this is like just me not thinking of things. I feel like most Earthquake users, or at least like the main ones, don't really set up. They just kind of come in and click Earthquake. Like there's not, unless it's a coverage move. Like I feel like the most people who boost before using Earthquake are like Dragonite, or like something that's like using Earthquake as its like extra move. That's not one of the stats. Like Garchomp would come in and it's like you are severely limiting what it's gonna do if it can't click Earthquake and it can't click and you have like a fairy that's still alive, right? It's like suddenly like every fairy that's physically bulky at all walls this Garchomp unless it's running coverage for it, which is a different story. But whereas with Kyurem, it's like I don't think it's as crippled by like only being able to click ice as Garchomp
Right.
would be.
It's less of a crippling it and more of a why would you opt into this kind of thing.
I think that has to depend on like the draft board. Probably in an ideal world you wouldn't, but like maybe Primarina is not available, or something else that you were gonna do isn't available. But that's why I think it's like it's fine. Like I don't think it's as much of a loss, or as much of an anti synergy as some of the other ones that are similar.
Yeah, well, for example, like Gallade likes being able, like not being able to status from like the flame body / static mons, but if we're saying that like our dragon type isn't going to be affected by it very much, then we can also say that our Gallade isn't going to reap the benefits.
But I also think that you're not like it's more of a bonus than it is like it's not like I'm drafting these two things so that Mega Gallade doesn't get status. It's more like hey, this is nice that Mega Gallade can't get status sometimes. And Mega
Yeah, and
Gallade's
it's
also
also
a
not
mon that
nice that Specs Kyurem can't run Draco very consistently. Like, you can run it, but you have to play yourself around it. You don't want to have a Synthesis Mon on the Mega Tyranitar team, but sometimes, like, it's... Why would you opt into that?
I don't know. I think it's still less. I don't know why. I just think it doesn't come up as much. Where there's a case where it's like where you have to click it, where you have to click the dragon move when it's Kyurem. Just maybe it's just because it's Kyurem, and that's like Specs Ice type moves. Like there's no immunity for it. Like you're always just going to be able to at least do some damage. Like worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And Mega Gallade benefiting from not being burned is like I would think that there's also maybe more cases where Mega Gallade just comes in because it's fast. Like it might be able to like benefit from that. Just like just coming in immediately after Fini and like needing to get something done because it's a fast mon that's meant to clean up. Like you're gonna end up in more situations where you're down to 3 mons. You can't like swap around and like stall out the rest of the misty terrain when Mega Gallade has to come in, so he's actually benefiting from it. Where it's like, oh, maybe this is like Finny's last stand, and then Finny goes down, and then the Misty turns out for the rest of the game. Gallade can set up and sweep. Whereas Kyo's just kind of
I
coming in
mean,
throughout
I think we're
throughout the
just so
game.
theoretical here. I think you just don't run Draco on your Kyurem. Like,
But
you
what do you run in its
personally,
place though?
I think you don't value Dragon Move. Sorry?
Oh, never mind. I thought you were saying like in this situation you don't run. I was like, well, what else do you run? Like what else is it gonna use?
Well, like
Yeah.
Roost, Sub, like there are options for it, but I don't know, just the way you're talking about how it doesn't matter makes me think that you just don't value Dragon moves on Kyurem, which is fine.
I've also
I just
never
disagree.
used Kyurem,
Yeah, that's fair.
so like
I mean, Draco's a strong move. I know
yeah,
that the problem is mostly the ice ground that we just talked about with Weavile, right? Like the freeze dry earth power is really hard to deal with. And honestly, a lot of the time you don't need a dragon move. You're totally right, and that situation will not come up, and it's pure upside to have the Misty Terrain, right? Because then the dragon types hitting you are weakened, and you can't be stacked. Maybe you
yeah. Well,
miss
and
out on
also
like a freeze dry free times, but yeah, if you run like this standard like sub roost freeze dry earth power set most of the time, then yeah, totally. But
yeah.
like
But I
I
was
think
even saying
Scarf
like even if you
Draco is
do
a
bring
very
it,
common set.
like even if you do bring Draco, it's like I'm saying like the turn that you have to wait, like the condition where it's like, well, I can't put Kyurem in now because the terrain's still up. Like I don't think you're losing as much from not being able to click at that turn when you can, theoretically click it later. Uh yeah, like I don't think the situation just comes up as much. Where ice is so
Yeah,
much worse
maybe.
to click than dragon in that case. Whereas with the
I mean,
dragon
clicking a
ground examples,
neutral,
like
let's
they're
even just say it's against like a neutral. Let's say it's, I don't know, what's something that's, it's against like a fire type. Okay, so no,
that
that
resists
resists ice.
ice.
It's
Yeah.
against a
All
fighting
right,
type. It's against a
neutral
fighting
to
type.
ice. Fire.
Like,
Yeah.
I think it's a fair thing to say that if Kieran gets a kill in Misty Terrain, a common thing that would want to revenge it is a fighting type. Let's say your Choppleberry and your Freeze Dry does 30, but your Draco does 60.
But that's also like a turn
Outside
removed
of
from
terrain.
like if you just got a
A turn
kill.
a turn removed is a big deal
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like you're already
to
like
me.
assuming that Finny was out for 1 turn or less. And then Kyurem comes in and kills something with an ice type move. Then it's like that's the only case where it's like then you still have like 1 more turn that Misty Terrain is up.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Or
Maybe.
like if you're choiced, you already can't switch Draco. And if you're sub, just click sub on the last turn of Misty. Like, you have a stall button that you can press, right? Like, I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
that it probably is a bit too theoretical. I would still say, like, yeah, there's like ideally probably just one Prim on this team. Prim probably wasn't available. It would be my guess.
I don't know.
But because this looks like this would have been the end of round 3. I don't know where Prim was picked. Prim was who had Prim?
Prim was halfway through, or a quarter of the way through round 4. So Prim
Oh, it would have
was
been
open when
available.
Feeney was taken.
And Kieran was already there. What the hell, Metro? Come on.
Well, it's okay. It doesn't really matter.
Maybe wait. She didn't even have Gallade yet either, so you can't even say like, oh, well, maybe it's for the Gallade. I don't think there's any
Just
reason to
like
take.
I said, like just opting into the Kyurem
Yeah.
Feeney. It really does. I think a problem I have in general, I already mentioned the hazards. Are you really using Terra Rapier Stealth Rocks every time?
I think we've seen a couple other teams that had the same issue where
That feels
Rapier is
pretty bad.
the only rocker with
And
Terra
Terra
Rapier.
Grimmsnarl doesn't feel like a good cap to Rhyperior.
Yeah, and also if you're gonna run screens, Aleki, why do you have Grimmsnarl?
Yeah, true.
Or vice versa, why are you running screens Aleki if you have
Yeah.
Grimmsnarl?
It feels like Metro wanted Terra Rhyperior and said, oops, I need something to Terra with this. And
What's up,
went,
Buffalo
well,
Bills?
I have Grimmsnarl. Here we go.
When was Grimmsnarl
If I were to
drafted?
guess.
Grimmsnarl was drafted 2 rounds before, but it could have just been like not
Ooh,
intended to be a Terra at the time.
yeah, very true. Otherwise, it could have been Mighty Anna.
True.
Hmm.
Or unban Regieleki and keep it at 9 points.
Hmm.
No, you know what? Buff it up to 11. Then it'll still be legal.
Yeah, maybe 10.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Drop it to like 6 or 7.
Yeah. Because when it becomes ice type, it's like significantly worse defensively.
Yeah, I mean, Ice is the worst defensive type in the game.
Yeah. So I think you should probably like lower the price if we make
Yeah.
it tier legal. Just assuming it's going to be
Yep.
ice type. We all know it is.
Yeah. What do you think it should be priced if it was Terra legal, but Terra Blast was banned?
I don't know what its coverage is with that Terra Blast. I actually feel like it wouldn't be that much better. Like
It
with Terra
has
legal and
electric
no Terra
moves
Blast.
and normal moves.
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually think it would be 10 points. Like I don't think it would get that much better. Like it makes the electric a lot faster, but it's already
Yeah,
really strong with
like
electric and really fun.
9.
Like you already lose if you don't have a ground type against Specs Regieleki Volt switching all game. I don't think Terra makes a huge difference in that.
Yeah, true.
Terra normal explosion, cool. Do that instead, or I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
true. That'd be pretty sweet.
but yeah, I actually don't think it increases much in price if you ban Terra Blast. It just has nothing to use that, like it just loses to ground types.
Okay, something else of note. I know we talk about the 110 speeds that are capping out the speed. There is a Regieleki, but it's almost like Regieleki is just a prankstermon a lot of the time.
Which is what
Um,
Grimmsnarl is.
which is also kind of what Grimmsnarl is.
I mean, kind of. It literally is a
There are niche
prankster.
cases where like attacking like swift swimmers is nice, like slow swift swimmers as beating them is crazy. But
Is
there are two 110s. One is Mega Gallade and one. Do you think that like speed
wait, you cut
overlap
off.
matters a lot? I mean,
I'm guessing the
do you
second
think
thing
the
you said
speed
was
overlap?
Overbron.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, because it cut out. But then I saw that there was another 110.
Yeah. So there's two 110s. One is Gallade, one is Con.
Right.
Do you
And
think
then
that like
yeah, they're both
matters?
item limited, and then the next thing is Regieleki. So just Scarf, and you're either gonna outspeed Regieleki with a Scarf or you're not. Like,
Yeah. I mean, in speed prep, you can ignore Eleki, basically,
yeah.
right? So people are always just like, I mean, the 125s are always adamant, modest.
Actually, no, it's kind of annoying for
Everything above
Regieleki.
110 is just always boosting nature. What's that?
Regieleki like normally probably doesn't have to invest much in speed. and just like kind of assumes that it will outspeed everything. When you have two speed capped mons as your like, or item locked like mons as your otherwise speed cap, that is massive scarf bait, and I think that makes Reggie
Well, Pawn's
lucky.
not locked.
Oh wait, that's right. It's grass pawn. So never mind.
Yeah, this is the itemable pawn. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say because like that kind of sucks because then you might feel more pressure to like invest to beat scarves because they would be so common against you, and then like maybe Reggie Lucky like has to waste some stats and speed that it wouldn't have to normally. But
Royce was saying in chat, I think when you say same thing, honestly, it seems like it wouldn't be better. I think that's about Alecki.
It's Alecki. It is.
You're wasting the Terra slot. Yeah.
I didn't know what he meant when he said you're wasting the Terra slow, but now I see that he said slot.
Yeah. Maybe it would be interesting to like resist ground at some point, or just like have a resist to get another screen off, or even like a Terra normal or Terra electric would probably just be the main things. Yeah. Like grass flying, bug, normal electric.
It's 50 in both defenses and 80 HP. Like I don't even know if there's a use case.
Well, it's always max HP because it just never needs any speed, so it's always at least max HP.
Yeah, it still feels like it would be just much better on another mon.
Yeah, I don't think
it would be a case where it's like
we mentioned the actual rating from the community, did we?
I don't think so.
Yeah. The community gave it a 6.
Don't say it.
Point.
Don't say it.
Somewhere between 6 and 7. Oh. It was a 6.67.
That's so fucked, but Metro deserves it.
Yep.
She would get the 6-7 rating.
Yep. And I mean, I kind of agree. I think that's kind of high. Putting it like kind of around sub below. Like I think it's not a really. It like
you think that like Mega Gallade and Celesteela and Kyurem just like aren't like just those three like wouldn't. I rate it
Pokemon.
Like a better version of Garrett's team.
Are you just hard switching Kyurem in all the time? Are you hard switching in
Parting Shot
and Gallade? Is that your method?
You have so many fast
Parting Shot, yeah. I did forget about
Parting Shot, Volt Switch, Flip Turn? No. Yeah.
Shot, honestly. Nope.
But you cut. I only heard like the very end of whatever you just said about Parting Shot.
Did you hear the no? I said no when. Oh, am I lagging or something? I said that like 5 minutes.
I think you are lagging.
I said, oh, I did forget about the Parting Shot.
You said that, but then you said something else after that. But I only heard the end of the second thing that you said.
You asked if Feeny got Parting Shot. I said no.
No, I said Flip Turn.
Or yeah, you asked if Feeny got Flip Turn. I said no.
And you said no to that. Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there is a little bit of delay.
There's latency between us.
Yeah. I noticed there were some things where I would like stop talking,
that's okay.
And then you would start saying something, but then you'd stop. Like I was still talking. I'd be like,
oh. Yeah, I'm looking at my Discord. My ping is going between 500 and 33.
That's pretty good. It's fine. High number's good. It's not golf. So
yeah, true. Big number go up.
Yeah. I mean, you have a lot of fast pivots. You have a Prankster pivot. You have 200 base speed Volt Switch, and you have Ogre Pawn U-turn. So no slow pivots, but like
yeah, I think you definitely like the team is gonna want to try and keep fast momentum with what you can't. There's no pivot core. I don't think I would ever count Grim pivot core. It doesn't work on dark types. It doesn't work against a single clear amulet. You're a Terra Grimmsnarl, so people are expecting you to come, so they're not ignoring you.
I mean, I'm not saying it's good.
How are we starting that chain? Are we hard switching an Ogre? Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's even like an average way. Like, it's got to play scrappy. It's got to be like Terra Rhyperior hits a Pokemon maybe it hits another Pokemon, it dies. You bring in Celesteela, you set up, you kill a Pokemon, maybe you kill 2 Pokemon, you die. You bring in Gallade, you set up, you kill a Pokemon, maybe 2 die. And that's how I think you're going to have to win games.
Yeah. But that's why I think that it's kind of similar to Garrett's team here, where it's like you have a couple mons that are just like very, very strong and can like pick up a kill or two. But then so much of the rest of the team is like,
yeah, but kind
like,
of no plan
how does
around
this
it.
even fit? Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say I think that the rest
I do
of
think
the
the
team
quality
is
of
more
Pokemon
solid.
is better here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the quality of Mon is nice.
But there are some anti-synergies that take it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Also, I know it's the rocker, like the only rocker on the team. But like aside from these 3 being really good, like the top 3 just being really good, like Terra Rhyperior we know is also like a hard carry mon. And so far it hasn't come to a game.
Yeah, it can, honestly. It hasn't come yet? Well, Metro has lost 2 games, so
yeah,
maybe something will change soon.
Terra Grimstar has come to both. Finny has come to 1. Finny came to 1.
Feeney was subbed out for Eleki in the first game.
Yeah. Everything else is the same.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that's kind of my piece on this team. I don't think it's great. I give it a 6. If you think it's slightly better, maybe a 7.
Yeah, I
fine.
probably wouldn't go higher than a 7. I don't think it's like the worst.
Regardless, the community I think kind of hit it. Yeah. Okay, so I think that kind of does it. This was a bit of a long stream, actually. I just noticed it's been like
4.5 hours. Well, that's just because of lag. It's actually only been like 3 hours. You're just an hour and a half.
True. Oh, it's the time zone difference.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it. You're right. It's the time zone.
Yeah, the lag has put me into Pacific time.
Shit.
Okay, so I do think we want to try and get a stream over the weekend for Truant.
Yeah, we'll finish this up.
Unless you want to start Truant right now.
Woo! Only 5 more hours. By the time that we finish that,
the
delay will be until like the next day.
Yeah, we are not going to do that.
Yeah. All right, well, stay tuned.
And maybe for the next one, we'll have another mod on. Yeah, we'll announce. Sorry for my lag. I'm assuming it's me, not Toady.
I'm assuming it's your 600 ping.
I still have 400.
The fact that I have 0 dropped frames on the stream. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully that's fixed by next time. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. I know there wasn't too much chatter going on, but
we had a couple.
I mean, Royce was around. I know Lee was around for a while.
There's also 0 heads up about this.
Yeah, it was a jump scare stream. We had Tatanga. I don't remember who Tatanga is, but Tatanga, Sweet Sorrows.
From Super Mario Land.
C2 hopped in. Corey hopped in. Lilia, Pabby, thanks for chatting. And we'll
Pabby,
probably catch you guys.
We still don't know if Pabby survived until his roster. He never woke up.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can check the VOD. And I still want to know what people's ID starter draft course.
That would be good. Like, I know we have like the Pokemon of the While, but maybe like a question of the While, just a general question.
A topic of the While.
Yeah, not consistent enough to always have.
Just keep it like extremely generic.
Yeah, whenever something comes
yeah.
up. I've also seen some like Discords for like various things. We'll do a question of the day channel, but like kind of anyone can just post it. It's just whoever comes up with something and like posts it first. Congrats, you did the question of the day. And sometimes there won't be one. Yeah, do something like that. Just throw something in there, and then if you think of something, you throw it in. See what people say.
Yeah, those are fun.
Then,
just a little more community engagement.
Yeah, and not tied to a schedule. It's like, we better remember to do a Pokemon every week. But anyway, speaking of schedule.
Okay, everybody.
Look who's right on schedule.
Hey, Stinky!